The young man was quite satisfied with his quarterly earnings. Despite his grand ambitions to unify the British Isles into a single common market, he knew these plans could not be rushed. Capital expenditure required patience. As such, while the rest of Europe was squabbling over bloodlines and borders, Ragnar was tasked by his own ambition to protect the new corporate assets from potential competitors across the Channel. Now was the time for expansion in industrial, agricultural, and human resource sectors. Thus, Ragnar was hard at work at his mahogany desk in City Titan, putting through a series of executive orders, which allowed him to bypass the rudimentary council of jarls he had constructed. As per usual, the council was more symbolic than it was practical. Their practical purpose was to decrease the workload on Ragnar's shoulders by handling petty disputes over sheep, while symbolically they represented the shareholders' interests. The first matter of business was to designate City Titan as the permanent global headquarters. With the stroke of a steel-nibbed quill, the grim fortress of Faro concrete became the political and economic center of the island. As for industrial expansion, it was time to create a southern branch. Winchester was perfect for the role. It was the former capital, it had existing infrastructure, and it was currently managed by a very nervous King Ethelred. Ragnar had decided to keep Ethelred on as a regional governor, effectively making him a middle manager. But he needed someone loyal to oversee the books. Ragnar signed a document appointing Princess Elfwin as the chief operations officer of the South. It was a bold move, a woman, a Saxon, and a former hostage, but Elfwin understood blueprints, and she hated the church for lying to her father. She was perfect. As for military concerns, Ragnar had begun to spread his corporate culture across the entire region. Due to the number of thanes who had been liquidated in the hostile takeover, there were not many feudal lords left to oppose him. Those that remained were too busy enjoying the new heating systems to complain about the loss of their sovereignty. The traditional nobility was outraged by the Feudal Abolition Act, which stripped their power to raise private armies and replaced it with a tax-deductible security fee. There was not much they could do. Their housecarls had all defected to Ragnar's iron gear for the dental benefits. As such, young men of military age began being onboarded across the region. They were sent to Ragnar's training facilities to be indoctrinated into his workforce. They underwent a rigorous orientation program designed to break down the old identity of Saxon or Viking and enforce the idea of a company man. Loyalty was no longer to a crown, but to the brand. Once the lords had time to lick their wounds, they would undoubtedly prepare for a union strike, rebellion. After all, the stripping of their right to hang peasants was not a popular reform among the elite. Though the local employees of Titan had come to accept these reforms, the southern gentry would not be so easily persuaded. Not only did Ragnar have to prepare to put down a future internal strike, but he also had to prepare for the Frankish crusade that was currently gathering across the Channel. Speaking of which, Jida entered the office. She looked exhausted but immaculate in her violet velvet, holding a ledger in one hand and bouncing baby Magnus on her hip with the other. She placed a heavy report on Ragnar's desk. With Ragnar's return, she had resumed her position as the chief financial officer, CFO. And Spymaster, the Franks have doubled their investment, Jida said, her voice tight. Count Odo was impressed by the train, but the Pope was not. The church has declared a holy league against the Iron Demon. Ragnar picked up the report. Numbers. They are gathering in Calais, Jida explained, pointing to a map on the wall. Mercenaries from Burgundy, knights from Aquitaine, and a massive detachment of the Order of the Sacred Flame. They are forcefully conscripting peasants along the coast. At the rate they are acquiring assets, they will be able to field a division of between 20,000 and 25,000 men when they land in Kent. Jida paused, looking at the baby. Then back at her husband. That is double our current active duty roster, Ragnar. Unless we resort to pulling the franchise garrisons from the Midlands, we will be outnumbered 2-1. Ragnar contemplated Jida's risk assessment carefully. The Frankish crusade started with 10,000 men. Now they were projecting 25,000. By the time they crossed the Channel, they would be a tidal wave of steel and religious fervor. However, if he transferred men from the garrisons he stationed across the Midlands, he would be inviting the Saxon thanes to breach their contracts and start a rebellion, forcing him into a two-front war. He could never allow this to happen. The railways were too vulnerable to sabotage. There were two options on Ragnar's hands. Lure the enemy into Winchester, where he could use the city walls and urban warfare tactics. Confront them in a field battle while being heavily outnumbered. Such a battle would be massive and would undoubtedly result in a melee. Ragnar's greatest advantage was his range department, the ability to field repeating crossbows and torsion spikes in large numbers to wear down the enemy before they could close the distance. But there was another factor. If we hide behind walls, Ragnar murmured, tapping his pencil on the desk, they will tear up the tracks. They will melt the rails to make swords. I cannot allow the Grand Trunk line to be depreciated. He came to a decision and announced his plan to Jida. If we withdraw forces from the garrisons to increase our field army, the result would be a breach of local security. Therefore, I will confront the Frankish crusade in the field. We will meet them on the beaches of Kent. Though Jida feared this would be the option Ragnar would take, deep down, she knew he would never hide while someone touched his infrastructure. She merely sighed, shifting Magnus to her other hip. It is a high-risk strategy, Director. High risk, high yield, Ragnar corrected. I will increase the production of the Type 2 crossbows and the spicy mix grenades. I will seek to draw the enemy forces to an area where the terrain favors a defensive hold, and where I can lay a temporary rail line to supply the front. Ragnar stood up, walking over to the large map of England. He placed a finger on the coast of Kent. Inform the scouts to continue monitoring the shipping lanes. I want to know the moment their fleet leaves the harbor. And Jida, yes, Ragnar, tell Leif the Elder to modify the locomotive. We need to armor the boiler. If I am going to fight a crusade, I am going to bring the war train. Jida nodded her head in response and smiled, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Of course, Director, I will authorize the budget increase immediately. With that said, Jida left the office to manage the accounts. Ragnar returned to the pile of work on his hands. After returning to a mountain of paperwork, greatly missed the days of simple trench digging where he was free to yell at interns. Nevertheless, a director's work was never finished. England greatly needed agricultural, industrial, and economic reforms. As such, he quickly got back to signing executive orders that would one day transform this muddy island into the industrial engine of the world. But as he signed a decree standardizing the width of wagon axles, his mind drifted to the south. The Franks were coming. They were bringing knights, faith, and fury. In the newly renovated governor's office of Winchester, Princess Elfwin sat at a drafting table made of polished oak and reinforced steel. She was currently reading a memo in her hands which Ragnar had sent via the new Pony Express courier system. As usual, it expressed his approval of her quarterly efficiency reports, and of course, he included a blueprint for a new central heating system he wanted installed in the palace. The fact that Ragnar had promoted her to Chief Operations Officer, Ku, of the South greatly pleased the young woman. It meant that she was no longer just a princess to be married off for an alliance. She was a site manager. She had a budget. She had a stamp. Oh, she knew the directorate was destined for global market dominance. She had no idea that she would one day be considered the matriarch of modern architecture. As such, she was content with her current salary, and knew Ragnar was most likely dreadfully busy preparing the IPO, initial public offering, for the Frankish invasion. Elfwin was aware that the Holy League was gathering in Calais, but she had no worries about the immediate future. Ragnar was back in City Titan. The Iron Gear security forces were patrolling the streets, and the steam engine was hissing comfortably in the square. That was all that mattered to the young draftswoman. She had greatly desired to visit Titan to see the blast furnaces again. But in a time such as this, filled with Luddite saboteurs and angry priests, the rails to the north were strictly for military cargo. Thus, despite her protests, she was locked away in the office of Winchester under General Bjorn's orders to maintain the administrative workflow. As far as she was aware, General Bjorn had marched a detachment of cannopeneurs to the coast to inspect the beach defenses. The hostility in the south had entered a new stage of intensity as the church was outraged by the fact that their gold altars had been melted down to mint coins. Luckily for them, the bishop had been arrested before he could start a fire. To Elfwin, the war was inconsequential compared to the deadline for the heating ducts. Even if the Franks landed, Ragnar's mighty war train was essentially the ultimate gatekeeper. If Winchester were to ever come under siege, the director would surely steam to her rescue. After thinking about her situation, Elfwin dipped her quill to write a memo back to Ragnar, confirming the installation of the ducts and reporting a 15% increase in wool exports. She also expressed her desire to review the blueprints for the new water pump, but explained that local zoning disputes prevented her from leaving the desk. By the time she had finished writing it, the message was nothing more than a glowing status report that resembled a fan letter written by a disciple to her guru, to the director. Your vision for the sewage treatment plant is truly inspired, she murmured, blushing slightly at her own admiration for plumbing. However, shortly after finishing her report, Elfwin heard a heavy knock on her door which startled her. Her hand jerked, knocking the inkwell over. Black ink spilled across the pristine blueprint of the Winchester Central Station. No, the schematic. She was greatly displeased by this workplace accident, but had no way of reversing it. As such, she rapidly grabbed a rag to clean up the mess before storming over to the door with a pouting expression on her face. She opened the heavy oak door, prepared to reprimand a junior scribe for interrupting the workflow. After opening the door, Elfwin noticed her eldest sister standing in the doorway. Princess Ethelfled was roughly 5 years older than Elfwin and had long since been married to Ealdorman Ethelred of Mercia. In fact, the young woman known as the Iron Lady of Mercia had not been to Winchester in quite some time and was quite excited to inspect the new management. Ethelfled was not dressed in silk. She wore a tailored gray tunic over a chainmail shirt, with a sword belt hanging loosely at her hips. Seeing how much Elfwin had grown over the months of her internship, the tall and imposing woman that was Elfwin's older sister quickly grabbed a hold of the girl and squeezed her tightly with a wide, warrior's grin. Little Elfwin, you look efficient. Elfwin struggled to get out of her sister's grasp. Like the soft hugs of their mother, Ethelfled hugged like a bear trap. Elfwin nearly suffocated as her face was pressed against the cold chainmail links of her sister's shoulder. Sister, oxygen, supply, critical. Elfwin wheezed. It was only after Elfwin tapped out on her sister's arm that the formidable woman finally released her grasp. Afterward, Elfwin backed away, smoothing her ink-stained apron, and pouted. This quickly led to Ethelfled noticing the chaotic scene on the drafting table. She deduced that there was an ink-stained sheet of parchment, and when she noticed the flushed look on Elfwin's face, she quickly smiled sinisterly and began to tease her little sister. Elfwin, were you perhaps writing a petition to the director? I heard you have become quite the devoted employee. Elfwin's face quickly flushed with embarrassment as she immediately denied the allegations in the most obvious attempt to cover up her hero worship. Of course not, it is a quarterly projection report. Why would I write anything else? Seeing her little sister acting so sheepishly, Ethelfled licked her lips like a wolf gazing at a lost lamb and advanced closer to Elfwin, leaning against the doorframe with crossed arms. I heard he is terrifying, but also that he brings coffee. Do you mind if I inspect the merchandise? Ethelfled was not genuinely interested in Ragnar. Romantically. Despite this, Ethelfled could not resist the urge to tease Elfwin about her obsession with the Viking industrialist. Elfwin, of course, instantly fell into Ethelfled's trap and behaved exactly as the sly woman had expected. She pushed Ethelfled away and began yelling at her while throwing a little administrative tantrum. Absolutely not, you are being unprofessional. Why would you even suggest such a thing? The director is a married man. He is married to the Prime Minister. Seeing that Elfwin had reacted so adorably to her joke, Ethelfled went in for the kill. She just loved the flustered expression on Elfwin's face when her professionalism cracked. Why not? We are allies now. It is only natural to share resources. After all, I heard that Prime Minister Jida is busy in Titan with the baby. Clearly, the director needs a local assistant to handle his needs in the south. This touched on Elfwin's reverse scale. She admired Ragnar as the architect of the new world, and she respected Jida as the terrifying financial genius who signed her paychecks. The idea of being a mistress was inefficient and against company policy. Get out of my office, Ethelfled. I have no interest in having this conversation with you and your feudal mindset. We are running a business here, not a harem. Thus Elfwin struggled to push her eldest sister out of the room. Ethelfled allowed herself to be pushed, laughing heartily as she continued to tease Elfwin on her way out into the corridor. Oh, come on, just a peek at the ledger. You are disrupting the schedule. Is it true he has a steam whistle in his trousers? Get out. And with that last remark, Ethelfled was forced out of the office and the door was slammed behind her. While Elfwin was fuming inside her quarters, sitting with her back to the door and her face resting on her knees, clutching a slide rule for comfort, Ethelfled was smiling in excitement on the opposite side of the thick oak door. She has spirit, Ethelfled murmured to herself, adjusting her sword belt. She will need it. Ethelfled's expression sobered as she looked down the hallway, where a group of Iron Gear soldiers were jogging past, carrying crates of spicy mix grenades. She knew the Franks were coming. She had seen the reports from the coast. The Holy League was gathering a fleet that would make the Viking longships look like toys. Ethelfled knocked on the door one last time, her voice losing its teasing edge. "Elfwin, fix your blueprint and sharpen your quill. When the Franks land, we are going to need every ounce of that efficiency you love so much." There was a silence from inside the room, followed by the scratching of a pen. "I am already drafting the casualty projections, sister." Elfwin's muffled voice came through the door. "Now go away, I have a heating system to design." Ethelfled chuckled, shaking her head. The girl was truly lost to the cult of industry, but perhaps against the coming storm, that was exactly what Wessex needed. With a relatively stable peace encapsulating the soot-stained region of the Midlands following Ragnar's hostile audit, the young director took the time to establish the construction of several monuments since his return to City Titan. Each monument was crafted for different aspects of corporate propaganda. The first of these monuments to be constructed was intended to represent the personal vision and authority of Ragnar the director. The monument was constructed on a similar scale and design to that of the Statue of Liberty from America in Ragnar's previous life. But instead of holding a torch, it would hold something far more important. The monument was placed on a slag heap above the industrial district of City Titan, which overlooked the blast furnaces as an eternal foreman. The large statue was meticulously crafted out of riveted iron plates to represent Ragnar's philosophy of function over form. The statue itself was designed with Ragnar standing atop a massive gear. It was dressed in his signature Mark Roman III plate armor, but without the helmet, revealing his sharp, calculating features. In one hand, Ragnar held a rolled-up blueprint, pointing it towards the future. In the other hand, raised high above his head, was not a torch, but a steam hammer. The position of the statue, and especially that of the hammer, was a twofold statement. First and foremost, brandishing the tool of industry represented the triumph of mechanics over muscle. The second meaning behind it was a sign of resistance towards the church and its Luddite tendencies. The hammer looked ready to crush any superstition that dared to enter the factory floor. Nearly a month had passed since Ragnar returned from the south, and during that time, the construction of this grand monument was finished. When it was finally complete, Ragnar stood before the symbol and smiled. It was truly a magnificent piece of engineering, and showed that the level of welding capability of his people was beginning to advance to the era of the late 19th century. After all, Ragnar had inspired his people to take up the torch. However, he himself could never teach art, as he was woefully inept at aesthetics. He could at least create a society that allowed engineers and draftsmen to explore the depths of their talent. The fact that the statue didn't collapse under its own weight proved that he had made the right decision to spend a small portion of the R&D budget to subsidize the Department of Aesthetics. Standing next to Ragnar, gazing upon the magnificent display, was Jyda, who was holding their son Magnus in her hands. She wore a dress of gray silk that matched the smoggy sky, gazing between the immaculate facial features of her husband and that of his iron twin. "It looks sturdy," Jyda commented, shielding Magnus's eyes from the glare of the sun off the rivets. "But the nose is a bit sharp. It looks like it could cut glass." Ragnar's grin could not get any wider. For so long, this medieval world was devoid of any form of large-scale metalwork. Since the collapse of Rome, the art of the European world had regressed to stacking rocks. Yet, for the first time in centuries, a grand creation had taken place in England that was on par with the Eiffel Tower. He could not contain the excitement he had for the other monuments being constructed. If his personal statue turned out this well, then the memorial to the lost finger, dedicated to workplace safety, should be even more grandiose. After staring at his own statue, Ragnar finally responded to Jyda's critique with a nod. "It is aerodynamically efficient, Jyda. A sharp nose reduces wind resistance. Besides, I did not expect it to turn out so well. Truly, the welding talent I have fostered over the past few months has been worth the overtime pay." Ragnar was not exaggerating about taking some degree of credit for the project. After all, it was his blueprint that had come into reality, and without his nutrient brick rations, the artists of his territory would not have had the energy to lift the heavy plates. Though Ragnar lacked the ability to sculpt clay, his mind was filled with CAD drawings that could be explained to a proper blacksmith. Ragnar would never take full credit for the masterpiece. In his eyes, he supplied the raw materials and the deadline. The credit of such a magnificent monument, and the glory that came with it, was left entirely in the hands of the Ironworkers Union Local 1 who brought it into this world. The lead engineer of the statue walked over to Ragnar and noticed the director's wide grin. As such, he was greatly pleased to see that Ragnar enjoyed the piece. However, he still felt like asking if the structural integrity met the code. "I hope it is to your liking, Director. We used the new rivets you suggested." Ragnar immediately snapped back to reality after being entranced by the monument, went up to the project lead, and happily shook his soot-stained hand. "Edric, you and your team have really outdone yourselves. It is truly inspiring. This monument will stand as a testament to the tensile strength of our steel for centuries to come, or until we need to melt it down for a bigger project." Though the man named Edric knew that the statue was more related to Ragnar's personal branding and the authority of the Directorate, it was still great to hear such praise. In truth, this was not the only project Edric was working on. He was also overseeing the construction of the Fountain of Filtration in the town square, which doubled as a public water source and a monument to hygiene. "I am glad to hear that the director is pleased. I want to inform you that the fountain is fully plumbed and will be operational in a few days. The water pressure is fantastic. Due to the much larger scale of the fountain, Ragnar was pleased with the time frame. However, he did not have the time to enjoy the statue any longer. He was needed back in the office. Excellent, keep up the good work. I expect great things from you. However, I am needed elsewhere. Jida tells me the Franks are buying up all the wool in Calais, and I need to adjust the export tariffs. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors." With that said, Ragnar and Jida left the monument and enjoyed their stroll back to the governor's palace. He had a lot of work to do when he returned, and as such, he enjoyed the brief time he had with his family before he threw himself back into an endless pile of invoices. The Frankish crusade was rapidly gathering in Calais, and it would be crossing the channel shortly. At this point, Ragnar had at most 2 months before they arrived, and preparations needed to be made. As they walked, Jida shifted Magnus to her other hip. "Ragnar," she said quietly, "Queen Edba tells me the church is preaching that your statue is an idol to a metal god. They say you plan to bring the statue to life with steam." Ragnar laughed, a sound that startled a passing pigeon. "Let them talk, Jida. Superstition is free advertising. If they think I can animate a statue, maybe they will think twice about attacking my trains." He looked back at the iron giant looming over the city. "Besides," Ragnar whispered, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous idea, "automating a statue. Now that would be a project for Q4. Jida rolled her eyes. "Let's defeat the French first." Armada, bearing the crimson sails of the Order of the Sacred Flame, anchored off the coast of Kent. The Frankish Holy League had finally arrived. England, after making their landing at the port town of Sandwich and seizing the docks, the army prepared to advance inland towards Canterbury, where they intended to purge Ragnar's iron demon from the face of the earth. Or at least, that was the mission statement. Currently, the Holy League was engaging in a vigorous campaign of asset seizure. Grandmaster Roland rode through the muddy streets on a white charger draped in velvet. The Teutonic efficiency of the reference was replaced here by Frankish arrogance. They were conscripting men, yes, but they were far more interested in confiscating heretical contraband. In the middle of the market square, a scene displayed itself as a teenage apprentice was dragged away from his master's smithy. The boy wasn't being drafted, he was being accused of possessing devil's metal. The blacksmith begged with tears in his eyes to the knights who were ransacking his shop. "Please, my lords, that is not sorcery. It is just a high-carbon steel plowshare. It cuts the earth better." For all his effort, the blacksmith was only rewarded with a gauntleted backhand to the face, dropping him to his knees as he spat blood into the mud. Across this town and every coastal village, the Holy League had come across similar scenes. The ruthlessness of Grandmaster Roland knew no bounds. They were willing to burn the livelihood of anyone who had purchased goods from the Directorate. Oh, this village was different than the ones in France. As the cruelty of the Crusaders was displayed for the villagers to see, some of them began to gather. The townsfolk of Sandwich had spent the last 2 months enjoying the benefits of Ragnar's trade network. They had cheap wool, sturdy tools, and salt that didn't taste like rocks. The townsfolk quickly formed a mob that began to berate the Frankish soldiers, who were smashing their new, efficient tools. What started as a fearful observation quickly resulted in a full-scale consumer complaint. The townsfolk began to push and shove the soldiers, throwing rotten fish and mud in their direction. Things were beginning to spiral out of control when Grandmaster Roland arrived. Seeing the lowly English peasants dare to defy the flower of Frankish chivalry, Roland signaled his bodyguards to halt. He removed his helmet, revealing a handsome, albeit sneering, face framed by golden curls. The solution to this problem was simple. He would preach how it was the will of heaven for the men of this village to reject the soulless efficiency of the Northmen. Ragnar's industrial revolution had already begun to spread rapidly. Words of the steam engine had reached the continent and had been taken as a sign of the end times. However, Roland was more concerned with securing glory for his house than he was with the theological implications of steam pressure. As such, he took a diplomatic approach and steered his horse toward the angry mob, attempting to placate them with a sermon on tradition. Citizens of Sandwich, I understand your confusion, but our order is on a mission from the church itself. We require you to purge these unnatural objects, this stamped steel, these tinned meats. They are the bait of the devil, designed to make you slothful. Only by returning to the honest toil of the past can your souls be saved from the iron demon. Roland did not know that many of the townsfolk were what would later be called satisfied customers. They held Ragnar's products in high regard. As such, a courageous young man stood before the crowd and began to defend the directorate in front of the Holy League. Who are you to call the director a demon? The young man shouted, holding up a gray wool tunic. Look at this weave. It is tighter than anything your looms produce, and it costs half the price. Before the Northmen came, we froze in winter. Now we have standardized thermal wear. As the man spoke, the entirety of the mob began to agree with him. They murmured and nodded, chastising the Franks for their economic ignorance. If anything, they were even more outraged now that they knew the intentions of this army were to drag them back to the expensive, inefficient past. He speaks the truth, a woman cried out. My husband works on the railway, he gets dental benefits. What does your king give us? Pox and taxes. The Vikings brought us the pump, another shouted. We have clean water, you bring us nothing but shiny horses. Quickly, things got out of hand and Roland was not handling it well. Hearing the villagers take the side of a pagan industrialist enraged him to his very core. How could Ragnar's influence reach so far that these filth-covered peasants were willing to defy the authority of a grandmaster over the price of wool? This was outrageous. As Roland was fuming with anger, the blacksmith's apprentice, the boy who had been dragged out earlier, broke free from the guards. He wasn't trying to escape. He ran back to the pile of confiscated goods and grabbed a small, shiny object. It was a wind-up toy soldier, a simple clockwork mechanism Ragnar had mass-produced to win over the children of the South. The boy wound the key and set it on the cobblestones. Click-whir-click. The little tin soldier marched forward, right toward Roland's horse. The horse, spooked by the mechanical noise, reared up. Roland nearly fell from his saddle, his dignity shattered. Get away, you Luddites, the boy shouted. Even a toy has more spirit than you. With this action, something snapped in Roland's mind. The sight of the mechanical toy was the ultimate heresy. He instinctively gripped the hilt of his jeweled sword. In a smooth, practiced motion, he leaned down and swung the blade. He didn't aim for the boy, he aimed for the toy. The heavy steel blade smashed the tin soldier into scrap metal, but the follow-through of the swing caught the boy across the chest. The boy gasped, collapsing into the mud, clutching a wound that bubbled with blood. The crowd fell into a horrified silence. The tick-tock of the broken toy sputtered and died. A loud shriek filled the air, belonging to the blacksmith, who witnessed his apprentice cut down for a clockwork trinket. Horrified and enraged by Roland's actions, the mob quickly clashed with the soldiers of the Holy League. They were no longer thinking rationally about market values. They had decided in the heat of the moment to enact justice on these heavily armored tyrants. Murderer, they kill children for toys. Get the pitchforks. No, get the Ragnar pattern heavy wrenches. Seeing that the mob had taken up arms against him, Roland sneered in disdain. He wiped the blood from his blade on the white fur of his horse's mane. He raised his voice above the crowd's shouts, giving the order to the men under his command. This village is corrupted by the machine. They value gears over blood. Purge them all, burn the warehouses, melt it all down. God wills it. Despite witnessing their grandmaster kill a child over a toy, not a single one of the fanatic soldiers of the sacred flame cared. For in their minds the boy was infected by the mechanical plague and deserved his fate. Instead, they all lowered their lances and drew their swords. They began to massacre the townsfolk. Purge the iron, the knights screamed. The scene was brutal. The Franks didn't just kill, they destroyed property with a religious fervor. They smashed the new water pumps. They burned the crates of standardized wool. They dragged the nutrient bricks into the street and stomped on them. The population of Sandwich was decimated, their town was burned to the ground, and the smoke rose high into the gray sky. A black signal fire visible for miles. By morning, there would not be a single soul left alive within the confines of the once bustling port. Only blood, ash, and the twisted remains of cheap, efficient steel would remain. But Roland had made a mistake. One survivor saw the smoke. He saw the banners. He didn't run to the local lord. He didn't run to the church. He ran to the telegraph station Ragnar had secretly installed in the lighthouse. It wasn't an electric telegraph but an optical semaphore system, mirrors and shutters. The fisherman climbed the tower, trembling. He looked north toward the relay station on the cliffs of Dover. He began to flash the signal. ... Enemy, landed, market, crash, send, train. The message flashed across the Channel waters, relaying from tower to tower, speeding toward Winchester and from there along the tracks to the north. In front of Ragnar was a small settlement within the borders of the newly acquired Winchester Logistics Zone. It was one of the many small villages throughout Wessex that had been rezoned. Around this village, which housed a few hundred probationary employees, formerly serfs, were not wooden palisades, but low, angled earthworks reinforced with railway ties and red brick. Throughout his audit of England, Princess Elfwin did not disappoint the Directorate. As the newly appointed Chief Operations Officer of the South, she had overseen the conversion of these feudal hamlets into station towns, and after many weeks, the prototype was complete. The value of these logistical hubs could not be underestimated. After all, information traveled faster than knights. Beside Ragnar was the young architect herself. Elfwin held a waterproofed clipboard, gazing at the structure with a proud, albeit nervous, gleam in her eyes. As such, she could not prevent herself from commenting on the efficiency of such a small and seemingly insignificant depot. It is symmetrical, is it not, Director? Ragnar nodded with approval as he took in the sight of the structure. While the village itself was protected by the earthworks, which a platoon of iron gear marksmen garrisoned, the agricultural fields were organized into perfect grids outside the walls, creating a beautiful scene of maximized crop yield. Symmetry is the mother of speed, Elfwin. Ragnar corrected gently, adjusting his conductor's cap. But yes, it is magnificent. Ragnar's ambitions did not end with City Titan. He intended to construct these station towns along every mile of the Grand Trunk Line, forming the muddy countryside into the spine of his future iron empire. The expense would be astronomical, but with the assets he had seized from the church and the plethora of coal deposits he had surveyed, he could afford to build it. Ragnar rode into the town. It was a small agricultural town, yet its layout made it seem like a military base disguised as a farm. The locals peacefully coexisted with the Viking security force tasked with defending them, oftentimes offering them warm bread and pickled eggs as they stood guard near the water tower. When the local villagers noticed that the man stepping off the handcar was the Iron Director himself, they instantly cleared a path for him. Many young women began to gossip among themselves as they witnessed the sharp, clean-shaven appearance of the infamous Ragnar. Among the population of the South, Ragnar had become quite the legend. His hostile takeover and defiance of the corrupt Bishop Heatmund had begun being spread by company newsletters, town criers paid by the Directorate. Though these reports greatly exaggerated his height and the shininess of his teeth, they quickly captured the imagination of the common populace, acting as a source of motivation to meet their quotas. However, despite the good light in which he was depicted in the quarterly reports, few were bold enough to approach Ragnar. He was a man of great importance and deadlines, and to delay him would surely mean a performance review, or so they believed. Ragnar noticed this trend, and for the first time, began to realize that a sense of brand loyalty had been fostered among his workforce. Still, it existed alongside an intense feeling of anxiety regarding his torsion spikes. The two emotions co-existed perfectly to create a harmonious balance within the minds of his employees. To be both feared and efficient was a balance few CEOs had ever achieved in life. After reaching the town depot, Ragnar walked over to the local shift supervisor, a wizened Saxon elder named Wulfric, who wore a gray armband over his tunic. "Director," Wulfric straightened up, saluting with a shovel. "The drainage ditches are digging at 110% capacity." Ragnar smiled, handing the old man a tin of snuff. "Excellent work, Wulfric. But tell me, how is the morale regarding the Frankish news?" Wulfric's face darkened. The people are angry, director. We heard about the boy in Sandwich, killed for a toy. They say the Franks hate our machines. They do, Ragnar confirmed, his voice loud enough for the nearby workers to hear. They hate that you have warm houses. They hate that you have clean water. They want to drag you back to the mud. Ragnar looked around the environment. Despite having a garrison of only 50 men and a single spicy mix mortar, the earthworks were designed so that such a small force could create a kill zone for any charging knights. Though it might take years to pave the whole island, one day England would be filled with such fortifications, making it virtually impossible for the backward armies of the continent to devalue Ragnar's assets. Ragnar knew that the more territory he acquired, the more he would have to spend time and effort introducing his standard operating procedures. In his lifetime, he would be lucky to industrialize the entirety of the British Isles. In fact, the likelihood was that he would leave behind a legacy of steam for his son Magnus to inherit. Nevertheless, Ragnar would make sure that in this life, he would unite the tribes into a single market and conquer enough market share to secure Viking hegemony for centuries to come. As Ragnar gazed upon this beautiful, grid-patterned town, which was just one of many along the line, he realized something. It may not have seemed like a fortress, but the logistics that surrounded this village were stronger than stone. Elfwin, Ragnar said, breaking his silence. Yes, director, the princess looked up from her clipboard. I want more villages like this, but I want them upgraded. Ragnar pointed to the gentle slope of the earthworks. The Franks are bringing heavy cavalry. Their horses are strong, but they are arrogant. They will charge in a straight line. Ragnar walked over to a stack of railway ties. I want bunker pattern beta implemented immediately. Dig the cellars deeper. Reinforce the roofs with iron beams, and facing the south. Ragnar mimed a firing slit with his hands. I want ports for the standardized crossbows. I want every farmhouse to be a pillbox. I want every barn to be a trap. Elfwin looked at Ragnar as if he was a madman. The expense to retrofit every station like this was no minor sum. To build these across the southern coast would easily cost a fortune in iron and labor. Director, she stammered, the budget. We are already stretching the coal reserves. To turn every farm into a fortress, it will cost us the entire Q3 profit margin. Nevertheless, Ragnar was adamant. He had seen the smoke rising from Sandwich in his mind's eye. This war was bound to be brutal, and where there is war, there is a need for asset protection. With the new blast furnaces in Winchester nearing completion, Ragnar would have doubled the steel production and could supply all the franchise garrisons with the girders necessary to withstand a crusade. Elfwin, Ragnar said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. Grandmaster Roland killed a child because he played with a clockwork toy. Ragnar looked south toward the coast where the enemy was gathering. I do not care about the profit margin for Q3. I care about making the Franks pay a late fee written in blood. Just make sure you do not cut any corners on the structural integrity. After seeing the daring expression in Ragnar's eye, Elfwin gulped the saliva which had accumulated in her mouth. She clutched her clipboard tighter. Your Excellency, I will draft the blueprints immediately. We will turn the coast into a wall of iron. Good, Ragnar nodded. And Elfwin? Yes. Install the steam cooker traps in the ditches. I want the Frankish horses to have a warm welcome. With this, Ragnar's plans to transform the entirety of the southern coast into an impenetrable industrial meat grinder had begun. Though it would take weeks of sleepless nights and double shifts to complete, by the end of this ambitious initiative, the people of Wessex would live in the most defensible real estate in the world. Ragnar climbed back onto the handcar. Mush, he ordered the interns. To the next station, we have a crusade to bankrupt. A man with a neatly trimmed beard dyed with henna and eyes, as sharp as polished obsidian, sat within the confines of his teak wood carriage. He was in his early 30s and possessed an air of sophistication that made the rough-spun tunics of the Northmen look like rags. He wore robes of the finest Cordoban silk, embroidered with geometric patterns of gold, thread a style common among the elite of the Caliphate of Al-Andalus. Even though the Frankish realm was currently gathering a crusade to the south, he had traveled across the stormy Atlantic and the North Sea in a swift dhow to gain an audience with the man known as Ragnar the Director. Ragnar had long since made use of the trade networks to acquire spices and mathematical texts from the Arabs to fulfill the demands of his R&D department. However, his name was usually whispered with fear rather than respect in the sun-drenched courts of the south. After all, even now as a self-proclaimed director, He was seen as a barbarian who had merely stumbled upon a few clever tricks. His most well-known quality was being declared the Iron Demon by the Pope. Though the Caliphate of Cordoba was a rival to the Catholic kingdoms, they usually viewed the Vikings as pests. Yet, the man in the carriage did not care about such details. Instead, he had a joint venture proposal for Ragnar that he believed the Viking industrialist could not refuse. The man arriving in City Titan shortly was a powerful vizier named al-Hakam. He was a scholar general, a man who had studied the stars in the great libraries of Toledo and led cavalry charges against the Christian kingdoms of Spain. He appreciated science, he appreciated algebra, and he had heard rumors that a Northman was using geometry to kill Franks. If Ragnar knew a powerful vizier of Al-Andalus was coming to meet him, he might have prepared a spreadsheet. After all, such a potential investor was rare. Yet, al-Hakam decided to show up unannounced to test Ragnar and his system. A foreign dignitary entering a sovereign territory without a visa was a sign of disrespect, and this was not unknown to the vizier. However, when al-Hakam laid his eyes on the brutalist defenses of City Titan, he could not help but be stunned. He had expected wooden palisades, he had expected mud. Instead, he saw the smog shield. A thick gray layer of coal smoke hung over the city, pumped out by the blast furnaces. To a modern eye, it was pollution. To al-Hakam, it was the breath of a sleeping dragon, and the walls, they were not stone. They were a strange, gray rock that had been poured like water and hardened into stone, concrete. After arriving at the checkpoint of the city's main gate, al-Hakam noticed the garrison. They were all wearing standardized Mark Roman III plate armor, stamped with serial numbers. They didn't carry spears. They carried heavy crossbows and possessed a terrifying uniformity. "Halt," a guard said, holding up a hand clad in steel. "Present your identification and purpose of visit." Al-Hakam's translator, a nervous merchant from Francia, spoke up. "This is the Vizier al-Hakam of Cordoba. He demands entry." The guard didn't bow, he didn't cower. He pulled a clipboard from his belt. "Does he have a scheduled appointment with the Directorate?" Al-Hakam blinked. He was used to fear. He was used to awe. He was not used to administrative bureaucracy. "I am a vizier," Al-Hakam said in perfect Latin, leaning out of the window. "I do not make appointments. I make history." The guard looked at the vizier, then at the clipboard, then back at the vizier. He sighed, the sound echoing inside his helmet. "Walk-in client. Very well, we will need to process a guest pass. Please surrender your weapons and any flammable liquids." Al-Hakam was intrigued. The discipline was absolute. He handed over his decorative scimitar to the guard, who tagged it with a paper ticket and handed him a stub. "Claim check," the guard grunted. "Don't lose it or you fill out Form 44B. As the carriage rolled into City Titan, Al-Hakam looked out the window. The streets were paved. Not with cobblestones, but with flat slabs. Gas lamps hissed on the corners, fighting the gloom of the smog. It was ugly, it was loud, it smelled of sulfur and unwashed bodies. Massive gears turned in the distance. Steam whistles screamed like banshees. Carts moved without horses on iron rails. It was no longer a Viking settlement, it was a machine. Despite being repulsed by the lack of gardens and poetry, the vizier made his way towards the governor's palace. He stepped out of the carriage. He expected a herald. He expected a red carpet. Instead, he was stopped by a receptionist's desk in the lobby. "I am Vizier al-Hakam," he announced, his voice echoing in the utilitarian hall. "I have come to discuss the Frankish problem with your director." The receptionist, a young Saxon woman with ink-stained fingers, looked up from her ledger. "The director is currently in a deep work session," she said automatically. "He is not taking unsolicited vendors." Al-Hakam's eyes narrowed. "I am not a vendor. I am a representative of the most advanced civilization on earth." The receptionist hesitated. She saw the gold thread on his robes. She saw the intelligence in his eyes. And she knew that Ragnar was currently looking for investors to fund the coastal defense. "I will ping him," she said uncertainly. She pulled a string that rang a bell deep within the complex. After a few moments, a hulking figure appeared. It was General Bjorn wearing his COO sash. He looked at the Arab dignitary, assessed the threat level, and grunted. "The director will see you," Bjorn said. "But he has 5 minutes before the shift change. Follow me, and don't touch the walls. The paint is wet." Al-Hakam followed the giant Viking through corridors that buzzed with activity. Scribes ran past with blueprints. Engineers argued over tensile strength. It felt less like a court and more like a beehive. Finally, they reached a set of double iron doors. Stenciled on the front were the words, "Office of the Director." Bjorn pushed the doors open. Al-Hakam witnessed Ragnar sitting behind a desk that was large enough to sleep on. The desk was covered in maps, coal samples, and disassembled clockwork mechanisms. Ragnar was not wearing a crown. He was wearing a tailored gray tunic with the sleeves rolled up, revealing arms scarred from welding sparks. He had a pair of magnifying spectacles perched on his nose. While sitting in his swivel chair, a recent invention, Ragnar exuded a sense of manic energy. He didn't look up immediately. He was fiddling with a small brass gear. "The tolerance is off by 2 millimeters, Ragnar muttered to himself. Leif needs to recalibrate the lathe. Al-Hakam stood there, silent, stretching. He was a vizier, he commanded armies, he had debated philosophy with the greatest minds of the East, and he was being ignored for a gear. Al-Hakam cleared his throat. Ragnar froze. He slowly looked up, peering over the rim of his spectacles, his blue eyes locked onto Al-Hakam's dark ones. There was no fear, only calculation. "Who are you?" Ragnar asked, his voice flat. "And why are you interrupting my R&D time?" Ragnar was quite perturbed. He had been trying to solve the issue of the steam cooker pressure valves for the coastal defense. His office was his sanctuary. Despite his minor irritation, he could immediately tell by the silk and the way the man held himself that he was someone of great importance. Yet he had arrived without a calendar invite. Seeing how Ragnar reacted, Al-Hakam was quite shocked. The barbarian gazed upon him as if he was a distraction. This was refreshing. "I am Vizier Al-Hakam of Cordoba," the Arab announced, stepping forward. "I have traveled from the lands of algebra and alchemy. I see you're attempting to build a steam engine. Your compression ratio is wrong." Ragnar sat up straighter. The word compression ratio was not something he expected to hear in the 9th century. "Is it?" Ragnar challenged, leaning back. "And I suppose you have a better formula." "I do," Al-Hakam smiled thinly. "And I also have information regarding the Frankish fleet. They sail in 3 days, they have Greek fire." Ragnar's eyes narrowed. Greek fire, napalm, that was a proprietary technology he didn't have yet. "I am intrigued," Ragnar admitted, dropping the gear onto the desk. "However, I am currently reviewing the cafeteria budget, if you want to talk thermodynamics and war." Ragnar pulled a pocket watch from his vest. He clicked it open. "You can wait in the lobby. I have a 2:00 p.m. meeting with my wife regarding the diaper supply. Come back in 30 minutes. Ragnar decided to snub the man. It was a power move. If he accepted this unannounced visit immediately, he looked desperate. If he made the man wait, he looked busy. And in business, busy meant successful. Though Al-Hakam wanted to protest to draw his scimitar, if he had one, he looked at the pocket watch. It was a mechanism of exquisite complexity, far smaller than anything in Cordoba. The barbarian had miniaturized time. Al-Hakam laughed. It was a genuine, delighted sound. 30 minutes, Al-Hakam nodded respectfully. "I will inspect your blast furnace while I wait. Do not be late, Director. The Franks will not wait for your diaper meeting." Al-Hakam turned and swept out of the room, his silk robes rustling against the concrete floor. As the doors closed, Ragnar let out a breath he had been holding. He looked at Bjorn. "Bjorn," Ragnar whispered, "did you hear that? They have Greek fire. Is that bad, Director?" "It's liquid fire that burns on water," Ragnar said, a manic grin spreading across his face. "It's terrible. We need to steal it." Ragnar grabbed a fresh sheet of paper. "Cancel the diaper meeting. Get Leif. I think we just found our Series B investor." Outside the office, Al-Hakam walked through the bustling corridor. A wide grin appeared across the man's face as he looked at the flickering gas lamps. "He made me wait," Al-Hakam mused, admiring the audacity. "Well played, Northman, well played." Throughout the next couple of days, Vizier Al-Hakam spent his time wandering through the designated guest zones of City Titan, learning about its terrifying efficiency. To think that less than 2 years ago, Northumbria was a land of mud huts and sheep. Though many regions of the city were still undergoing active development, a polite term for open construction pits, the fact that the streets were paved with flat stone slabs and illuminated by hissing gas lamps was astonishing to a scholar like Al-Hakam. The city's overall layout was constructed in a way that not only took defense into mind, but also optimized traffic flow. By far, the industrial sector was the largest of these districts, pumping a constant, rhythmic heartbeat of steam and pistons into the gray sky. Al-Hakam paused by a street corner, watching a team of sanitation engineers, street sweepers, moving in perfect unison. "It is a clock," Al-Hakam murmured, stroking his henna-dyed beard. "He has turned a city into a clock mechanism, though the blast furnaces were largely closed off to visitors." led Al-Hakam to believe that there was most definitely a massive metal output created in this frozen wasteland. In Cordoba, they forged steel with art and poetry. Here, it seemed they forged it with hate and mathematics. Al-Hakam had initially come to City Titan to secure an alliance against the Franks, after all. Caliphate and the Vikings shared a mutual enemy in the Carolingian Empire. However, seeing how uniform Ragnar's garrison was, Al-Hakam believed he might be able to import a great deal of standardized parts into Al-Andalus. He had no way of knowing that the crossbows the Iron Gear soldiers carried were made with interchangeable triggers. After the allotted waiting period, the Andalusian nobleman returned to the governor's palace and once more stood before the heavy iron doors. General Bjorn opened them, grunting, "The director is open for business." Al-Hakam entered. Ragnar was the first to make conversation. "I am Director Ragnar. You are here in my headquarters and have arrived without a calendar invite. Be grateful for my schedule flexibility, for I have granted you an audience despite the backlog of paperwork you have caused me." Just because Al-Hakam was a man with a position similar to a prime minister of the greatest empire on earth did not mean that Ragnar would back down. As such, he decided to emphasize that this meeting was solely due to his curiosity regarding napalm. However, Al-Hakam did not seem fazed by Ragnar's posturing. He smoothed his silk robes and reintroduced himself with a great deal of sophisticated confidence. "I am Vizier Al-Hakam. I have traveled a great distance to establish a joint venture with your firm. I know that you have a great desire for naphtha, and I have the alchemical formulas that you lack. I promise you that if you make me your exclusive partner in this regard, I will provide the chemical composition and the distillation process. I have even brought a sample vial for you to audit." Ragnar smiled upon hearing the news that the other party had the formula. Acquiring Greek fire for his coastal defense was becoming critical. The spicy mix, gunpowder, was good for explosions, but for burning Frankish ships on the water, he needed something stickier. As such, he was more than happy to negotiate a contract. Thus Ragnar got up from his massive desk and walked down the steps from the raised platform, standing face to face with the vizier. Ragnar was quite a deal taller than Al-Hakam, and his broad shoulders contrasted sharply with the slender, ink-stained hands of the scholar. After arriving before the man, Ragnar began to negotiate as he paced around Al-Hakam, looking like a shark circling a very expensive boat. "Assuming you can fulfill your words and satisfy the safety regulations required for chemical warfare, I will be willing to deal exclusively with you under the conditions that I receive the formula for quicklime as a signing bonus. However," Ragnar paused, picking up a heavy iron paperweight. "I would very much like to know what you want in return. Information is not free, and neither is shipping." To Ragnar, this was a standard procurement inquiry. However, what surprised him was that Al-Hakam immediately stated his price, and it wasn't gold. "I do not want gold, Director. The Caliphate has mountains of gold. I want crucible steel. But not just any steel, I want the steel you use for your rails." Al-Hakam pointed to the window where the distant clack-clack of a mine cart could be heard. "I walked your city, Director. I saw your carts, the wheels, they do not break, the axles do not bend. In Cordoba, we forge swords that can cut a silk scarf in mid-air, but it takes a master smith a month to make one. You pave the earth with metal that is stronger than our best blades. I want to know how." Ragnar's eyes narrowed. "The Bessemer process." Vizier wanted the secret to mass production. "That is proprietary technology," Ragnar warned. "Intellectual property is the lifeblood of the Directorate, and the Frankish fleet sails in 2 days, Al-Hakam countered smoothly. "Without the naphtha, your metal rails will belong to Grandmaster Roland. Is a trade secret worth losing the monopoly?" Ragnar smiled. It was a cold, sharp expression. He liked this man. He negotiated like a wolf. "Acceptable terms," Ragnar decided. "If you give me the fire, I will give you the steel, but not the blueprint for the converter. I will sell you the ingots. You can forge them however you like, if the quality matches my estimation." Al-Hakam nodded. "We have a deal. But I must see the foundry." Thus Ragnar motioned for General Bjorn and a squad of Iron Gear guards to follow him and Al-Hakam into the city below. They walked out of the palace and into the smog-choked streets. As they walked, the citizens of Titan stopped to stare. There were many rumors to be made about a man dressed in golden silk walking next to the Iron Director. "Is that a new investor?" a soot-covered worker whispered. "Look at his clothes," another grunted. "He looks like he's never shoveled coal in his life." Ragnar was well accustomed to such chatter. It was a common occurrence for the locals to gossip about potential mergers. Eventually, Al-Hakam and Ragnar reached Sector 7, the heart of the industrial district. Ragnar pulled a lever, opening the heavy blast doors. The heat hit them like a physical blow. Inside, massive crucibles of molten iron were being poured by overhead cranes, operated by hand cranks and pulleys, but impressive nonetheless. Sparks flew like indoor fireworks. "Behold," Ragnar announced, his voice booming over the roar of the bellows. "The Bessemer light converter. It removes impurities through oxidation. It turns brittle iron into flexible steel, and we do it by the ton." Al-Hakam stared. In Al-Andalus, a smith worked with a small hammer and a small fire. Your men moved metal in buckets the size of ox carts. "It is industrial," Al-Hakam whispered, in his voice. "It lacks soul, but it possesses infinite power." Ragnar walked over to a cooling rack and picked up a raw ingot with a pair of long tongs. He dropped it onto an anvil. "Test it," Ragnar offered, handing Al-Hakam a hammer. Al-Hakam took the hammer. He struck the ingot. It rang with a clear, high-pitched bell tone. He struck it again. No dent, no crack. "Incredible," Al-Hakam admitted. "If I had 10,000 of these ingots, I could equip every Mamluk in the Caliphate with armor that pierces arrows." "I can supply 10,000 a month," Ragnar lied. "My shipping fleet can deliver it to Cadiz, as long as the naphtha arrives in Dover before the Franks do." Al-Hakam was instantly happy with this news. Finally, he could modernize the Caliphate's army without relying on the slow, artistic, temperamental nature of his local guilds. "I can supply the naphtha," Al-Hakam promised. "I have a ship in the harbor. The barrels are marked as olive oil to avoid customs, but they are full of the black fluid." Ragnar was instantly relieved. With the Greek fire, he could turn the English Channel into a deep fryer for the Frankish knights. "Excellent," Ragnar grinned. "Then we have a memorandum of understanding." Ragnar extended his hand. Al-Hakam shook it. The grip was firm, one hand calloused by labor, the other stained with ink. "How about you stay in the guest dormitory for dinner tonight?" Ragnar offered, checking his pocket watch. "It is Tuesday. That means it is Taco Tuesday in the cafeteria. We have successfully reverse-engineered the tortilla using flatbread." Al-Hakam blinked. "Taco, a highly efficient food delivery system," Ragnar explained. "Edible packaging, you will love it." After hearing the director's offer, Al-Hakam nodded his head in agreement. After all, the more friendly he became with Ragnar, the more likely he could figure out how the steam engine worked. As such, the barrels of olive oil were offloaded at the docks and rushed to the chemical engineering department. Helga's brewery, repurposed. Gold and steel exchanged hands between the vizier and the director. Unknowingly, this trade agreement would have important effects on the future of this world. The Franks was sailing into a trap, and the alliance between the Iron Empire and the Caliphate was about to change the heat map of Europe. "By the way," Ragnar asked as they walked back toward the smell of cafeteria meat, "this Greek fire, does it work if I pump it through a steam-pressured hose?" Al-Hakam stopped walking. He looked at Ragnar with a mixture of horror and scientific curiosity. "You mean a flamethrower?" "I mean a thermal asset liquidator," Ragnar corrected. Al-Hakam smiled. "Director, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership." A modest yet efficient feast was held within the confines of the Titan Central Cafeteria. Sitting at the head of the stainless steel table was Ragnar, and by his side was Jida, looking as sharp as a freshly forged blade in her business-casual silk. At the table near Jida's position was Queen Eadbar, who had surprisingly adapted well to the corporate lifestyle. The only other people present at the table were Vizier Al-Hakam and a variety of Andalusian scholars and merchants who traveled with his diplomatic mission. These men were allowed to dine at the table this night as a show of strategic partnership to the Caliphate. Ragnar was quite pleased that Al-Andalus maintained significant scientific advancement in this timeline. In contrast to the stagnant Franks, the Arabs understood algebra, which made discussing supply chain logistics much easier than dealing with a feudal lord who counted on his fingers. Even though the Andalusians were Muslim, they were much more amicable in this world to the pragmatic Vikings than they were in their previous life's history books, largely because Ragnar didn't care who they prayed to as long as their gold was 24 karat. For the rest of the medieval world, this open-mindedness was uncommon, to say the least. Al-Hakam and the merchants were dining on a variety of fusion cuisine, which Ragnar had introduced into City Titan. The Andalusians were far more culturally advanced than their northern counterparts due to their preservation of Greek and Roman texts. Because of this, They were quite shocked that such a high level of culinary innovation was available in a frozen wasteland like Northumbria. Seeing the satisfied expression on Al-Hakam's face as he bit into a flatbread folded around seasoned mutton and pickled cabbage, Ragnar could not prevent himself from asking about the man's opinion. "So, Vizier, what do you think about the portable nutrition delivery system?" After being asked such a question, Al-Hakam slowly chewed on the food, savoring the spice blend before washing it down with a glass of filtered water. Since Ragnar first established his water treatment plant, the incidence of dysentery had dropped by 90%. It was apparent by the look on the Andalusian nobleman's face that he was not the only one who enjoyed the efficiency of eating with one hand. It was only after several moments had passed and Al-Hakam had time to wipe the sauce from his beard that he was able to answer Ragnar's question. "Truly, it is ingenious. I have not had such a practical meal in years. The structural integrity of the bread holds the meat perfectly. It is like edible architecture." Growing up in a globalized world from his previous life, Ragnar was quite accustomed to convenience food. He was a big fan of street tacos from a truck near his old construction site in Ohio. As such, his mouth salivated thinking about adding hot sauce. Ragnar had once experimented with fermenting fish sauce to mimic umami, and while his Vikings loved it, the Saxons thought he was trying to poison them. Thinking about such memories, Ragnar could not wait for the point where he acquired some coastal territory in the Mediterranean to build a great fleet that could sail across the world and acquire the chili peppers necessary to recreate actual hot sauce. However, he was stuck in a landlocked trade war with the Franks for now. Unless he burned their fleet with Greek fire, he would not be able to acquire such valuable commodities. Both of those options took time to prepare for. Al-Hakam had his eyes on Jida for quite some time now. After all, she was a terrifyingly competent woman who had negotiated the wool tariffs without blinking. As such, he could not stop himself from praising her. "Director, your Prime Minister is among the most formidable intellects I have ever encountered. You are a prudent man to have partnered with her." Hearing herself be referred to as a partner, Jida smiled as she shifted her attention to the spreadsheet next to her plate. Ragnar chuckled at Al-Hakam's comment. However, he did not intend to spoil Jida's reputation as a ruthless negotiator, and as such, did not clarify that she was also his wife. "Jida is the architect of our fiscal policy and the mother of my successor. As you say, I am truly a prudent investor to have her on the board." Seeing as how Ragnar respected her professional title, Jida decided to play the part of a dutiful CFO and made her stance clear. "The director is the only visionary I will ever follow. It is I who am grateful to be afforded the privilege to manage his assets." Seeing the genuine respect on the exquisite young woman's face, Al-Hakam mistook them for a purely platonic business partnership and decided to shift the topic to something more important. "Director, I do not intend to be rude, so forgive me if I am out of place. But I noticed a great deal of smoke rising from Sector 7. I have also noticed your men are all equipped in standardized plate armor. If you could humor my curiosity, just how much metal is produced in this city?" With this question being raised, Ragnar chuckled once more, though this time it was a bit more noticeable. Such Al-Hakam frowned before asking Ragnar, "What is so funny?" A proud, shark-like smile appeared on Ragnar's face as he began to correct the man. "It is not iron in which my army is equipped with, Vizier, but steel. My industrial sector produces a massive output of crucible steel every month. The exact tonnage would violate my non-disclosure agreements. Let's just say that I have more steel than I know what to do with at the moment." This was not an exaggeration in the slightest. With the new coal mines in the Midlands and the Bessemer light converters running 24/7, Ragnar was producing thousands of tons of steel every month, despite using the steel in his many construction projects, which ranged from building railways, bridges, water pumps, etc., as well as its extensive use in his arms industry, which supplied not only his own Iron Gear forces, but also the franchise garrisons. Hearing this information, Al-Hakam instantly became excited by the news. Though he could not fathom how a barbarian in a frozen wasteland possessed the ability to create such a terrifying amount of high-carbon steel, clearly he could buy some of the raw materials for the Caliphate's armies. As such, he began to ponder about the feasibility of such a deal. "Is it possible for me to purchase some of your surplus? The Caliphate is always in need of reliable materials." A smirk spread across Ragnar's lips as he heard those words. Not only could he produce arms for his own defense, but with this opportunity, he could supply the Andalusians who were fighting the Christian kingdoms of Spain, distracting the Franks' allies. If negotiated properly, he could increase the liquidity of his operation without putting his own trade secrets in danger. After all, no matter what type of steel ingots he sold to the Arabs, they wouldn't have the steam press to shape them as efficiently as he did. Thus Ragnar had no fear of trading raw materials to the south. Seeing that Ragnar was talking about business at the dinner table, the other Andalusian merchants instantly became enlightened by the idea of purchasing some of this Viking steel to be brought back to Cordoba for resale. As such, Ragnar found himself bombarded with offers of gold, spices, and exotic texts. However, before it could get too chaotic, Ragnar raised his hand, signaling the men to behave themselves. "Gentlemen, please, we are enjoying Taco Tuesday. There will be plenty of time to discuss supply chain logistics in the upcoming days. Take this time to savor the tortillas and think about what technologies you wish to trade me." What Ragnar said was true. They had gotten ahead of themselves after the excitement they felt upon hearing that Ragnar had a vast surplus of crucible steel. After all, it was a tough material to make in this era, usually reserved for legendary swords like Excalibur or Durandal. If Ragnar truly possessed such a stockpile of the valuable material, they would be willing to go to great lengths to secure a trade agreement with the young director. As such, the remainder of the dinner was spent discussing less important matters and the ongoing events of the world. By the way, Al-Hakam mentioned casually, wiping salsa from his lip. "The Frankish fleet. My scouts say they carry a new banner. The Order of the Sacred Flame." Ragnar paused a taco halfway to his mouth. "The fanatics who burn books." The very same. Al-Hakam nodded grimly. "They believe that anything not written in the Bible is heresy, including algebra." Ragnar took a bite of his taco, chewing thoughtfully. "Well," Ragnar said, swallowing, "then I suppose we will have to teach them a lesson in physics, specifically the laws of combustion." Al-Hakam smiled, raising his glass of water. "To physics," the vizier toasted. "To physics," Ragnar agreed, clinking his glass against the Arabs. For a region preparing for a massive invasion, City Titan was remarkably secure for the moment. Thus, while the Franks sharpened their swords and prayed for a miracle, Ragnar entertained a host of Andalusian scholars and plotted the industrialization of warfare over a plate of fusion street food. After the Taco Tuesday, negotiation was over. Ragnar saw his guests off to the executive dormitory in Sector 4. He had made quite an impression on these Andalusian scholars and merchants, and in the following days would make sure to negotiate proper non-disclosure agreements with every one of them. The more contacts he made in the Caliphate, the better his Series B funding would become. After reclaiming much of their scientific heritage since the Umayyad conquest, Al-Andalus was wealthy. They were the center of algebra, astronomy, and hygiene. Though the Caliphate had to repel Christian Reconquista attempts a couple of times a decade, for the most part, their economy was stable, and Ragnar saw an opportunity in building a strategic partnership with them. As such, he made sure to take care of his guests during this feast, even offering them the premium double-ply toilet paper he had recently invented. After sending the men off, he returned to the governor's office, where he sat down and had a glass of filtered water alongside his beautiful, terrifyingly competent wife. The water was from the new municipal pump and was of significant clarity, thus Ragnar wanted to taste the progress. After swirling the water around in his tin cup and inspecting it for sediment, Ragnar sipped upon the liquid before nodding his head in approval. The filtration system is holding at 98% efficiency. No dysentery this week. On the other hand, Jida had some questions on her mind and was not afraid to audit his logic. As such, she quickly asked Ragnar about his long-term strategy. "You sure seem to be treating these men from the south quite well. Do you intend to establish an arms trade with the Caliphate? They are enemies of the church." Ragnar smiled and nodded his head before explaining his business plan. The Caliphate of Cordoba was always the wealthiest region of the Mediterranean. Due to being near the Kingdom of Asturias and the Franks, they are constantly under threat of crusades and spend a large amount of wealth on their military. Now that they know I have a substantial supply of crucible steel, when they return to Cordoba and spread the news of this, the generals of the Caliphate will be begging me to supply their Mamluks with high-carbon blades. Ragnar estimated that the Caliphate would most likely be victorious in their ongoing skirmishes if they had better steel, further increasing their purchasing power. As such, he intended to get on their good side and make as much profit from their wars as possible. Conflict was a growth market for those who held the patent on blast furnaces. Jida carefully observed Ragnar's estimation before nodding her head in agreement. What Ragnar said was statistically probable. As such, she complimented him on his market analysis. "You really think everything through, don't you? Even the political fallout." Ragnar chuckled as he refilled his cup, responding, "Not everything, but I try to be a few fiscal quarters ahead of my competitors. Make no mistake, in the future, when I have united my Iron Empire, the Caliphate will be a rival for global hegemony. At the rate they are advancing in mathematics, they could become a threat if relations are not properly managed through trade dependency." Luckily for Ragnar, he knew about the New World and the coal-rich regions of America. After unifying his market, he would take advantage of his knowledge and lay claim to the best resource nodes for industrialization. By the time the Caliphate and the Franks realized the value of anthracite coal, the critical mines would already be under Viking management. Jida saw the proud expression on Ragnar's face, but could not read his internal monologue about steamships. However, she knew when it came to Ragnar and his ambitions that it was best not to interrupt his visioneering session, and as such, she decided to switch the topic. "So will you be showing the merchants your steel stockpile, the warehouse in Sector 7? Snapping back to reality from Jida's words, Ragnar quickly nodded his head in response and smiled once more. "Of course. They need to know just how much tonnage I can output so that they can brag to the Caliph about my surplus. The greater the surplus, the larger the bulk order they will place. I will show them the extent of my just-in-time manufacturing tomorrow. It will be sure to leave a lasting impression on these scholars." With that said, the two partners quickly finished their water before returning to their private quarters, where they reviewed the budget for the new coastal defenses until late into the night. After the sun rose in the morning, Ragnar got up and began his daily routine of calisthenics and coffee. It was well past noon when he finally met with Vizier al-Hakam and the others in the industrial plaza below. After meeting up with al-Hakam, Ragnar patted the man on the back with a wide, corporate grin on his face. "Come, Vizier, let me show you the volume of my industry." Hearing these words, a flash of intellectual greed filled the eyes of the merchants who surrounded Ragnar like a flock of hungry investors. Ragnar knew what they were thinking about from the gleam in their pupils. Unfortunately for them, he would not allow them to see the Bessemer converters, only the finished product. As such, Ragnar led the men through the industrial district of Titan, whose secrets were heavily guarded by the Iron Gear sentries. Only properly authorized personnel with stamped ID badges were allowed through the blast doors. But since these men traveled with the director, they were easily able to pass by the strict security. After all, Ragnar owned the patent on the locks. Ragnar made sure to give the men a tour of the district outside of the critical R&D labs. As such, the export warehouse was the first he showed. Of course, he showed the warehouse which explicitly stored ingots for foreign trade, not the armory where he kept his explosive shells. Seeing such a large warehouse filled with thousands of uniform steel bars stacked on wooden pallets, the Andalusian merchants were shocked by the sheer mass of the operation. In Cordoba, steel was precious. Here it was pavement. Ragnar smiled smugly at the expressions on their faces before introducing the area. "This is the stockpile, where we store high-carbon ingots for export to our strategic partners. Of course, if you desire finished goods, we could also manufacture that for you. From my understanding, the Caliphate uses a mixture of light cavalry and heavy infantry, and I would be more than happy to cast standardized spear tips if an agreement can be reached." Seeing the grand scale of production, al-Hakam felt the need to ask about where such supplies would be sold off to. "Just who is your customer for such a large supply of metal? Surely the Saxons cannot afford this." Ragnar smiled and did not hide that this equipment was largely funded by his recent hostile takeovers. "My largest customer at the moment is myself. The expansion of the Grand Trunk line consumes 40% of my output. However, the Frankish kingdom has recently begun placing orders for wool and tools through my proxy in Normandy. Luckily for them, they do not know the steel comes from me. However, a lot of this is also speculative production. As the war goes on, the demand for reliable metal expands." The sight of the warehouse left a lasting impression on al-Hakam, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Director al-Hakam said, picking up an ingot and marveling at its lack of slag. "If you can produce this, why do you not build a fleet of iron ships?" Ragnar froze. The vizier was sharper than he looked. "Iron ships? Ragnar laughed nervously. Iron sinks vizier, everyone knows that. But Archimedes' principle states that if the displacement is sufficient. Al-Hakam mused, tapping the metal. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ragnar interrupted, steering the vizier away from the secret dry dock where Project Ironclad was currently just a sketch on a napkin. Come, let me show you the water treatment plant. I believe you mentioned an interest in hydraulic engineering. As they walked away, Ragnar wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. The Andalusians was smart, he would need to be careful. By the way, Al-Hakam asked as they walked toward the giant pumping station. About the naphtha, my alchemist tells me it is highly volatile. How do you plan to transport it to the coast without exploding your precious train? Ragnar grinned, regaining his composure. That is why I invented the safety barrel. It is lined with lead and suspended in water. We call it a tanker car. If the mighty vizier knew that Ragnar was currently building a train car filled with liquid fire to drive straight into the Frankish army, he would truly lose his mind in astonishment. But for now, the tour continued. The alliance between steel and algebra grew stronger with every step. After showing the Andalusian noblemen and merchants the steel stockpile, Ragnar quickly walked into the next area of the industrial sector, which housed the consumer goods factory. There were two of such facilities in City Titan. One was dedicated to heavy tools for the domestic infrastructure projects, and the other was split into production for foreign export. The export factory was also manned by hundreds of interns, who utilized massive steam-driven trip hammers and other water-powered machinery to pound the glowing ingots into the shapes of plowshares, saw blades, nails, and standardized cooking pots. Vizier Al-Hakam witnessed the final process of creating a standardized saw blade in the hands of one of the workers. It was stamped from a sheet of steel, the teeth cut with a precision that would make a hand filer weep. It was then stacked neatly onto a pallet filled with hundreds of other blades, which would later be inspected for quality control. Only after the shipment was fully inspected and tested for tensile strength would they be shipped out to their customers. Ragnar knew the importance of brand reputation, and as such, he did his best to maintain the quality of his exports. Each piece of equipment approved for export was given a proof mark shaped like the iron gear, symbolizing that it had been manufactured and received approval for shipment within the factories of Titan. Ragnar began to introduce the facility to the scholars, as if he was a Silicon Valley CEO giving a TED talk. This is the civilian hardware division used to produce tools from the excess steel manufactured in the city. Each piece of equipment is stress-tested. If it fails to meet our standards, it is recycled into the scrap heap and melted down again. I have stringent guidelines about quality control to ensure that when a farmer in Cordoba buys a Viking plow, it lasts for 3 generations. The idea of strict quality control was something Ragnar had taken from his previous life as a project manager. Seeing such a massive stockpile of high-quality tools being loaded onto wagons, the Andalusian merchants and noblemen were practically salivating at the sight. They all wanted to get their hands on the hardware in front of them, where they could be sold in the caliphate for a large profit or used to modernize their own estates. Ragnar had yet to show the actual R&D lab which housed his special projects, but he had already captured the interests of the men from the south. From the looks in their eyes, he could tell they would spread this news across the Mediterranean, and Ragnar would gain various new markets. Al-Hakam, in particular, could not wait to return home and inform the caliph about such a massive opportunity. After all, the caliphate was a highly sophisticated society. They valued science and engineering above all else. A partnership with the Iron Director could secure their northern flank against the Christians. After showing off the tool factory, Ragnar finally dragged the men over to the textile mill. After opening the heavy doors and displaying the full might of his mechanized looms, the scholars were absolutely shocked. The mill was a deafening cacophony of flying shuttles and clattering gears. Thousands of yards of gray wool and linen were being woven per hour. This was the result of the spinning jenny prototype Ragnar had implemented. Seeing the sight before him, Al-Hakam's eyes nearly fell out of his sockets. He could not fathom so much fabric being produced without a single hand weaver in sight. It is hypnotic, Al-Hakam whispered, watching the shuttles fly back and forth. The geometry of the weave is perfect. After confirming that they were looking at reality, the Andalusian merchants recovered their senses and instantly began thinking about taking advantage of this. The merchants, in particular, wanted to resell this cloth for an exorbitant price in the bazaars of Seville. One particularly ambitious merchant, wearing a turban of fine blue silk, approached Ragnar with a smile on his face, as if the young director was his long-lost brother. "Director Ragnar, what would it take for me to acquire exclusive distribution rights for this standardized wool in the port of Malaga?" Seeing the way the man was looking at him made Ragnar grin internally. He knew the value of the cloth and the man's plans. As such, he made a figure he felt was appropriate for a Series A investor. "I will accept a 15% tariff on all gross sales, payable in gold dinars. Plus, I want a shipment of cotton seeds and citrus trees to be delivered to my greenhouse experiment." The demand for agricultural technology was specific. Ragnar missed oranges. He missed soft towels. He wanted to grow them in his new glass houses heated by the blast furnace exhaust. The merchant's smile faltered slightly. "Cotton seeds, but director, cotton requires sun. You live in a land of eternal fog." "I have methods," Ragnar said, vaguely thinking of his greenhouse blueprints. "Do we have a deal?" The merchant gritted his teeth and nodded. The profit margin on the wool was too high to pass up, even if the Viking was delusional about growing oranges in Northumbria. "Deal." After concluding the initial transaction, Ragnar completed the tour of his industrial district. He had kept them away from the locomotive shed and the chemical engineering lab, preserving his military secrets. Still, he had shown them enough to secure a massive influx of capital. Al-Hakam approached Ragnar as they walked out into the cool evening air. "Director," the vizier said quietly, "you have shown us your steel, your tools, and your cloth, but you have not shown us the weapon." Ragnar stopped walking. He looked at the vizier. "The weapon? The one you plan to use against the Franks," Al-Hakam clarified. "The naphtha I brought you. It is not for lamps, is it?" Ragnar smiled, a dangerous predator smile. "Come with me, Al-Hakam, but leave your merchants behind. This is classified." Ragnar led the vizier to a secluded testing ground near the coast, far from the prying eyes of the trade delegation. There, sitting on a set of rails that ran parallel to the beach, was a strange armored wagon. It looked like a boiler on wheels, but instead of a chimney, it had a long brass nozzle protruding from the front. "Behold," Ragnar whispered, "the dragon's breath." Ragnar signaled to Leif the Lesser, who was standing inside the armored cab. "Pressure check. Maximum, director. Open the valve." Hiss, whoosh. A jet of liquid fire erupted from the nozzle, arching 50 feet through the air and drenching a cluster of target dummies dressed in old Frankish armor. The fire clung to the metal, burning with a ferocious, sticky intensity. The heat could be felt from where they stood. Al-Hakam watched, mesmerized and horrified. "It is beautiful," the vizier admitted. "And terrifying. You have mechanized hell." "The Franks are bringing faith," Ragnar said, the reflection of the flames dancing in his eyes. "I am bringing thermal dynamics." Al-Hakam turned to Ragnar. "You will need more naphtha, a lot more. Can you supply it?" "If you give me the blueprints for the water pump," Al-Hakam countered. "The Caliph wants to irrigate the deserts." Ragnar extended his hand. "Done. I'll throw in the schematic for the flush toilet as a bonus." Al-Hakam shook the hand. The alliance was sealed. As the sun set over the testing ground, Ragnar felt a sense of grim satisfaction. The Franks was sailing into a trap, and Ragnar was going to make sure the reception was warm. "Now," Ragnar said, dusting soot off his tunic, "let's go back to the cafeteria. It is Waffle Wednesday, and I believe the kitchen staff has finally perfected the syrup ratio." Al-Hakam laughed. "You Vikings, you conquer the world with one hand and invent breakfast with the other. Multitasking," Ragnar winked. "Efficiency is victory." Nearly 2 months had passed since Ragnar concluded his joint venture with the Andalusians. Since then, the first shipment of naphtha had entered the secure warehouses of City Titan. During this time period, the Arab merchants, eager to get their hands on Ragnar's crucible steel, had made their round trip with enough gold dinars to make the Directorate the most liquid entity in the British Isles. However, the most important part of what had happened during this fiscal quarter was the Frankish Crusade's progress. They had gathered a massive fleet in Calais. They would soon reach the White Cliffs of Dover, where they intended to restructure the heathen lands. Ragnar, however, intended to lay a trap for them on the beaches. A trap that would violate several future Geneva Conventions. Ragnar was once more tasked with the responsibility to go to war. However, this time, it would be a corporate defense operation. At the moment, he was standing in his quarters, dressed in his executive protection gear. It was no longer the mismatched mail of a raider. He wore a 3/4 blackened steel plate harness, stamped with the serial number 1. Under the armor was a padded gambeson of gray wool. Over his hands were an exquisite pair of articulated steel gauntlets, designed to grip a lever or a sword with equal precision. Over his cuirass, he wore a gray sash and a heavy leather belt that contained not only his saber but a holster for his most prized prototype, the six-cylinder revolving crossbow. He no longer wore the horned helmet of the stereotypes. He wore a Mark Roman II sallet helm with a visor that could be raised for negotiations and lowered for liquidations. Seeing her husband geared up for the hostile takeover, Jida could not help but frown. Her blonde hair was tied back in a severe, practical bun, secured with a steel pin. She looked every inch the chief financial officer of an empire. She held baby Magnus in her hands, pouting slightly at Ragnar, who was leaving the headquarters so soon after the baby's first tooth audit. Ragnar closed the distance between her and himself, the steel of his greaves clanking against the stone floor. He brought her into his metallic embrace before kissing her with the passion of a man who knows the market is volatile. After releasing his grasp, Jida spoke the words in her heart. "Do not let them depreciate our assets, Ragnar, and bring back their armor. We can melt it down." Ragnar nodded with a serious expression. "I will issue a total liquidation, Jida. Grandmaster Roland killed a child for a toy. He damaged the brand. I am going to foreclose on his entire bloodline." After bidding farewell to his CFO and successor, Ragnar walked out into the governor's courtyard, where he did not mount a horse. Horses were inefficient for long-haul transport. Instead, he walked to the Titan Central Station. Waiting for him was the war train. The screaming kettle had been up-armored with bolted steel plates. Behind it were 20 flatbed cars, loaded with iron gear soldiers, crates of spicy mix, and the massive lead-line tank of naphtha. Standing before Ragnar were roughly 5,000 men. 3,000 were the elite iron gear infantry, clad in uniform gray and black plate, armed with heavy pikes and repeating crossbows. The other 2,000 were the interns Saxon levies who had been drilled in trench warfare until they could dig a foxhole in 3 minutes flat. When compared to the army of the Franks, which was projected to be 25,000 knights and peasant zealots, Ragnar's forces were numerically inferior, but Ragnar knew that one machine gun was worth 1,000 spears. He didn't have a machine gun yet, but he had a flamethrower train, which was arguably scarier. Ragnar climbed onto the tender of the locomotive. He didn't give a speech about Valhalla. He gave a speech about results. "Employees of the Directorate," Ragnar shouted, his voice amplified by a brass cone. "The Franks are coming to burn your homes. They want to take your dental plan. They want to break your pumps. Are we going to let them disrupt the supply chain?" "No," the army roared, slamming their weapons against the flatbed cars. "Then let us go," Ragnar grinned, pulling the whistle cord. "We'll go where?" With a hiss of steam and a grind of metal, the war train began to move. The citizens of City Titan lined the tracks, cheering not for King, but for the man who gave them jobs. They threw coal onto the tracks as a sign of support. Riding in the armored cab alongside Ragnar was General Bjorn and the Andalusian vizier Al-Hakam. Al-Hakam looked pale. He was holding onto a safety handle with a white-knuckled grip as the train accelerated to its top speed of 25 miles per hour. "Director," Al-Hakam shouted over the roar of the firebox, "are you sure about this strategy? If they land at multiple points, we will be flanked. The train cannot turn sideways." Ragnar checked his pocket watch. They were on schedule. "The Franks are arrogant, vizier. They follow the code of chivalry. That means they will land at the widest beach, deploy their banners, and wait for us to meet them in an honorable field battle." Ragnar pointed to the map tacked to the wall of the cab. "We are going to Sandwich. The beach there is narrow. It is flanked by marshes. It is a natural bottleneck." "And?" Al-Hakam asked, eyeing the massive tank of naphtha sloshing behind them. "And," Bjorn grunted, sharpening his axe, "we have already sent the interns ahead to prepare the welcome mat." "The welcome mat," Ragnar smiled. "Barbed wire. In trenches and pipes buried in the sand." Al-Hakam looked at the Viking industrialist with a mixture of horror and awe. "You intend to pump the Greek fire under the sand?" "Hydraulic pressure," Ragnar explained as if discussing a garden hose. "When the heavy cavalry charges across the beach, we open the valves. The ground itself will burn." Ragnar looked out the window as the green fields of England blurred by. "I tried to be peaceful, vizier. I offered them trade, but they want a crusade. So, I am going to show them the difference between faith and firepower." The train thundered south, a dragon of iron and steam racing, to meet the dragons of flesh and blood. A corporate defense operation had begun, and Ragnar was ready to balance the books. Later that day, near the coast of Kent, the train slowed as it reached the forward operating base at Sandwich. The town was a ruin. burned by Grandmaster Roland weeks ago, but the Vikings had repurposed the rubble. Ragnar stepped off the train. The smell of the sea mixed with the smell of wet ash. Princess Elfwin was waiting for him. She looked tired, her face smudged with dirt, but her eyes were bright. She held a roll of blueprints. "Director," she saluted. "The preparations are complete. The bunker pattern beta earthworks are finished, the drainage ditches are dug, and the pipeline?" Ragnar asked. Elfwin pointed to the beach. The tide was out. Faint lines could be seen in the sand where the interns had buried the iron pipes connected to the main pump house. "Concealed," Elfwin confirmed. "We tested the pressure, it holds." "Good work, Ku," Ragnar nodded. "Take the interns to the rear. I want the iron gear on the heavy crossbows." Ragnar walked to the edge of the earthworks. He looked out at the English Channel. On the horizon, hundreds of sails appeared, crimson crosses on white fields. The Holy League. They were beautiful. They were majestic. They were coming to kill everyone. "Look at them," Bjorn growled, standing beside Ragnar. "So many of them, they must have 20,000 men." 25,000, Ragnar corrected, counting the masts. Heavy cavalry in the front, mercenary crossbowmen in the rear. Al-Hakam joined them, looking through a brass telescope. "That is the banner of Grandmaster Roland," the vizier noted. "And there, the banner of the Count of Flanders. You're fighting the flower of European knighthood, Director." Ragnar pulled his revolver crossbow from its holster. He spun the cylinder. "They are fighting the Industrial Revolution, Vizier," Ragnar said softly. "And they are about to find out that chivalry is not bulletproof." Ragnar turned to his signalman. "Sound the alarm, general quarters, and tell Leif to prime the pump." As the Frankish fleet drew closer, expecting a terrified peasantry, they saw only a silent gray line of earthworks. And behind it, a single column of black smoke rising from a machine they could not understand. After steaming south for a few hours, Ragnar and his corporate defense force arrived at the terminus of the Sandwich Line. Due to the unfinished nature of the coastal extension, the tracks ended abruptly about 200 yards from the shoreline, sitting atop a reinforced embankment of gravel and railway ties. As the screaming kettle hissed to a halt, letting off a plume of white steam that mixed with the salty sea air, Ragnar ordered his troops to set up their defensive perimeter. The iron gear, heavy infantry deployed portable barricades. Pre-fabricated wooden walls reinforced with steel bands along the ridge of the embankment. Hiding behind the blackened steel of the locomotive and the flatbed cars, Ragnar's troops lay in wait, ready to audit Grandmaster Roland's assets. He had received information from the optical semaphore that the Frankish fleet would be walking into the kill zone within a matter of minutes. As such, Ragnar kept a careful watch over the gray waters of the English Channel, where his welcome mat lay buried beneath the wet sand. There would be no escape from the thermal restructuring he had planned. Ragnar could not forgive Roland for the transgression he had made against the brand. Ragnar had offered the world cheap wool and clean water. Roland had responded by murdering a child over a clockwork toy. This was a violation of the non-aggression principle. There would be no severance package for the enemy today. Before long, Ragnar could hear the chanting of an army of Frankish zealots singing their Latin hymns. The crimson sails with the golden flames of the Order of the Sacred Flame snapped in the wind as the massive fleet dropped anchor. Hundreds of longboats and flat-bottomed barges began rowing toward the shore. Seeing the enemy before them, Ragnar's iron gear marksmen cranked the levers of their repeating crossbows. They hid behind the flatbed cars, using the crates of spicy mix as cover. Ragnar stood atop the coal tender, looking through a brass telescope. Beside him, Vizier Al-Hakam was reciting a prayer for protection. His eyes wide as he looked at the sheer number of knights disembarking. "There are so many," Al-Hakam whispered. "The beach is turning white with their tabards." "Density is good," Ragnar replied calmly, checking his pocket watch. "It increases the efficiency of the fuel." Only when the enemy was fully committed to the beach. When the heavy cavalry had struggled through the surf and the peasant zealots were massing on the sand, did Ragnar give the signal. The distance between Ragnar's train and Roland's front line was about 300 yards, easy enough for a heavy ballista, but Ragnar wasn't relying on kinetics yet. "Leif," Ragnar shouted down to the cab. "Activate the hydraulic asset." Leif the Lesser, grinning like a madman, slammed a heavy iron lever forward. Deep beneath the sand, the buried iron pipes pressurized. The naphtha, the liquid fire of the Greeks, refined by Arab alchemy and pumped by Viking steam power, surged forward. Grandmaster Roland, who was riding at the head of the army on a massive destrier, was shocked when the ground beneath his vanguard began to hiss. He thought perhaps it was a geyser or some natural phenomenon. He was wrong. Whoosh! Instantly the beach erupted. It was a wall of liquid fire. The hidden nozzles, spaced every 50 feet, sprayed a pressurized arc of burning naphtha into the packed ranks of the Frankish army. Chaos, death, and thermal destruction rained down upon the Holy League. Roland was completely caught in the inferno. The effect of the sticky, unquenchable fire on men wearing padded gambesons and metal ovens armor was devastating. Though Roland was unharmed, his horse reared in terror, throwing the Grandmaster into the wet sand. Sorcery, a bishop screamed, his robes catching fire. The sand is cursed. By the time Roland had recovered from his position on the ground, the second wave of the trap was sprung. The fire forced the Franks to split, pushing them into the marshy kill zones on the flanks. Realizing that this was the work of the Iron Demon and that he had walked right into a heathen trap, Roland stood up. His golden armor was smeared with mud, but his fanaticism was untouched. He drew his sword, pointing it at the black silhouette of the train on the embankment. "Do not fear the fire," Roland bellowed, his voice cracking with rage. "It is a trick of the devil. Charge the machine, destroy the source of the smoke." As soon as the sacred flame made their way through the wall of smoke, they began to be battered by the torsion spikes mounted on the flatbed cars. The heavy steel bolts, size of spear shafts, punched through shields and breastplates alike. Yet Roland paid no heed to them. He rallied his forces with the logic of a martyr. Into the smoke, Roland screamed, "The fire cannot touch the righteous." As such, the tens of thousands of peasant conscripts were pushed forward by the elite knights behind them. Despite being terrified of the dragon's breath, they feared their masters more. Thousands of heavily armed Frankish soldiers marched through the black, oily smoke to engage Ragnar's forces in melee combat. They believed that if they could just reach the train, their superior numbers and skill with the sword would prevail. Ragnar had yet to deploy the mobile strike wing, cavalry. Instead, they were hiding behind the embankment, waiting to encircle the Franks if they tried to retreat to the boats. Ragnar calmly sat atop the tender, poured himself a cup of coffee from a thermos, and waited for the market to correct itself. "They are still coming," Al-Hakam noted, impressed by their suicidal bravery. "Faith is a powerful drug. So is adrenaline," Ragnar noted. "General Bjorn?" "Yes, Director." The massive COO stood ready on the flatbed car, his lucerne hammer resting on his shoulder. "Prepare the interns. It is time for their on-the-job training." After suffering thousands of casualties in the initial thermal event, Roland remained undeterred. He still had over 20,000 men at his back. It became quickly apparent that Ragnar had at most 5,000 employees under his command. If Roland could close the distance, he would win by the sheer volume of bodies. As such, Roland quickly advanced towards the embankment, unafraid of the whistling crossbow bolts as he led his troops up the gravel slope. Whether he was simply lucky or blessed by a very confused god, Roland arrived at the enemy lines atop the embankment, screaming at the top of his lungs the battle cry of the crusade. God wills it. However, what he was met with was the corporate chant of Ragnar's soldiers as they rushed forward from behind the train cars, pikes leveled and hammers raised. "Efficiency is victory." The two chants perfectly contrasted their worldviews as a grand melee began to unfold on the railway tracks. Despite Roland's overwhelming numbers, Ragnar's forces had the high ground and the advantage of standardization. The Franks were a mix of knights and peasants. The Vikings were a uniform wall of gray steel. However, the sheer weight of the Frankish numbers began to push the interns, the Saxon levies, back against the train. "Hold the line," Bjorn shouted, smashing a knight's helmet with the beak of his hammer. "If you let them scratch the paint, I will dock your pay." Ragnar watched the melee from the roof of the locomotive. He saw a gap forming on the left flank where the Frankish knights were pushing hard. "Put down his coffee." "Al-Hakam," Ragnar said, adjusting his gauntlets. "Hold my cup. Where are you going?" Ragnar drew his heavy saber and spun the cylinder of his revolver crossbow. "I am going to conduct a hostile takeover." Ragnar leaped from the top of the train, landing with a heavy clang in the middle of the fray. The blood and chaos that followed would prove to be an inspiration for the future marketing pamphlets of the Directorate. The only men who remained calm during this sea of bloodshed were Ragnar and his elite guard, who fought with the rhythmic precision of a piston engine, dismantling the chivalry of Europe one swing at a time. As the Order of the Sacred Flame and Ragnar's corporate defense force clashed on the narrow beach below, Ragnar gazed upon the scene from the roof of the armored locomotive. Everything was going according to the quarterly projection. Ragnar scanned the melee through his brass telescope, desperately searching for Grandmaster Roland's location. Unfortunately for him, Roland was clad in a full set of gilded plate armor, and the black smoke from the naphtha fires made visibility poor. The battlefield was a chaotic mix of burning sand, screaming horses, and the rhythmic thrum-thrum of heavy crossbows. Roland, on the other hand, was currently engaging in combat against one of Ragnar's Iron Gear sergeants. As the sergeant thrust his pike at Roland's chest, the Grandmaster swiftly deflected the strike with his kite shield and severed the pike shaft with a single, practiced blow of his sword. He then followed through with a pommel strike to the sergeant's helmet, denting the steel and dropping the man to the wet sand. Roland had trained his whole life in the art of chivalric combat. Though pikes and drills were efficient, against a man who had been swinging a sword since age 6, the interns were struggling to hold the line. The surviving knights of the Sacred Flame surrounded Roland, forming a wedge of steel that pushed hard against Ragnar's barricades. And grouped together, they made an easy target for the Grenadier Division. A squad of Saxons Ragnar had trained to throw clay pots filled with spicy mix. One grenadier lobbed a pot into the mix. The explosion shredded the formation, sending shrapnel and black powder smoke into the air. The blast tore the crest off Roland's helmet and knocked his visor loose, revealing his face, which was spotted from afar by Ragnar. A wicked, shark-like grin appeared on Ragnar's face as he spotted the Grandmaster from his vantage point. "There you are, you Luddite. It is time to pay the late fees." After collapsing his telescope, Ragnar unsheathed his heavy cavalry saber and checked the cylinder of his revolver crossbow. He turned to General Bjorn and Vizier Al-Hakam, who were watching the battle with awe. "The market is ripe for correction," Ragnar declared. "Efficiency is victory." Ragnar leaped from the train, sliding down the gravel embankment with a shower of sparks. He didn't charge alone. A squad of his elite head office guard followed him into the fray. Ragnar led his forces straight toward Roland, cutting a path through the bewildered Frankish levies who had never seen a man fight with such brutal, mathematical precision. A thrust to the throat, a bolt to the chest, a kick to the knee. However, before Ragnar could reach Roland, the chaos of battle affected his trajectory. A stray arrow from a Frankish longbowman struck Ragnar in the shoulder pauldron. The Mark Roman III plate held, but the impact staggered him. Ragnar fell to one knee in the wet sand, finding himself surrounded by 3 Frankish squires. He quickly parried a sword strike with his saber and used the momentum to fire his crossbow point blank into the squire's stomach. The bolt punched through the mail, and the squire folded. Ragnar spun, using the heavy stock of the crossbow to smash the jaw of the second attacker. The third hesitated, terrified by the weapon that didn't need reloading. Ragnar didn't hesitate. Seeing the target of his audit was only a few yards in front of him, Ragnar shouted out above the chaotic sounds of battle, his voice amplified by the strange acoustics of the burning beach. "Roland, I've come to cancel your subscription." Noticing the voice of the heathen industrialist taunting him, Roland quickly finished off a wounded Saxon and turned to face Ragnar. The Grandmaster's eyes were wild with religious fervor. "Today, you die, demon," Roland screamed, pointing his bloodied sword. "Your machines cannot save you from the wrath of God. You killed a child for a toy, but I will kill you for the soul of Europe." "You killed the child," Ragnar roared back, stepping over a burning log. "I just built the toy. You destroyed the future because you were afraid of it." Roland charged. Ragnar grinned wickedly as he clashed with Roland's longsword. The Grandmaster was strong, faster than any raider Ragnar had fought. Roland slashed in a high arc, which Ragnar parried with a grunt, sparks flying from the steel. As the battle raged around them, the 2 commanders danced in the sand. He aimed for the joints, the gaps, the weak points in the armor design. However, it soon became apparent that despite the advantages of Ragnar's modern metallurgy, he was not a knight. He was a project manager who lifted weights. Eventually, Roland feinted a high strike and kicked Ragnar's leg out from under him. Ragnar fell onto his back, the air driven from his lungs. His saber flew from his hand. Roland loomed over him, raising his sword for the killing blow. "You speak of efficiency," Roland sneered, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "But look at you, lying in the mud like a dog. Where's your steam engine now? Where's your math? God has judged you and found you wanting." Ragnar stared up at the steel tip of the sword. "Judged?" Ragnar coughed, a smirk forming on his lips. "Roland, you are looking at the micro, you need to look at the macro." Roland hesitated, confused by the terminology. What? With a swift motion, Ragnar didn't reach for a weapon. He reached for a small, unassuming pouch on his belt. He pulled the pin on a prototype grenade, a cast iron sphere filled with spicy mix and a friction fuse, and rolled it between Roland's legs. Roland looked down. A ball! Fire in the hole! Ragnar screamed, rolling to the side and covering his head. Boom! The explosion wasn't large enough to kill everyone nearby, but at point-blank range, beneath a skirt of chainmail, it was devastating. The concussive force shattered Roland's greaves and sent shrapnel tearing into his legs and lower torso. Roland screamed and collapsed backward, his sword falling from his grasp. Ragnar scrambled to his feet, ears ringing, sand covering his armor. He picked up his saber and walked over to the Grandmaster. Roland was still alive, but his legs were ruined. He looked up at Ragnar with eyes full of agony and confusion. You fight without honor," Roland wheezed, blood bubbling on his lips. Ragnar knelt beside the dying knight. He removed Roland's battered helmet. The handsome face of the Grandmaster was pale, life draining away into the sand. "You think you have won," Roland whispered. "But others will come. The Church is eternal." "Nothing is eternal, Roland," Ragnar corrected. Leaning close, Ragnar stood up. He looked at the remaining Frankish knights who had stopped fighting upon seeing their leader fall. "Your CEO is dead," Ragnar bellowed, holding up Roland's helmet. "The merger is cancelled. Surrender and you get to keep your lives. Resist and you get the naphtha." The knights looked at the burning beach. They looked at the train hissing steam. They looked at the shattered body of their Grandmaster. One by one, they dropped their swords. Ragnar looked down at Roland one last time. "I really have to thank you, Roland," Ragnar said softly. "If you hadn't invaded, I wouldn't have had a reason to test the flamethrower. You provided excellent data." Roland's eyes widened in horror. He died believing he was staring into the face of a mechanized devil. Ragnar turned away. He walked back toward the train, where Al-Hakam was waiting with a look of pure, unadulterated respect. "Now, let's get back to the office. I believe we have a victory feast to plan, and I want waffles." As the sun set over the smoking beach of Sandwich, the Iron Empire had secured its borders. Despite Grandmaster Roland's violent resignation, via grenade, the hostile takeover continued to wage on the blood-soaked sands of Sandwich. Of course, in the middle of the thermal chaos and black smoke, the rear guard of the Order of the Sacred Flame did not immediately notice that their CEO lay dead on the ground, or rather, what was left of him. However, the surrounding Frankish knights and squires quickly realized that the banner of the Golden Flame had fallen. They gazed over to see Ragnar, covered in soot and sand, standing over their leader's corpse. "Avenge the Grandmaster," a knight commander screamed, his voice cracking with hysteria. "Kill the Merchant of Death." They began to surge toward Ragnar, ignoring the burning naphtha and the whistling crossbow bolts, desperate to liquidate the Viking director. However, General Bjorn was not about to let his boss be depreciated. He bellowed an order to the Iron Gear heavy infantry. "Shield wall, protect the asset." The Vikings slammed their tower shields into the sand, forming a gray wall of steel between the fanatics and Ragnar. A fierce clash broke out on the beach. Despite the Frankish knights being clad head to toe in expensive, gilded plate armor, they soon found themselves being dismantled by the sheer mechanical efficiency of the Northmen. From atop the railway embankment, the marksman division, the elite crossbowmen Ragnar had trained to shoot with the rhythm of a metronome, began to pick off the exposed targets. These men were Ragnar's quality control officers. For now, they pelted the heavily armored knights with armor-piercing bolts, while the infantry held the line with pikes and hammers. "Aim for the visors," the marksman captain shouted. "Don't waste bolts on the breastplates." Eventually, the melee seemed to turn in favor of the Directorate. After all, the Frankish leadership structure was decapitated, and at this point, Ragnar's Dragon's Breath flamethrower had terrified the majority of the army. As for the Frankish peasant levies, they no longer had the resolve to fight. They watched the Iron Demon blow up a Grandmaster and realized their union benefits were non-existent. Entire ranks of peasants dropped their spears and rusty swords as they realized they were greatly outmatched by the technology of the North. Noticing the decrease in resistance from the commoners, Ragnar wiped the blood from his visor and limped forward. He grabbed the brass megaphone from his belt. "Attention, Frankish contractors," Ragnar shouted, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "Any levy who turns on the knights will be spared the liquidation. I offer amnesty, I offer hot food, I offer a signing bonus." Ragnar's lieutenants quickly relayed this news across the melee. The effect was instantaneous. There was no love lost between the starving peasants and the arrogant knights who had burned their villages to purify them before the voyage. Given the option between burning to death or getting a hot meal, the choice was statistically obvious. "Down with the knights," a peasant shouted, stabbing his spear into the back of a squire's leg. "Up with the iron demon," another cried, throwing a rock at a mounted crusader. Despite being surrounded by Ragnar's forces and subjected to the hostile takeover of their own human resources, the remaining knights of the Sacred Flame fought to the last man. For a crusader, surrendering to a heathen industrialist was worse than bankruptcy. Before long, the Sacred Flame was extinguished. The beach was silent, save for the crackling of fires and the hissing of the steam engine. Ragnar had lost well over 400 men in the conflict, mostly the Saxon interns who had held the first line. The Frankish heavy cavalry had an enormous advantage in mass, and they had crushed many good employees. Ragnar frowned. "That represents a 6% loss in workforce," he muttered. After the battle was officially closed, Vizier al-Hakam approached Ragnar. The director was sitting on a crate of ammunition, while a field medic tended to his leg. Roland's final strike had crushed Ragnar's greave and bruised the bone badly, but nothing was broken. The alcohol stung like acid, but Ragnar didn't flinch. He just drank from his own flask of coffee. Al-Hakam looked at the carnage, then at the smoking train, and finally at Ragnar. "Director," the vizier said, his voice filled with a mixture of horror and professional admiration. "I have seen many battles. I have seen the Mamluks charge. I have seen the fires of Byzantium, but this was industrial slaughter." "It was an audit, Vizier," Ragnar corrected, wincing as the medic tightened the bandage. "We balanced the books." Al-Hakam gestured to the body of Grandmaster Roland, which lay in the sand a few yards away. The golden armor was blackened, the silk tabard burned away. "What should we do with the remains of the CEO?" Al-Hakam asked. Ragnar stared at the corpse of the man who had called him a demon. Ragnar's own arrogance had almost cost him his life. He had charged into melee combat like a raider instead of staying in the boardroom like a director. He needed a reminder, a memento mori, a symbol to remind him that no matter how much steel he forged, flesh was weak. Ragnar stood up, testing his weight on the injured leg. A wicked, marketing-savvy idea formed in his head. "Bjorn," Ragnar barked. The massive general marched over, wiping brain matter from his hammer. "Director, cut off his head," Ragnar ordered calmly. "Boil it, clean it, then gold-plate it." Al-Hakam gasped. "Director, you intend to keep it?" "I will turn his skull into a coffee mug," Ragnar declared, his eyes cold. "It will sit on my desk in City Titan. Every time I sign a contract, I want to look into his empty eye sockets and remember, never leave the train." Bjorn grinned, a terrifying sight. "It shall be done, Director, a fine trophy for the boardroom." "And the rest of him?" Bjorn asked, kicking Roland's leg. "Bury him in the mass grave, with the rest of his defective assets," Ragnar dismissed. "He doesn't get a severance package." The vizier was taken back by the notion. The idea of drinking caffeine from the skull of a grandmaster was savage, it was barbaric, but it was also a powerful brand statement. Al-Hakam made a mental note never to break a contract with this man. As for the levies, the thousands of terrified Frankish peasants, they were gathered before the railway embankment. They were surrounded by the iron gear guards, shivering in the cool evening air. Ragnar limped up to the podium. He looked down at the destitute men. Ragnar raised his hand. Silence fell. "I hold no ill will towards any of you," Ragnar announced, his voice booming. "You were forced to fight against the future. You were dragged from your farms by men who cared more for their pride than your lives." Ragnar pointed to the smoking ruins of the Frankish fleet. "Your ships are gone. Your lords are dead. You have no way home." A murmur of despair went through the crowd. However, Ragnar shouted, "The Directorate is hiring. We have coal mines that need digging. We have tracks that need laying. We have factories that need sweeping." Ragnar pulled a stack of paper contracts from his belt. "I offer you a 5-year contract. You work for me, you get 3 meals a day. You get a warm dormitory, you get dental, and after 5 years, you get a plot of land in the Midlands." The peasants looked at each other. Food, warmth, land, it was more than the king of Francia had ever offered. "What do you say?" Ragnar asked, spreading his arms. "Do you want to die as martyrs for a dead knight? Or do you want to live as shareholders in the Iron Empire?" "Shareholders," a brave peasant shouted. He didn't know what the word meant, but it sounded better than serf. "Efficiency is victory," the crowd roared back. Ragnar smiled. He had just acquired 10,000 new employees for the cost of a speech. "Bjorn," Ragnar said quietly as the cheers washed over them, process them, issue them serial numbers and shovels. We have a railway to build to London. Yes, Director. Ragnar turned to Al-Hakam. And you, Vizier, I believe you owe me a shipment of cotton seeds. Al-Hakam bowed low. I will send the fastest ship to Cordoba immediately. The Caliph will want to hear of this victory. Good, Ragnar said, looking at the setting sun reflecting off the brass boiler of his train, because this is just the hostile takeover of the south. Next, we enter the global market. Ragnar touched the bandage on his leg. It throbbed, a reminder of his mortality. He looked at the corpse of Roland one last time as the interns dragged it away. You should have taken the deal, Roland, Ragnar whispered. Conflict is just bad business. With that, Ragnar climbed back into the cab of the war train. At the moment, Ragnar was sitting in his executive office in City Titan, having his leg looked over by his chief medical officer, a former Saxon herbalist named Ethelred the Healer. It had been a few days since his return from the hostile takeover at Sandwich, and his injury was well maintained due to the high-proof alcohol he insisted on using as a disinfectant. Despite the primitive nature of medieval medicine, the man seemed to be somewhat competent, having read the translated texts Ragnar had acquired from the Andalusians. As such, he carefully observed Ragnar's shin, which had a nasty bruise turning purple and yellow, the bone beneath likely fractured but setting straight. The bone will knit, Director, albeit slowly. You will have a limp when the weather turns cold. I suggest you get yourself accustomed to life with a cane before you go on any further hostile takeovers. Receiving this news made Ragnar frown with discontent. As for Jida, she was nearby, reviewing the casualty reports with a sharp quill. She was more anxious about the loss of productivity than Ragnar himself was. Ultimately, Ragnar sighed heavily, leaning back in his swivel chair. Such is the price of micromanagement. Ever since he had become wounded, Ragnar greatly reflected on his prior actions. Despite knowing the danger and the statistical improbability of winning a sword fight against a grandmaster, Ragnar rushed into the fray, truly believing he could contend with Roland after only 2 years of lifting weights. After all, he had been overwhelmingly victorious in all his previous audits. How could this one possibly be any different? Such hubris had cost him dearly. The price of Ragnar's victory over the Holy League was steep. He lost roughly 400 interns, Saxon levies, his favorite pair of greaves, and the structural integrity of his left shin. After hearing what Ethelred had to say, Ragnar dismissed him with a coupon for the cafeteria. He was left alone with Jida, who placed a fresh bandage soaked in a comfrey poultice over the leg. Since the day that the Andalusian scholars arrived in City Titan and began teaching chemistry, Ragnar had placed them in charge of more than just creating naphtha. In fact, a large amount of the distillations they produced thanks to Ragnar's future knowledge was for medical purposes, such as high-concentration ethanol and willow bark extract, aspirin. The worst part of an injury like this was its potential to become gangrenous. As such, Ragnar had taken great preventative measures. After placing the poultice over Ragnar's wounded leg, Ragnar began to laugh bitterly as he decided to use his corporate cynicism to overcome the awkward silence. I always thought a cane would add gravitas to my boardroom presence. This caused Jida to chuckle as she patted Ragnar's hand and nodded while trying to comfort him in her own efficient way. If anything, it will make the shareholders fear you more. A man who walks through pain is a man who does not compromise. After saying those 2 remarks, the couple returned to a comfortable silence where they sat still in the office for a while. While Jida was greatly concerned about Ragnar's injury, she was just grateful that the CEO was still operational. After all, if Roland's sword had struck an inch higher, it could have severed the femoral artery. Though she knew depreciation of assets was possible on the battlefield, Ragnar had always returned home with a higher market value in his previous campaigns. Because of this, there was a natural inclination to disregard the possibility of a crash. Yet here he was, temporarily immobilized. It caused her to be thankful that her partner had survived, and as such, she desired to assist him in his time of restructuring. For the time being, Ragnar would go through a phase of administrative leave. He would leave the daily operations of the railway up to General Bjorn and the newly promoted COO, Princess Elfwin. At the moment, Ragnar had 2 concerns, one of which regarded the construction of his new coffee mug. For the time being, he had no plans to inform the public that Grandmaster Roland had fought bravely. Instead, he would issue a press release stating that the Grandmaster had suffered a catastrophic failure of leadership due to outdated technology. The other concern was the construction of an exquisite cane. As such, he began to design a shaft of polished ebony topped with a handle made of a solid silver gear. After it was complete, he sent the blueprint to his machinists, who milled the piece for him. The construction of his mug and cane took a few days, and by the time Ragnar received them, he was quite happy with the results. The skull mug was boiled, bleached, and the interior was lined with gold leaf to prevent calcium leaching into the coffee. The handle was fashioned from Roland's own sword hilt, bent into a curve. The craftsmanship was of the highest quality, and Ragnar was pleased with the result. As for the cane, it was exactly how he had envisioned. It was heavy enough to be used as a bludgeon if necessary, but elegant enough for a gala. The silver gear on top spun on a ball bearing. Ragnar stood up, testing the cane. It had a satisfying weight. "It works," Ragnar muttered, limp walking around the office. Jida, who was nearby, witnessed Ragnar inspecting himself in the polished steel mirror and smirked as she watched the man she loved trying on his new accessory as if he was a Viking dandy. Noticing that his actions had been observed without his notice, Ragnar decided to joke about the whole situation. "You are going to have to account for the reduced walking speed in the schedule, Jida." Hearing Ragnar joke about his condition so casually made Jida feel less anxious about his injury. Ragnar had quickly accepted his new depreciation schedule and vowed to optimize around it. "I will adjust the timetable," Jida replied, a warm light in her eyes. "How is the leg doing?" Ragnar smiled as he tapped the cane on the concrete floor. "It will be fine, it just needs a few more weeks of curing." As such, Ragnar sat back down, for now the cane would lean against the desk. Despite how authoritative it looked, rest was a greater priority than aesthetics. Ultimately, weeks went by, and Ragnar had not informed the Andalusian vizier of the severity of his injury. Until he was fully healed, he would not show weakness to a potential rival. After all, Al-Hakam might renegotiate the steel prices if he thought the director was losing his edge. As such, he spent a great deal of time with Jida and their child Magnus. Ragnar was greatly pleased by the time he spent during the weeks of his recovery, as he was usually so dreadfully busy with hostile takeovers that he could not spend as much time with his assets as he desired. The time he spent with his family was filled with efficiency, and quite honestly, he was thankful for the reprieve from the hustle and bustle of the life of an industrialist. Things progressed smoothly in the realm, but ultimately he would have to cut his vacation short. The optical semaphore tower on the coast had just flashed a new message. Visitor arriving, not Frankish, has gold. Ragnar looked at the message transcript Jida handed him. He took a sip of black coffee from the skull of Grandmaster Roland. "It seems the market never sleeps," Ragnar sighed, reaching for his cane. Back to work. Weeks had gone by, and Ragnar had fully recovered from his administrative leave. However, at the other end of Europe, in the heart of the Frankish Empire, the political market was experiencing extreme volatility. King Charles the Bald was currently reading a report in regards to the sandwich incident in which Grandmaster Roland fought with Ragnar. The king was greatly frowning as he read the contents, his brow furrowed beneath his golden circlet. One of his most valuable assets was dead, along with 25,000 knights and levies. The results were disastrous. He was not expecting the Iron Demon to field such a highly efficient kill zone in such a short time. Then again, he was also not expecting Ragnar to possess liquid fire that burned underwater. Too many variables had changed between the time Roland marched to war and the event of the liquidation itself. The result of the battle was a significant loss to the Frankish military-industrial complex. 25,000 men were no small number, and Charles was counting on many of those men to return and bolster his ranks to defend his southern border. Now that the news of their defeat had spread, the Emirate of Cordoba had begun to move their armies to liberate the disputed territories in the Pyrenees. There was no mistake at any moment. The Franks could be facing the might of the Caliphate. War they would have been better off dealing with if they still had the heavy cavalry who embarked with Roland. Not only was the south unstable, but King Charles was now facing pressure by the papacy to raise another army and invade England once more. The crusade to end Ragnar's steam heresy had just begun in the eyes of the Pope. Yet Charles had no intention of doing such things. If they could not defend their own borders, then what was the point of marching into the industrial meat grinder known as Wessex? In fact, Charles was beginning to suspect that attacking a man who could mass-produce grenades was a poor Investment strategy. The papal legate was standing before him impatiently as he watched the king read through the reports of what had transpired. Eventually, the legate could contain his eagerness no longer and asked what the king intended to do about the situation. His Holiness demands a response to the loss in Sandwich. Ragnar's victory will only further embolden the heathens who flock to his cause. If he can defy the might of the church without punishment, then why can't they? So what do you intend to do about this? King Charles glared at the legate viciously before responding, slamming the report onto his oak table. I have already done enough. If Ragnar could defeat an army of 25,000 men with a steam engine and a few pipes, then it means he is not an opponent I can underestimate. The legate was shocked that the king would praise Ragnar's ability despite suffering massive losses against him. So much so that he foolishly condemned the king for his views. You compliment a condemned heretic. I am beginning to question your faith, your majesty. Hearing these words, King Charles stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the stone floor. He walked over to the legate, looming over the smaller man. Listen here, you pompous ink spiller. England is an island fortress where Ragnar holds all of the advantages as the defender. The man has acquired a vast fortune, has he not? Who is to say that he is not using that fortune to construct railways across its entirety, making it even more difficult to conquer? Do you fools in the Vatican have any idea what is going on in the north? I sent the flower of my chivalry into Wessex because you fools told me he was just a raider, and they are all dead now. The priest who acted as the messenger of the Vatican was so frightened by the fury of the king that he began to clutch his rosary beads, which caused Charles to turn away in disgust. He walked to the window, looking out at the rainy streets of Paris. Return to the Vatican and ask His Holiness what he desires most of the Frankish kingdom, to hold back the Moors in the south, or to crush the heresy that has spread throughout the British Isles, because I cannot fulfill both of his requests at the same time. With this said, the priest from the Vatican fled the king's chambers and quickly left the palace, where he intended to report back to Rome as quickly as possible. After the messenger departed, King Charles sighed as he gazed into his fireplace and let out his thoughts. A storm is brewing in the south, and I do not have the time or resources to wage war against the Iron Empire. If the Pope is foolish enough to send me to England, then Paris will be lost forever. Shortly after saying that, a frantic duke walked into his chambers with a scroll in his hands and announced his presence. Your Majesty, may I have a moment of your time? The weary king sighed before nodding his head, signaling for the duke to continue. The Moors are on the move. They have laid siege to Barcelona as we speak, and Your Majesty, they have new weapons. What kind of weapons? Charles asked, dread pooling in his stomach. Steel, the duke whispered, his face pale. They're swords. They cut through our mail like linen, and they have arrows that pierce plate. It is said they are trading with the Northmen. With this news, his worst fears had been realized. King Charles responded to this information by sighing heavily before pulling out a flagon of wine and filling it into 2 goblets. After handing off one of the cups to the other man, he took a sip from his glass before expressing his thoughts. So it begins. If what the Duke had reported was true, the kingdom would have a difficult road ahead as they tried to defend the Pyrenees from the Caliphate's invasion. Now that they were down 25,000 knights, it would not be an easy feat. On top of this new invasion from the south, they were currently dealing with Viking raids along the Seine. Judging from the expansion rate of Ragnar's market share, it would not be long before such a war would be unwinnable for the Franks. The Iron Brand was likely to flourish in Europe as its products were appealing to the nobility and common folk alike. Now that the Moors had invaded, England was no longer his concern. The papacy would have to find some other fool to wage that war. All of these thoughts swirled in the mind of the king as he silently drank from his cup. When he was finished with the wine within, he tossed the goblet aside and instructed the Duke of his orders. Alert the men, we ride for the south. Hopefully, the garrisons we have stationed there can hold off the enemy long enough for our reinforcements. After hearing this order, the Duke was confused and, as such, attempted to clarify the issue at hand. And the Iron Demon, King Charles grabbed a hold of his sword belt and tied it around his waist as he casually dismissed the issue. Let someone else deal with him, we have bled enough. Send an envoy to Normandy. Tell them to normalize trade relations. With that said, the Frankish kingdom completely disregarded the events in Sandwich and the defeat of Roland and his army. After all, they had far more pressing concerns to attend to. As such, the king had begun to muster the forces in the central region of France. The war in the south had begun. They had limited time to make it before they were overwhelmed by Andalusian steel. The Frankish war against the Caliphate had just begun, buying Ragnar some much-needed time to build up his infrastructure. When the Pope heard that the Franks had snubbed him and marched to the south, he would be greatly infuriated. To enact his vengeance upon Ragnar, he would need a new army to fight against him. Unfortunately for him, all of the Catholic monarchs were currently undergoing some form of crisis, and the Andalusians to the south had already begun to form strategic partnerships with Ragnar. As such, safety and security for the people of the Iron Empire had been secured for the time being, something in which Ragnar would take full advantage of to bring his vision of a fortress Britain into reality. When the Catholic Church could finally muster an army large enough to invade again, the island would be one giant, self-sustaining machine. City Titan, the director's office. Ragnar sat at his desk, his silver-geared cane leaning against the heavy oak. He was reading a telegraph transcript from his spy in Paris. Franks, moving south. Market, open. Ragnar smiled, taking a sip of black coffee from the gold-plated skull of Grandmaster Roland. He looked at Jida, who was feeding Magnus while simultaneously reviewing the quarterly budget. The Franks have pivoted, Ragnar announced. They are going to fight the Moors. Jida looked up, her eyes sharp. That gives us a window, Ragnar. How long? 2 years, maybe 3, Ragnar estimated. Time enough to extend the railway to Scotland, and time enough to finish Project Leviathan. The iron ship, Jida asked. The iron ship, Ragnar confirmed. But first, we need to consolidate. The influx of Frankish refugees needs to be processed. I want them building the new industrial park in London. Ragnar stood up, leaning on his cane. He walked to the window, looking out at the smog and steam of his city. The crusade failed, Jida. And now, we have the monopoly. Ragnar turned back to his wife, his eyes gleaming with the fire of ambition. Send a message to Al-Hakam, tell him the steel shipment is on its way, and tell him I have a new product he might be interested in. What product? Ragnar grinned, tapping the skull mug. Insurance. With the threat of invasion gone, Ragnar could finally focus on the true goal, turning his directorate into an unstoppable economic engine. A month had passed since the hostile takeover at Sandwich. Overcoming the loss of his perfect gait was not an easy task. He needed to teach himself how to command a boardroom while leaning on a prop. As such, when he was not hard at work managing the realm's spreadsheets, he was adapting to his circumstances by installing handrails in the shower. After being healed, he sent a telegraph to Princess Elfwin informing her of what had transpired and the injury he had suffered, though he assured her the directorate was stable, and despite losing 6% of his walking speed, he was doing quite well for himself. He made sure to emphasize the need for her to stay efficient in these troubled times, and as such, he implied to her not to approve any overtime pay without his signature. Before long, Ragnar found himself looking at construction blueprints. After the thermal restructuring of the Frankish army, several of his own interns, Saxon levies, had suffered grievous injuries, so much so that their bodies could not be identified. This reminded Ragnar of the tomb of the unknown soldier in his previous life. Ragnar decided to have a monument similar to that constructed within City Titan to represent all of the unidentifiable employees who had perished in his audits, as well as those who might one day go missing during a shift change. This was yet another of his many monuments that were undergoing construction. He had the Frankish gold to splurge, so he felt it necessary to create a corporate culture that honored its workers as early as possible. One day, the Iron Empire would be united under a sense of brand loyalty, much like Apple had done in his previous life's timeline. When Ragnar met with the board of directors to discuss his new monuments, they were happy to see him. Since his injury, he had seldom left his office, and many of them were worried about his market value. After all, his heir Magnus was still teething. When they saw the cane in his hand, they knew that he had suffered a permanent depreciation, and as such, took a moment of silence to commemorate his loss. Nevertheless, Ragnar quickly managed to convince the board to take action, and as such, he displayed his plans for a tomb of the unknown contractor for all to see. The design was essentially a rip-off of the modern brutalist style, with the same words carved upon it, albeit slightly altered to fit his needs. Here lies in honored efficiency a directorate employee, known but to the payroll department. One of the bodies of an intern killed in the Battle of Sandwich would be interred within, and it would be a grand ceremony for all of Titan to be invited to attend. The cost of this monument would be significantly lower than the large iron statues dedicated to different aspects of industry that were currently undergoing welding, such as the Spirit of Steam and the Guardian of the Gear. It was a much more simplistic design, but it was because of this simplistic design that it was a beautiful monument in its own right. Seeing the depiction of the monument and its cost-effectiveness, the board held a vote for approval, which was merely a formality's sake at this point since Ragnar's word was still the law in the north, despite the drafting of an employee handbook. At the end of the day, a handbook was a piece of paper whose principles were only enforced through the threat of torsion spikes. Considering the Iron Gear Security Force was a branch indoctrinated with loyalty towards Ragnar and the Iron Brand, more so than the state itself, Ragnar, in practice, wielded near absolute authority, especially when the board was stacked with members Ragnar had personally promoted from the mailroom. On paper, the directorate was a meritocratic oligarchy, and as far as the people believed, this was true. In reality, it currently acted more like a tech startup run by a dictator, albeit with an intricate and highly efficient HR department. Ragnar did not just appoint yes-men to their positions, they had to have been capable in their own right so that he may delegate responsibilities. He simply appointed capable men who were terrified of him. However, there were no complaints about the establishment of this monument, and it was met with a unanimous vote by the board. After the vote was over, General Bjorn, who was currently the VP of Security, approached Ragnar to check on his physical and mental health. "Director, I was wondering, how are the diagnostics?" Ragnar smiled and tapped his cane on Bjorn's armored shoulder in a friendly gesture. "I am operating at 94% capacity, Bjorn. You could say I am quickly adapting to my circumstances, even if it is a bit tedious taking the elevator instead of the stairs." Bjorn grinned when he heard the good news and began to make small talk with Ragnar about current events. "Director, have you heard about the recent market fluctuations in the south?" Ragnar had been on administrative leave until recently and had not yet heard about what had happened in the Mediterranean. Such he gazed at Bjorn with an inquisitive gaze and asked about what he was referring to. "I'm afraid I am unaware. Did the wool futures crash?" Bjorn was sure that Ragnar had spent the last month spending quality time with Jida and the baby, and in his opinion, the young director deserved a break for once. The man was practically working himself to death every day. As such, he was not shocked to know that Ragnar was not informed of the current happenings in Spain. Thus he elected to inform him. "The Caliphate has attacked the kingdom of the Franks in the Pyrenees. In response, King Charles has marched his armies to the south in an attempt to hold onto the territory. It appears the loss of Grandmaster Roland and his 25,000 men has greatly affected their liquidity." Ragnar chuckled lightly when he heard this before expressing his views. "Good, that ought to keep them busy for some time. Gives us a much-needed reprieve so that we can focus on constructing our coastal railways and implementing our sanitation reforms." Bjorn agreed wholeheartedly with this statement, and as such, he began to question Ragnar's plans for the future. After all, Ragnar had not shared with many people his vision for a unified British market. "So tell me, Director, what do you think the Caliph's chances of winning this merger are?" Ragnar scoffed at the idea before saying the objective truth. "I do not bother speculating about the future, Bjorn, for the future is malleable based on our R&D budget. However, I have a suspicion that the ultimate winner of this chaotic era will be a holding company that the higher nobility least expects. Someone who will take advantage of the weakened factions towards the end of the fiscal year to become the market leader." Hearing Ragnar's thoughts on the matter left Bjorn with a lot of speculation. However, Ragnar had not outright admitted it. It sounded to Bjorn like the young director had lofty ambitions. Something deep inside his mind told him it was entirely plausible for Ragnar to achieve these things. After all, the young man went from being a raider with a rusty axe to a CEO with a steam train in roughly 2 years. He had stood beside Ragnar as he went through this monumental transition, and knew now that the Iron Empire's security was ensured. Ragnar would undoubtedly focus on rebuilding the workforce and constructing station towns across the region. If the peace in the north could last, Ragnar would ultimately be in such a position towards the end of the war, one in which he could buy out the competition. Of course, as Ragnar had stated earlier, time was malleable and the market was volatile. It might be possible for a black swan event to occur in the near future, which could drag Ragnar into this massive conflict far earlier than he expected. Or things could go exactly how Ragnar planned. The only entity who could know the future was the algorithm, assuming one existed. As such, Ragnar stayed with the board for the rest of his day's work, overseeing his plans for military expansion and defensive spending. The budget he had outlined perfectly took into account all of their current assets and the potential for future growth with the trade to the Caliphate. Peace is always a temporary market condition. Ragnar planned to take full advantage of the downtime. "One more thing, Bjorn," Ragnar said as the meeting adjourned. "Yes, Director. I want the tomb built near the train station. I want every new arrival to see it." With Grandmaster Roland's defeat at the Battle of Sandwich, Ragnar's fame had increased exponentially. The fact that he resisted such a massive Frankish army and dealt a devastating blow to the Crusaders had emboldened Ragnar's followers. The burnt beach of Sandwich became a symbol of resistance against the feudal status quo. As a result, Saxon thanes, Viking jarls, and disillusioned priests alike flocked to City Titan to discuss the details of the new industrial order and how to proceed. While Ragnar entertained these delegates inside his boardroom, he merely sat at the head of the mahogany table with his gold-plated skull mug in his hands, drinking black coffee as he listened to the men squabble over the direction in which this corporate restructuring should take. At the moment, there was a significant figure of the Saxon church present. That was Bishop Ethelwold of York. He was an old and wise cleric who had tried to mend the divide between the Vikings and the Saxons for years. After seeing what the Pope and his Frankish lapdogs had done to the coast, the old bishop decided to throw his lot in with Ragnar. At the moment, he was closely observing Ragnar's actions. He was quite shocked to see that Ragnar was allowing the discussion to take its course naturally, rather than enforcing his views via the iron gear guards standing by the door. While the ealdorman of Mercia and the jarl of the Orkneys were debating over the degree to which the church should be taxed, Ragnar watched calmly, checking his pocket watch as if all his plans were running on schedule. Eventually, the ealdorman made a bold declaration for the entire board to hear. "I will gladly give up my right to levy tolls on the River Trent in favor of a centralized logistics network. The nobility should focus on the management of their estates, not the obstruction of trade." With this said, a smirk spread across Ragnar's lips. A powerful ealdorman would take the lead and dissolve the feudal tolls in favor of a centralized tax system. It was certainly a bold declaration. Nevertheless, this would be the key to integrating the northern territories into his Iron Empire in the future, and as such, Ragnar was very pleased. However, that was a merger for another time. Now, he needed to solidify the foundation for his corporate culture. Ultimately, the topic of the separation of church and logistics was practically universally agreed upon by the people in the room, and the reason for the debate was more of a border squabble between Mercia and York than it was theological. Thus, when the men continued to argue over such irrelevant things, Ragnar tapped his silver-geared cane on the floor, the sharp click-clack instantly silencing the two parties. The next item on the agenda was the question of usury, which sparked an enormous debate. After all, the church strictly forbade lending money at interest, which made banking impossible. However, Ragnar knew exactly what a lack of credit could lead to and was against such a restriction. While the priests were arguing that interest was a sin, Ragnar spoke up for the first time during the meeting. The moment he did so, everyone stood in silence, listening to his words, which were not his own, but those from a very different kind of text. "The parable of the talents," Ragnar said, his voice calm but projecting clearly. Matthew 25:14-30. "A master gives his servants gold, one buries it, one invests it. The one who buried it is cast out into darkness, the one who invested it is rewarded. Does the Lord not command us to multiply our value?" When the room heard these words, they knew exactly what Ragnar meant. The gospel could be interpreted to support investment and growth. In particular, Bishop Ethelwold, who had been waiting for Ragnar's input, was shocked when he heard the Viking quote the Bible so perfectly, framing it as a mandate for economic expansion. Finally, the old man spoke up as well. "I agree with the director. If we are to take the words of Christ as the basis for our society, then burying our talents. Our resources, our gold in the ground, is a sin against potential. Usury that exploits the poor is evil, yes, but investment that builds bridges and factories, that is stewardship." Hearing both Ragnar, who was at the head of the Industrial Revolution, and a high-ranking bishop both agree on the matter, Those who doubted the validity of banking now found themselves nodding their heads in approval. For on the topic of money, who could argue with the man who had just bankrupted a crusade? Ragnar nodded at the bishop, whom he had been aware was watching him closely this entire time. Truthfully, Ragnar did not know if the man was a spy for Rome or if he was as pragmatic as he seemed. However, with his endorsement on this matter, Ragnar began to suspect the man genuinely cared more for the prosperity of his flock than the dogmas of the Vatican. After concluding that topic, it came down to another important aspect of the new order: work ethic. One of the jarls present, a man with a beard full of braids, made his opinion known. A warrior's place is on the battlefield, labor is for thralls. However, a Saxon guildmaster was in firm disagreement over this regard and voiced his concern. The Bible teaches that if a man will not work, he shall not eat. Honest labor is noble. The two men began to butt heads, and as such, Ragnar voiced his opinion on the matter. Ecclesiastes 9:10, Ragnar quoted, taking a sip of coffee. "Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might, whether that is swinging an axe or swinging a hammer." In the Directorate there are no thralls, there are only employees. After saying this, Ragnar once more was able to garner the attention of everyone present. The warrior protects the factory. The worker builds the weapons. One cannot exist without the other. We are not a kingdom of warriors or peasants. We are a corporation. And in a corporation, every role is critical to the bottom line. Through Ragnar's interruption, these issues were eventually settled into an agreement. Labor was dignified, banking was legal, and efficiency was next to godliness. With all of these major points of contention ironed out, the first board meeting of the Iron Empire was concluded. Though there would be more later in life, the split in the societal structure finally occurred. With the endorsement of Bishop Ethelwold, the Industrial Reformation had come into existence, bringing a new era where factories replaced cathedrals as the centers of community life. The wise bishop was aware the entire time of what Ragnar's plans were. After the meeting was over and the minutes had been recorded by the scribes, he approached Ragnar to talk with him about his plans for the future personally. Seeing the wise old man come to him directly, Ragnar felt cautious at first and tapped his cane, signaling General Bjorn to stand ready. "Bishop, is there something I can help you with? Perhaps a donation to the roof repair fund." The bishop smiled amicably at Ragnar, though behind his kind smile was a face filled with a degree of wariness similar to Ragnar's. As such, he began to speak to the man who he knew was bound to change the world. "I must say I am impressed." Finding the cryptic message amusing, Ragnar decided to take the bait. The man stood several feet away from Ragnar, who was currently seated in his swivel chair. "In my many years, I have met kings and ealdormen, yet none of them have had the ability to influence the soul of a nation as you have. Within 2 years, you have climbed from the position of a raider to that of a director whose steel is sold to every corner of Europe. Yet during this time, you also managed to inspire a change in the very way men view their lives. Not as a waiting room for heaven, but as a project to be built. Tell me truthfully, Ragnar. Are you a prophet sent to bring us into the light of reason, or are you a devil tempting us with worldly comforts?" Ragnar studied the man's words carefully. He knew very well that the old bishop was not literally asking if he was a prophet or a devil, but which side his ambition served. Ragnar played with the handle of Roland's skull mug for a few moments, tracing the cold gold leaf. He thought about the naphtha burning on the beach. He thought about the clean water pumps saving children from cholera. After careful consideration, Ragnar had decided to tell the old man the truth, or at least the truth as he saw it. "Bishop," Ragnar said, leaning forward, the gears of his cane clicking. "I am neither." "Then what are you?" "I am an engineer," Ragnar replied simply. "I see a problem and I fix it, whether that makes me a saint or a sinner. That is for the historians to decide. I just care that the machine works." The old bishop's smile never disappeared. Instead, he turned around and walked away, saying his thoughts on the matter before walking out the door. After all, he had received a satisfying answer to his question. "Well played, director, well played." As the door closed, Ragnar finished his coffee. He looked at the empty boardroom. The merger was complete. The hostile takeover was secure. "Bjorn," Ragnar called out, "get the carriage ready. We have a train to catch. I hear the Scots are having trouble with their coal mines. I think it's time we offered them a consultation." In the corner of the polished boardroom of City Titan, Bishop Ethelwold of York stayed standing. He had sat through and watched the entirety of the first board meeting of the Iron Empire take place. As an important figurehead of the Industrial Reformation, he had been privy to the meeting between the various Viking jarls and Saxon ealdormen who supported Ragnar's market-based theology. Though he seldom spoke, his words had carried great weight when validating the concept of banking. Having witnessed the conversation between Ragnar and the other shareholders, Ethelwold took the opportunity to approach the director, who had helped him see that holiness could be found in a well-paved road. When Ragnar was sitting alone at the head of the mahogany table tapping his silver-geared cane, Ethelwold approached and began to express his thoughts on the principles of what would soon become known as the productivity gospel. Director, you should know that the Vatican's response will be one of sheer litigation. With the Church of England turning its back on Rome and endorsing your efficiency, there will be no shortage of excommunications that follow. Ragnar gazed at the priest who had been instrumental in spreading the message of the Reformation with a solemn, calculating expression on his face. Great disruption in the market will always lead to conflict between those who are too stubborn to upgrade their systems. From the moment we began to challenge the monopoly on knowledge, it was inevitable that red tape would be cut with a sword. However, this brings opportunity. The more the Catholics seek to audit us, the easier it will be to drive them from the British market. Ethelwold sighed heavily at the thought. He knew at the moment traditionalists and industrialists could not peacefully coexist. He also knew that Ragnar planned to take advantage of the ensuing violence to establish the Directorate as a major power within the European economy. However, Ethelwold was a pious man and did not care which secular leader sat upon the throne of industry so long as the ruler built orphanages alongside the factories. The old bishop admitted he was quite lucky. Ragnar and his iron gear security forces afforded him protection, and as such, the Pope had no real ability to punish him for his alleged heretical belief that cleanliness is godliness without a full-scale invasion of Northumbria, which, as Roland had discovered, was a bad investment. Ultimately, Ethelwold found himself in agreement with Ragnar's words. However, he still expressed his concern. Europe is already in a state of turmoil. This schism in the faith will undoubtedly cause more conflict. The kingdoms will fracture as monarchs turn on one another over accusations of heresy and trade tariffs. Do you not lament the depreciation of human capital that will occur? Ragnar nodded his head at Ethelwold's words and offered his own views on the matter, leaning forward on his cane. Did you forget what happened to Sandwich? If we do not gain significant market share for our cause, countless people will be murdered by the Church in an attempt to suppress our technology. Only by uniting together and forming a block of like-minded investors and innovators can we withstand the might of the old world and spread our views. Yes, assets will be liquidated in this conflict, but think about how many ideas will be snuffed out if we sit back and do nothing. After hearing these words, being reminded of what the Holy League had done to the toy-making boy of Sandwich, even a pious man like Ethelwold struggled to contain his rage. Such an outrageous action was all too common for Luddites, yet to do it to a child over a simple machine, Ethelwold found that unforgivable. As such, he clenched his fists and found his resolve to weather the tide that would soon be arriving. After several moments of contemplation, he responded to Ragnar's words. I understand. I will do what I must to spread the word of our reformation. Seeing Ethelwold had agreed, Ragnar smiled and rose from his seat. He walked over to Ethelwold and clasped him on the shoulder in a friendly gesture. It is up to us to liberate the people from the shackles of stagnation. Ethelwold nodded at Ragnar's words and smiled before responding. Indeed, efficiency is victory. With that, the two men had begun the Industrial Reformation centuries in advance of when it would naturally occur within this timeline without Ragnar's intervention. The next day, the public announcement of the Church of Progress was declared, with City Titan being its seat of influence. However, the regions occupied by reformist thanes and guildmasters did not stop there. It spread into portions of Mercia, East Anglia, and even the trading ports of Scotland. The British Isles had become a hot zone of reformist thought and teachings. Many of the local lords shared their interests and protected their people from the wrath of the Catholic Church by installing Ragnar's patented torsion spikes on their walls. Of course, when news of this productivity gospel spread to the Vatican, Pope Leo Roman IV nearly had an aneurysm from the sheer degree of rage he felt. He instantly began to curse at his cardinals upon hearing that a large swath of England had basically declared open rebellion against his authority. And worse, they were charging interest on loans. He could no longer deny that the influence of the Iron Demon had spread beyond his imagination. It was time to settle the dispute with the Carolingian Empire, for if the Catholic powers were not united, they would not be able to quash this heresy, and the Church would be permanently in a state of bankruptcy. As such, Pope Leo got down from his throne and approached one of his subordinates. The expression on his face was one of utter fury as he bellowed his orders at the man. "Contact that Frankish king, Charles the Bald, and let him know that I'm calling for the Council of Rome to meet earlier than anticipated. This heresy is too important to wait any longer." However, the meeting spot of the council would have to change. Rome was too far from the action, and the trade routes were now infested with Viking auditors. They would not be safe as such. The final council would be moved to neutral ground in Aachen in this timeline. The subordinate quickly bowed his head to the Pope and agreed immediately to his demands. "Of course, Your Holiness." With that, the subordinate rushed to fulfill his task, leaving Pope Leo fuming in anger at the thought of Ragnar's influence over the north, which had spread like wildfire since the Pope had first heard of the young man less than 2 years ago. He did not know how Ragnar had managed to achieve such things: steam engines, mass production, dental plans, yet it was becoming clear that if Leo was the representative of God on earth, Ragnar was Mammon's representative. Or at least in the eyes of the Catholic Church. Ragnar the Director had caused too much damage to Catholic revenue streams. His views would only spread further now that they had received legitimacy in the eyes of high-ranking clergymen and nobility. Leo scoffed at the idea and voiced his inner thoughts aloud for all nearby to hear. "Church of Progress, what nonsense is this? These heretics will pay for their sins one way or another. I swear by the Heavenly Father that I will personally see an end to this farce." Despite this solemn vow, Leo would have a difficult time doing so, as the reconciliation between the warring Catholic kingdoms at the upcoming Council of Aachen would prove to be a challenge to his authority. After all, he intended to unite France and the German states against the Vikings. This would require some form of agreement about who would pay for the war. The board meeting of Titan and the following proclamation of industry would forever alter the history in this timeline. Years of economic warfare and industrial sabotage would follow this development. However, in the end, these events would lead to further schisms in the Church. The Industrial Revolution had begun, and Pandora's box had been opened. Despite the Catholic Church's best efforts, they would never be able to hold onto the absurd amount of control they had sustained throughout these past centuries. Ragnar had made sure of that by introducing the concept of the weekend. Ironically, the papacy had brought this upon themselves. If the Church had left Ragnar alone, he never would have started this conflict so early in his lifetime. Initially, he had planned to live out a life of peace as a project manager and bring wealth to his stockholders. However, Roland's actions and those of his allies in the Church had forced his hand. As Ragnar accumulated more capital, so too did his ambitions and enemies grow, and when the Church reached out its hand to swat him away like a fly, he bit down into it with a hydraulic press. Thus, they had created a powerful enemy by trying to get rid of a seemingly insignificant Viking in an isolated region within Northumbria. One who would forever liberate the people from the shackles of poverty and the immense stagnation that sustained it. Back in City Titan, Ragnar stood on the balcony of his office, overlooking the smog-choked sunset. Jida stood beside him, holding baby Magnus. "The Pope is calling a council," Jida said, reading the latest telegraph strip. "They are meeting in Aachen." Ragnar took a sip of coffee from his skull mug. "Let them meet," Ragnar said, watching a new locomotive steam out of the station below. "Meetings are inefficient. While they talk, we build." Ragnar turned to his wife. "Jida, start the paperwork for Project Leviathan. The Pope thinks he can stop us with an army." Ragnar grinned, tapping his silver cane on the railing. "I'm going to stop him with a navy." Enough time had passed since the proclamation of industry, the point where the authorities of the Catholic Church had gathered in Aachen at its famous imperial cathedral. There they began to squabble about the ongoing market disruptions that were of pressing concern. Ragnar's productivity gospel was far more popular than they had initially estimated, especially after the revelation that the Church's holy water was just unfiltered river water, while Ragnar's water came from a sanitized pump. This was the most important concern which they discussed at the gathering. Pope Leo Roman IV, as always, had started the meeting by shouting at anyone who opposed his fiscal policy. Though he called this meeting ahead of schedule to address the industrial reformation, and the schism between the warring Catholic monarchs. He was not a diplomatic man. He was currently engaged in a debate with King Charles the Bald of Francia over what should be done about the matter. If we do not mend our differences, this heresy being called the Directorate will sweep across Christendom like a liquidity crisis. However, King Charles was in disagreement. After all, Ragnar had labeled it the Iron Empire. After the last disastrous crusade, the Frankish king had gathered quite a bit of information on Ragnar. As far as he could tell, Ragnar's ambitions solely lay within the British Isles. Thus, he did not accept the notion that this reformation was designed for anything more than England. Thus, he was certain to voice his opinion on the matter. Ragnar and his pet priest Ethelwold have labeled this the Church of Progress. Why should I care what those island savages believe? The Caliphate is burning my southern border, not the Vikings. King Charles, as always, was drinking from a jeweled goblet while making his opinion well heard. Though he was not as abrasive as Leo, he was equally short-sighted, not realizing that allowing the industrial reformation to fester could allow newer branches of economics to pop up and further challenge feudal authority. These two men were both proclaiming themselves to be the central figure of authority for the defense of Christendom, and as such, were constantly at one another's throats. Pope Leo, as always, was flushed with rage. His face was practically the color of his crimson robes as he shouted at Charles once more. "Not your problem. The tithes of every English peasant are at risk to this heresy. Do you not care about the church's revenue stream?" King Charles merely smirked smugly in response to Leo's accusations. He could not very well admit his utter contempt for paying taxes to Rome. After all, such a declaration would be unbefitting of a man who proclaimed himself a defender of the faith. However, he could not reject the claim in good conscience, as doing so would compromise his treasury. This action, of course, further enraged Leo, who struggled to contain his growing wrath. Seeing the direction in which the meeting was heading toward, one of the archbishops present immediately raised a major concern. After all, the voice of reason who normally convinced these two to behave themselves was no longer present, for Bishop Ethelwold had switched sides and joined the Directorate. Bishop Ethelwold is no longer with us, and as such, we should take time to consider the consequences of having a high-ranking cleric join this heresy known as the Industrial Reformation. Seeing that the discussion was switched in another direction, the Pope and the King decided to put aside their differences for the time being and address this concern. Pope Leo's reaction was quite extraordinary. We should capture all of the English bishops and interrogate them to find out whether or not they have sympathies for this efficiency. It is the only way to ensure that more of them do not flock to this so-called progress. King Charles, on the other hand, was once more outraged over Leo's ideas. Though the Pope led the spiritual world, the Kingdom of Francia had always been an important factor in the Church's stability. In Charles's view, if they were to discriminate against the English clergy, who had shown no sign of heresy, and they would be driving more people into the arms of Ragnar, thus weakening the authority of not only the Vatican, but also the feudal system itself. Of course, the only person who would benefit from such an outcome would be Louis the German, the King of East Francia, whose influence stretched to the Rhine and who had a long-standing rivalry with Charles. As such, Charles quickly responded to this idea with contempt. "You would like that, wouldn't you, Your Holiness? Drive the English into Ragnar's arms so you can declare a crusade against them and demand my knights to fight it." Pope Leo, of course, was adjusting his mitre when he denied the accusations against him. "I am sure I have no idea what you are talking about, Charles. I only care for souls, not soldiers." The result of this brief exchange caused the entire council to result in chaos, as the cardinals and dukes who gathered all began to scream at each other and hurl insults about tax evasion and nepotism. Eventually, a loud clacking noise appeared across the room, instantly silencing all of the banter. When the cardinals and nobles searched for who was responsible for the noise, they noticed a cardinal tapping a heavy wooden staff on the marble floor. He was scowling at all of them as if they were a bunch of incompetent middle managers. After staring down the crowd of clergymen and kings for some time, Cardinal Humbert finally voiced his opinion on the matter. "It has become increasingly clear to me that neither Leo nor Charles are fit to lead this crisis. Thus, what I propose is simple. Both of you two imbeciles, sit down and shut up, and allow us to form a grand coalition, one that is actually capable of combating the crisis in which we find ourselves." Leo and Charles immediately protested this option. However, they found little support in the room. Absolutely not. I am the vicar of Christ. Who are you calling an imbecile? I am the king of the Franks. Yet, not a single voice defended them among the crowd. The two men finally realized that their stock value had plummeted. Last year, this council was split into two sides that supported either the Pope or the king. However, now, after the debacle of the failed crusade and the loss of the southern border, not a single nobleman within the room was in support of either of these prospective leaders. Cardinal Humbert, who voiced this option, stared menacingly at the two leaders and chastised them like children. Roland died because he followed your orders. He died because you sent him to fight a machine with a prayer. If neither of you is willing to adapt, then you leave us with no choice. We will form a holy league of defense and sideline both of your personal ambitions. For once in your lives, you two should do what is best for the market, I mean the church. After such a verbal thrashing, both Leo and Charles looked at each other with helpless expressions. Ultimately, Charles was the first to speak. I voluntarily cede operational command of the Southern Front to the League, provided I do not have to pay for the mercenaries. With Charles's concession, all that remained was Leo. As such, the entire Council of Auction stared at him with intimidating eyes before finally the man broke from the pressure and bent to their will. I will bless the League, but I retain the right to excommunicate anyone who uses a steam engine. With that, the two leaders sat down in their seats and admitted defeat. They may be a pair of incompetent fools. Still, even they could realize when they lacked a majority vote. If they refused to cooperate, they would be forced by the coalition out of their positions and wander the world as irrelevant figureheads. Thus, the council would form a committee of public safety in the upcoming month, where a single strategist would be elected and placed in command of the Catholic defense for years to come. Whether or not this strategist would be more competent than Roland was yet to be known, but it was a good start on the path to recovery. Though they solved one of the major issues of contention, two major issues presented themselves, which needed to be thoroughly discussed: the ongoing industrial reformation and the Caliphate's war in Spain. As such, the council had only begun to solve the current crisis the Catholic Church was going through. Meanwhile, in City Titan, while the Council of Auction was ongoing, Ragnar and his allies in the Directorate had made great plans to secure the regions in which their movement had taken a foothold. Northumbria, of course, was as secure as a region could become in this chaotic age, yet Ragnar's neighbors would need some assistance, and the young director was more than happy to capitalize on such a venture. Ragnar sat in his office, his silver-geared cane resting against the desk. He was looking at a map of Scotland. The Scots have coal, Ragnar mused, tapping the map with a compass, but they lack the infrastructure to extract it efficiently. Jida, sitting across from him, looked up from a ledger. I'm suggesting a consultancy firm. We send engineers to Scotland, we build their mines, we build their rails, and in exchange we own 51% of the stock. Jida finished smiling. Precisely. Just then the door opened and Vizier Al-Hakam walked in. He looked concerned. Director, Al-Hakam said, my spies in Aachen tell me the Catholics are forming a league. They have stopped fighting each other to fight the Moors. Ragnar leaned back in his chair. That means the pressure on your southern border is about to increase, Vizier. It does, Al-Hakam agreed. The Caliph is requesting the ironclad. Is it ready? Ragnar looked out the window toward the dry dock where the massive hull of Project Leviathan was being plated with rivets. The hull is finished, Ragnar said, but the engine needs a stress test. Ragnar stood up, grabbing his cane. Let's go down to the docks. I think it's time we showed the world what happens when you put a locomotive on water. As the trio walked out of the office, Ragnar felt a sense of anticipation. The boardroom shuffle in Aachen had bought him time. The Catholics were distracted. The Moors were engaged. The Iron Empire was about to launch its IPO. On the high seas. One more thing, Director, Al-Hakam added. The Pope, he declared that steam is the breath of Satan. Ragnar laughed, a low, mechanical sound that echoed in the hallway. Let him preach, Vizier. Many of the cardinals and bishops had gathered within the Cathedral of Aachen to discuss the many problems currently plaguing the Catholic balance sheet. They had finally found a solution to mend the feud between the Frankish and German monarchs by creating a committee of public safety. There were still two major issues that presented themselves. Chief among them was the ongoing industrial reformation, which had spread beyond their control to the Midlands and Scotland. As such, the various cardinals and bishops were discussing how to move forward. With Pope Leo Roman IV and King Charles sidelined by the coalition, the conversation was far more pragmatic between the various shareholders of the church. At the moment, the answer which everyone had agreed to was military force. However, the military orders of the Catholic Church were all busy fighting the Moors in Spain, and the last group of crusaders was liquidated in battle by Ragnar's corporate defense force. As for the Vatican, they were aware that Ragnar was using advanced technology within his army. One man, in particular, acted as a second-hand witness to this information. That was the Bishop of Canterbury, whose diocese was hostily taken over by Ragnar during his winter campaign to seize the south. The bishop spoke with an intense hatred for Ragnar about the issues at hand, and how it would not be an easy task to rout out the industrialists who had mostly formed within the fortified, station towns of England. The machines Ragnar employs have the capacity to burn a man to ash before he even draws his sword. They pump liquid fire through pipes buried in the sand. These are no mere Greek tricks but something else entirely. The average Viking soldier is equipped with standardized plate armor that covers their vital areas and is virtually impenetrable by our swords. If we are to march on Northumbria, we would need a massive force, one in which is armed with, well, I don't know what, but something stronger than prayer. The surrounding clergymen listened to this bishop's rant, and many of them did not believe their ears. After all, how could such a weapon possibly exist? Liquid fire under the beach, it sounded like a fable. Nevertheless, what came next shocked them further. He employs crossbows that fire 6 times without reloading, and he moves his armies on iron roads with a carriage that breathes smoke. I know not how he obtained these hellish devices, but we cannot win by sheer numbers. After all, the sacred flame tried these tactics, and they were massacred on the beach where the heathens burned them like dry twigs. The more the bishop ranted and raved about the spectacular performance of Ragnar's technology and the employees who wielded it, the more clergymen within the meeting began to disregard his words as pure fiction. At a point, a relatively fat and loathsome cardinal raised his head and began to insult the bishop. I suppose you personally witnessed these iron roads. This question immediately made the Bishop of Canterbury frown. After all, he had not witnessed the battle that had taken place. Instead, he was hiding like a coward in his rectory before fleeing to France on a fishing boat. Ultimately, he had to admit to the fact that this was all second-hand information from a terrified squire. I am afraid not. However, this information was reported to me by a survivor before he succumbed to his burns. Several of the attending members of the Council of Aachen began to scoff at the bishop's words. Clearly, the bishop believed the wild tales of a traumatized soldier, or so many of the council members believed. Ultimately, few decided to take the bishop's warning seriously. After all, they severely lacked the liquidity to invade England in the first place. That is, of course, until one of the archbishops proposed an opportunity. Why don't we call for grand coalition to wipe out the heretics in the north? It has worked before. Even if they are as well armed as the bishop claims, what can they possibly do against an army of 100,000 men who have taken up the cross? Surely we can sponsor such a vast army by calling upon the lords and knights of Europe to defend Christendom from this vile steam. Do we really need to wait for the Franks to finish their war when we can hire mercenaries? These were all excellent questions, which could easily be answered. After all, it had been quite some time since the church had flexed its financial muscle, and due to the fear of Ragnar's influence spreading, the idea was quite popular and would undoubtedly draw in a lot of potential investors to invade England with. After a bit of discussion, this was how the Council of Aachen chose to deal with Ragnar and the industrial movement. Unfortunately for the future crusaders, by the time they could fully prepare such a massive force for the invasion, years would have passed, and Fortress Britain would be a self-sustaining industrial powerhouse. Ragnar would be more than ready for such a force. However, how could these men possibly know the future? After figuring out how to deal with the industrial reformation, they moved on to the last topic at hand. One of the participating cardinals brought up the matter of the caliphate and the crisis the Franks were currently facing. The Franks have angered the Moors by losing their southern border. They are currently facing a crisis the likes we have not seen in decades. If we aid them, we will only be depleting the funds we need for the Northern Crusade. How shall we proceed? Instantly, the opinion of the participating clergymen was divided. Some supported the Frankish kingdom, and others believed they should never have antagonized the Moors to begin with. As such, they quickly devolved into an argument about this issue. One of the bishops attending voiced his support for the Franks. The kingdom of France is the bulwark of Christendom in the south. They must not fall to these heathens. I say we supply them with the funding and equipment necessary to win the war at their doorsteps. However, Cardinal Humbert instantly voiced his objection to this matter. Preposterous! We should never have been involved with the Frankish war in the first place. If Charles had not wasted his knights on Ragnar, they never would have lost the Pyrenees. Now more than ever, we need to conserve our resources. The Industrial Reformation will be causing a lot of troubles in the future, and we will need every gold coin if we seek to end it swiftly. Without a unified pope in the audience, there was no way to move forward with the ideas presented unless all parties agreed. They could easily agree on a coalition to crush the Industrial Reformation, but supporting the Franks during their crisis, which they brought upon themselves. That was a point of contention between the various factions of the church. As such, the men continued to squabble amongst themselves over this one issue for a week before concluding that they would provide moral support to the Franks, but they would not provide any troops or economic stimulus. The Kingdom of France was left on its own to fight the enemies in which it had created, at least for the most part. After all, the church was more concerned with putting down Ragnar, who posed a far greater threat to their monopoly on power than the Moors. If this were the army of the Umayyads from centuries prior, then maybe there would be a need for concern. However, at the moment, Ragnar was a far greater threat for the church, and they needed time and resources to prepare for a great crusade against him and his employees. Ragnar, of course, anticipated this move by the church, and he had no qualms building a sufficient force in the meantime to deal with the threat the Crusaders would pose shortly. However, for now, he was fairly relaxed as he focused his efforts on what he had been doing since his return from audit in Sandwich, building his army and defenses while maintaining his trade with the various factions who wanted his steel and wool. As for the Reformation's place in this world, it was not so easily diminished. Word had spread that the Industrial Reformation had begun, and plenty of people saw it as an opportunity to take back power from the feudal lords. Even if they did not necessarily agree with the productivity gospel themselves, the idea of getting rid of the church's tax on commerce was attractive enough to join in with the reformist movement. As such, Ragnar's allies grew in numbers, which would be useful in the upcoming trade war with the Catholic Church. Ultimately, the Council of Aachen ended in what could be considered a monumental success for the Catholic Church. The political schism had been patched with a coalition, and a plan was in place to deal with the Industrial Reformation. As for the Franks, they were left to their own devices for the most part. Thus, the Catholic Church had addressed the ongoing crises from which it was currently suffering. However, in the end, this would not be enough to stop the growing tide of the Industrial Reformation and Ragnar's rise to market dominance. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, while the council was wrapping up, Ragnar stood on the deck of a small survey ship, looking at the gray waves. Jida stood beside him holding a telescope. "The semaphore from the mainland says the council is over," Jida reported. "They are saving their gold to fight us." Ragnar smiled, leaning on his silver cane. "Good, that gives us a 3-year window before they can liquidate enough assets to hire an army." "And the Franks will be busy with Al-Hakam," Ragnar said, watching a seagull dive, "which means the coast is clear." Ragnar pointed to a distant, fog-shrouded coastline to the north. "Set a course for Edinburgh, Captain. I hear the Scottish king is having trouble with his heating bill. It's time we introduced him to the wonders of anthracite coal." The light of the smog choked sun shone down Princess Elfwin's quarters in Winchester, illuminating her determined face as she woke before the alarm. It was barely dawn, but the young COO was already awake. After all, she had a railway to manage. After a short period of stretching, she decided to get out from under her heavy wool covers. Now that she was awake, she decided to go about her morning efficiency rituals. She brushed her teeth with Ragnar's new mint paste, washed her face with filtered water. After getting dressed, she progressed to the dining hall where her family were gathering to eat breakfast. Ever since Ragnar had audited the south, the Mercian royal family had been living in a strange limbo between royalty and management. Despite Elfwin's growing responsibilities, she still tried to play nice with her older sister, Ethelfled, the Iron Lady of Mercia. As such, the two sat across from one another at the dining table, where the two began to mince words over porridge. Ethelfled was, as always, the instigator, deciding to bully her efficient little sister. Elfwin, I heard your director was bold enough to declare his business model as a religion. I wonder what will happen to him when the Pope finally sends a real army to deal with the trouble he has caused. I worry for your safety, after all. You are the COO of a company the Church refers to as the Iron Demon's Workshop. Immediately, the warrior woman went straight for the heart, knowing that Elfwin's admiration for Ragnar was her most vulnerable point. However, since their first dispute over blueprints, Elfwin had grown wiser. She was as calm as a spreadsheet as she rebutted Ethelflaed's taunt. Any force the Vatican sends into Northumbria will end up the same as Grandmaster Roland, liquidated. She was quite obviously referring to the slaughter of the Holy League at Sandwich. However, Ethelflaed knew something that most did not know. After all, her husband was the ealdorman of Mercia, and his spy network was extensive. As such, she further taunted Elfwin. Poor Grandmaster Roland. Heard Ragnar use some vile sorcery to burn him alive. What kind of black-hearted man turns a knight into a candle? Though Elfwin tried to stay calm, hearing her sister compliment Roland while insulting Ragnar's engineering was enough to invoke ire in her heart. Ethelflaed dared to act like Roland was a hero, despite knowing he had killed a child over a toy. You know full well that Roland was a Luddite fanatic who murdered an apprentice. Ragnar didn't use sorcery, he used hydraulics. If you ask me, Ragnar should have billed the church for the fuel. Ethelflaed smiled devilishly as she witnessed Elfwin, fuming with anger, to the point where her cheeks were puffing like a steam valve. After seeing such a sight, of course, Ethelflaed could not resist and further poured salt on the wound. I suppose that is the excuse he told you after he hired the Frankish peasants instead of executing them. He's soft, Elfwin. A real Viking would have taken their heads. Elfwin continued to fume, but she did not lose control of her emotions. Instead, she forced herself to calm down before addressing Ethelflaed's last point. For the past few months, ever since Ethelflaed arrived, she had continuously beaten Elfwin in any argument solely because she would bring up Ragnar's softness. However, not this time. Elfwin had finally figured out how to beat Ethelflaed. So what if Ragnar hires his enemies? He is a visionary, and visionaries see value where warriors only see targets. If your husband was half as innovative as Ragnar, Mercia wouldn't be borrowing money from City Titan to fix its bridges. These words completely baffled Ethelflaed and attacked her weakest point. She knew her husband, ealdorman Ethelred, was a traditionalist who struggled with basic math. The fact that her youngest sister managed to become the right hand of the most powerful man in Europe had greatly invoked her jealousy. While Ethelflaed had an ugly expression on her face, Elfwin was smirking smugly at her. Oh, how the tables had turned. You think you are better than me because your boss has a steam train and a gold-plated skull mug. How dare you? Elfwin was delighted. She merely scoffed at Ethelflaed and told her the words she was told every time she erupted in the past. We will discuss this later when you calm down. I have a 9:00 a.m. meeting with the sanitation department. If Ethelflaed's expression was ugly before, it was now outright hideous. She wanted to draw her sword, but she knew she could not do so. After all, such behavior was inefficient, and she had a security deposit to maintain. After this little catfight was over, the family's breakfast continued in awkward silence, the only one satisfied with the results of. This meal was Elfwin. She had won a great moral victory today against her sister. As she finished her coffee, Elfwin checked her pocket watch. Must run, she said cheerfully. We're installing the new sewer pipes today. Don't wait up. Ethelflaed grumbled into her ale as Elfwin swept out of the room, looking every inch the modern executive. For the past few months, ealdorman Ethelred of Mercia had been in the process of auditing the Midlands. However, despite his initial progress, he currently found himself in a stalemate with the armies of Wessex, which had returned from their campaign in the West Country to reclaim the logistics hubs they had lost to Mercia. Despite the advantages the Mercians initially had in this, or they now found themselves struggling to maintain the ground they had conquered. The West Saxons had made great gains in Devon and Cornwall, pursuing their claim for the title of Bretwalda. However, after realizing that the Mercians had seized their primary grain depot in Oxford, they were forced to withdraw from their holdings and leave it to reconquest by the Vikings and their allies. As such, they were in a furious state as they gazed across the battlefield to see the dastardly Mercians who had attacked them while they were pursuing their ambitions. The two ealdormen led their respective armies with Ethelred in control of his personal forces and those of his vassals. King Ethelwulf of Wessex was in charge of the West Saxon army. Seeing as how nearly all of the two leaders' forces were gathered for this event, this would be the single most important battle of the war in southern England to decide who would reign supreme in the grain market, Mercia or Wessex. The battle ultimately would take place outside the town of Reading in Berkshire. Ealdorman Ethelred was currently discussing the plans for the grand battle which was about to take place with his vassals, who were commanders in his army. "Thane Ada, my old friend, I wish for you to command the rear guard. Make sure that our supply lines hold against any potential raids, especially that of their light cavalry." Seeing that he was not tasked with leading the vanguard, Ada frowned. However, despite his objections, he agreed to the Ealdorman's orders and voiced his support. "I will do as you command, my lord." Ethelred was, of course, pleased with this result. As for the next comment from the Ealdorman, it surprised nobody. "Thane Leofric, you are tasked with leading the vanguard. Take the Iron Gear Lease unit and break their center." Leofric pounded his chest as he saluted his liege while responding to his orders. "You honor me, my lord. The Iron Director's steel will not fail us." With those two positions taken care of, Ethelred moved on to his overall strategy. "While Leofric advances with the vanguard, I will lead the cavalry, which we will split into 2 units and circle around the enemy's lines, where we shall attack them from the rear of their flanks. Once the flanks are crushed, the West Saxons will have to fall back and reinforce their lines. As they do so, the vanguard will rush in and cut them down before they manage to do so." It was a simple enough strategy and had worked numerous times before. As such, none of the lords who were present had any complaints about the tactics they would use to defeat Wessex. The last remark the Ealdorman made was about his crossbowmen. "The crossbowmen will be placed atop both of these hills on both sides of the battlefield, where they will rain bolts down upon our foes." After these words were stated, all of the lords who witnessed this conversation nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they were all set to the task, and the battle had begun. The crossbowmen took their positions on the hilltop and began to rain their armor-piercing bolts down upon the enemy forces, just as planned. However, unfortunately, it appeared as if the West Saxons were just as well equipped as the Mercians. As such, the bolts were largely deflected off of the heavily armored infantry of the enemy. The fact that the West Saxons were so well equipped was shocking to the Mercians, seeing as how the Mercian lords had spent a fortune on Ragnar's arms and armor preparing for this war. Despite this fact, the West Saxons seemed to be equally well equipped, which began to fill the lords of Mercia with doubt over Ragnar's non-compete clause. Nevertheless, now was not the time to worry about such concerns. Though the bolts could not pierce the heavy plate of the king's guard, they easily slid into the gaps in the enemy armor when fired in a volley numbering in the thousands. There were still many wounds inflicted on the West Saxon troops before they arrived in combat with the Mercian infantry. Still, it was strange that there was no sign of West Saxon archers or slingers deployed to the battlefield, which filled Thane Ada with angst as he commanded the rear guard, watching the battle from afar. The moment the two feudal armies made contact with one another, blood and death began to spray about the fertile grassland that was the battlefield. Corpses littered the field as the steel-clad armies clashed with one another like an enormous metallic tidal wave. As the battle continued to rage, Ealdorman Ethelred finally found an opening for his cavalry, and as such, he began his charge. Just like in the battle plan, the heavily armored knights mounted on horseback broke into 2 units and went around the vanguard of the enemy army, where they proceeded to attack their flanks from the rear. As such, the heavily armored knights of Mercia led by Ethelred crashed into the enemy flanks, driving their lances through their chests and ending their lives. Quickly, the West Saxon flanks began to crumble, and the plan seemed to be working perfectly. However, unlike Ethelred had estimated, the moment the enemy flanks crumbled, the men began to rout and fled into the distance. Seeing this as an opportunity for victory, Ethelred charged ahead of his infantry and into the routing forces. However, this turned out to be a grave mistake, as the enemy forces were pulling a classic feigned retreat. By the time the knights of Mercia arrived in front of their enemies, they were encircled by thousands of longbowmen who unleashed a massive volley from 360 degrees around the Mercian knights. Though the arrows could not penetrate the toughness of the Directorate plate armor, they could find the eye slits in the joints, causing injuries to the knights and noblemen who were encapsulated, as well as their trusty steeds. Before long, the entire contingent of knights who had broken the West Saxon flanks found themselves dismounted, as the continuous volley fire had gravely injured their horses. Many of them were wounded or had even perished in the attack by the longbowmen. After all, the plate armor of the time was not as advanced as what Ragnar equipped his own iron gear cavalry with. Many knights wore mail aventails for throat protection, rather than the articulated gorgets Ragnar reserved for his premium subscribers. Thus the bodkin points of the heavy war bows were capable of piercing through the mail aventail and into their throats. Ethelred and his surviving knights quickly recovered from the attack. However, they soon found themselves surrounded by the enemy infantry, and they were a long way off from their own army. As such, a vicious struggle appeared as the knights of Mercia battled to the death with the men at arms of Wessex. Ethelred stood side by side with his knights and vassals, who had followed him into death as he parried an oncoming spear thrust and lunged towards the soldier's face with his longsword, piercing through the man's skull and ending his life. However, he shortly thereafter received a heavy mace blow to the crook of his elbow, which crushed the joint beneath his plate armor. With a shattered elbow, he no longer had the ability to wield his longsword with his dominant arm, and thus resorted to using the weapon one-handed with his offhand. Thane Odda gazed in horror at the sight of the Mercian knights being rapidly cut down by the enemy forces, yet there was nothing he could do. He was tasked with protecting the rear guard, and he was far too distant from his liege's position to provide any aid. All he could do was watch as the ranks of the Mercian knights slowly dwindled in a desperate struggle to wait for the Mercian infantry to arrive at their aid. However, right when the Mercian infantry was about to intervene, the West Saxon cavalry rushed upon their loose and disorganized ranks, which was the result of panic, and began to halt their advance. King Ethelwulf was at the head of the ranks of his cavalry as they lanced through the Mercian vanguard, as if they were cutting through wet parchment. The last thing Ealdorman Ethelred saw before he was viciously struck upon the back of his helm with a mighty Danish axe was the devastation wrought upon his forces by the West Saxon army. He quickly collapsed to his knees from the impact, where he was once more struck by the axe, ending his life. As for the fate of Thane Leofric, he had either perished in the conflict or been captured alive, to Thane Odda. Such a thing did not matter at the moment. Despite being his liege, Odda had no plans to stay behind and rescue the corpse. As such, he quickly ordered his troops to withdraw from the battlefield, for the Mercian army had already lost. With this one battle, the fate of the Midlands had seemingly been sealed. The Ealdorman was dead, and his armies were routed. Those few who survived and remained free from bondage were the members of the rear guard who watched their armies cut to pieces. When all appeared to be lost, they fled the battle scene and headed back to their homes in Mercia. After all, someone had to defend the homeland from the massive West Saxon hostile takeover that would soon follow. Meanwhile, in City Titan, Ragnar sat in his office, reading the telegraph strip that had just arrived from his observer in reading. Jida stood by the window, rocking Magnus to sleep. "Ethelred is dead," Ragnar announced, his voice devoid of surprise. "Wessex used the feigned retreat." Jida looked up. "And the equipment? Both sides were using Directorate steel," Ragnar confirmed, taking a sip from his skull mug. "It seems the black market is leaking product." "Is that a problem?" Jida asked. "No," Ragnar smiled, tapping his silver cane on the floor. "It's a market opportunity. With Ethelred dead, Mercia is in chaos." Ragnar stood up. "Send a message to Princess Elfwin. We're going to Mercia." Nearly a week had passed from the fateful battle in which the Mercian army under the command of Ealdorman Ethelred was horrendously liquidated by the West Saxons. Thane Odda had maintained his supply lines retreat back to Oxford, where he intended to defend the grain reserves until death. As for the result of the battle, Odda had dispatched semaphore signals and riders to all corners of the Midlands, informing the realm of their CEO's death and the results of the catastrophic audit. When Ragnar finally received the news, he was sitting on his swivel chair in the executive suite of City Titan, with Jida sitting on the edge of his desk, reviewing the quarterly projections. Ragnar, indeed, had no shame as he continued to trace the line of her hip with his silver-geared cane, which caused her to smirk with professional amusement. Truthfully, this entire display of synergy was her idea, and Ragnar was her director and would not decline an opportunity to show off his appreciation for her management skills. As such, the young industrialist entertained himself with the efficiency of his partner. That is until a junior clerk came rushing into the office and witnessed the ergonomic scene. Upon witnessing the intrusion, Jida quickly became overwhelmed with annoyance and adjusted her spectacles. Nevertheless, Ragnar continued to tap his cane rhythmically against the desk leg, despite the new arrival. While behaving so casually in a place of business, Ragnar shouted at the clerk who had just arrived. "Do you have a scheduled appointment? If not, get out. As you can see, we are currently in a strategy session." Not knowing how to react to the bold lack of decorum, the clerk stammered as he tried to discuss the telegraph strip which had arrived, containing the code of the Mercian Forward Operating Base. D. Director Thane Ada sends an urgent wire. I am here to deliver the transcript. Ragnar's cane, which was resting near Jaida's knee, immediately stopped its tapping. Shortly thereafter, a sigh escaped from his lips as he demanded the clerk pass the strip to him. "Submit the data." The clerk quickly bowed before walking up to Ragnar and Jaida, where he handed it to the director. After the man handed Ragnar the paper, he quickly absconded from the spot. After all, watching Ragnar and Jaida calculate profit margins with such intensity was not something to which one would normally stick around to see. It was only after the man had left that Jaida hopped off the desk, smoothing her skirt. She truly only had herself to blame, as she was the one who suggested reviewing the budget in such a relaxed manner. Nevertheless, she still felt Ragnar had gone too far by not immediately pivoting to crisis mode. Ignoring Jaida's raised eyebrow, Ragnar unrolled the strip and read its contents, which caused his monocle to nearly fall out before settling into a grave expression. Seeing his reaction, Jaida could not help but pry into the data. After all, she was his CFO, and as such, she quickly voiced her concerns. "I know that look. The stock has crashed, hasn't it?" Ragnar nodded his head before announcing the results of the battle outside reading. "Ethelred is dead. His army was downsized permanently. Only Thane Ada and the rearguard have returned to Oxford. The board of Mercia is either dead or captured. I'm sorry, love, but I have more important assets to secure at the moment. We will have to finish the budget review later." Jaida once more began to frown as Ragnar stood up, leaning heavily on his cane, and began to head to the war room. They had only just begun their analysis, and yet already he was leaving. She began to believe that such volatility always presented itself at the worst timing. She sighed to herself as she watched Ragnar limp out of the scene. However, it could not be helped. He had to make preparations for the likelihood of a West Saxon hostile takeover of the Midlands. As such, she decided she would spend her free time auditing the nursery expenses. Ragnar, on the other hand, quickly got to work. Though his station towns had begun construction across the north, he had always made a priority on the defense of the border railheads. As such, the tracks were adequately defended, at least in terms of iron gear garrison. However, he now needed to transfer more contractors to the southern line. After all, the West Saxons were likely to invade through Mercia with at least one army to seize the coal deposits. By now, General Bjorn had already returned to Ragnar's office as his VP of Security. Ragnar liked to have him nearby to advise on kinetic solutions. As such, Ragnar quickly called for Bjorn to meet him in the war room, where the massive man arrived in a timely manner. Initially, Bjorn thought Ragnar wanted to test a new blend of coffee. After all, their bond as brothers had only strengthened through the countless audits they worked on together. However, after noticing the grave expression on Ragnar's face, Bjorn's professionalism immediately took over. "Director, what is the status?" Ragnar immediately relayed the news he had become privy to. "Ethelred has been liquidated, and the Mercian portfolio is shattered. Only a few thousand troops made it out of the restructuring, and they returned to Oxford with Thane Ada. Tamworth is left poorly defended, and it will not stand for long if the West Saxons decide to foreclose." Hearing such disastrous news, Bjorn frowned. By now, he knew where Ragnar was headed with this train of thought. As such, he asked Ragnar the question on his mind. "Yet you do not plan to provide a bailout to the new ealdormen?" Ragnar grinned as he heard Bjorn's response. The man knew the business model too well. "Of course not. Though the West Saxons may send an army into Tamworth, they will undoubtedly also send one toward our coal fields in Nottingham. After all, our mines exist along the northern border of Mercia, and I doubt they plan to leave us out of their monopoly. We must properly defend our assets." Bjorn nodded. The situation of the Midlands did not bode too well. However, as the director of the North, Ragnar's first and foremost responsibility was to protect his own shareholders, which was the wisest course of action in such uncertain times. However, an idea popped into Bjorn's head as he thought about what would happen to Oxford. What if the armies march on the university town? Will you leave Princess Elfwin to her fate? Ragnar scoffed at Bjorn's suggestion and immediately retorted, slamming his cane on the map table. "If those West Saxon Luddites dare to think about laying a hand on my COO, I will bring the might of steam and steel upon their feudal heads. I will never allow harm to come to a single hair on my executive team." Bjorn stared at the conviction in Ragnar's eyes and knew. The young director was serious. Despite Oxford being a rather distant hub relative to City Titan, the grizzled veteran did not doubt for a second that Ragnar would break any siege that took place and forcefully take his COO back to headquarters, where she would be safe. With that in mind, the man had decided on the best course of action in which Ragnar's security forces would take and pointed to the map of England. "We will split the security force into 2 units. As you know, we have mostly replenished our losses from the audit of Sandwich, and as such, our numbers are back to peak efficiency. Unit Alpha 5,000 men will take the western line to Manchester with Al Hakam as their consultant, where they will be stationed as a rapid response force to any invasion through the Pennines. As for Unit Beta, they will board the humanitarian aid train to Nottingham, where I will lead them. If the West Saxons even dare to attack our coal supply, I will crush them. As for any attacks on our assets in Oxford, we will be able to more swiftly get to their aid by having our troops stationed at the railhead." It was a good plan, and Ragnar immediately agreed with it. As such, he complimented Bjorn before ordering him to put it into action as soon as possible. "Excellent work, General. With this strategy, we should be able to defend our profit margins from any incursion adequately. Relay this information to the shift supervisors and have it enacted as quickly as you can." Bjorn nodded with a smile on his face before saluting Ragnar. "Of course, Director, I will dispatch the train at once." Afterward, the man exited from the war room and began to enact the plans promptly. Ragnar's defenses were rather solid, and though most of the railway stations was still under construction and would be for years to come, the bunker-pattern defenses were at least partially completed. As such, he did not fear the West Saxons seizing his land. Ragnar stood alone in the war room looking at the map. He traced the line from Nottingham to Oxford with his finger. "Hang in there, Elfwin," he whispered. Rain poured down upon the industrial tracks of the west coastline, turning the gravel embankments into gray sludge. At the moment, an army of West Saxons was on the march, or rather, trudging unhappily through the mud. At the head of the military was an ealdorman named Ethelred, who was quite upset about his current task. For the most part, he and the men of his army were practical men who appreciated good tools, and King Ethelwulf had tasked them to invade the heartland of the Industrial Revolution. Not only was City Titan an important source of cheap wool and clean water for the common folk, but it also housed the tomb of the unknown contractor. As such, very few men in the army were eager to fulfill this task. On more than one occasion, ealdorman Ethelred had considered outright insubordination. Yet, here he was at the borders between Wessex and the Directorate, debating whether or not he should go through with his orders. However, the closer his troops approached the border town of Crewe, the more they were able to notice that a fortress was constructed in the area, one whose design was unlike anything Ethelred had ever seen before. It wasn't a castle with high stone walls. It was a low, squat complex of reinforced concrete and earthworks, shaped like a pentagon, flying the Iron Gear flag. It was a station fortress, constructed by Ragnar to protect the logistical routes into his lands. Ethelred decided to halt his advance when faced such a mighty obstacle, which was visibly defended by relatively massive steam cannons and hundreds of men armed with what he perceived to be repeating crossbows. He was no fool, and he could tell by the geometric perfection of the kill zones that if he were to attempt to take it over, it would be a long and expensive battle. When faced with such a challenge, Ethelred only had 3 options. First, he could withdraw and find another route, perhaps through the marshes, which nobody wanted. Second, he could disregard his losses and attack the fortress in an attempt to force his way to the coal mines. His third and final option was to give up on the idea of attacking, set up camp on the edge of the rail line, and act like he was doing something, hoping that King Ethelwulf would not realize he had sat still and done nothing. After all, neither he nor his men were too keen on the idea of attacking the people who sold them their plowshares. Ealdorman Ethelred took a few moments to contemplate his options when one of his thanes approached him. "My lord, the path forward is blocked by the Thing. I fear it will be a difficult task to audit their defenses." Ethelred immediately felt a headache looking at the situation before him. If he did not advance, he would be labeled a coward. If he did, he would be dead. As such, he mustered his courage and ordered the army to advance on the fortress. "Prepare to lay siege, we have our orders." While giving out the command to his army, Ethelred told himself in the back of his mind, "May the saints protect my pension." As such, a siege camp was prepared, and within a few hours of preparations, the West Saxon army began to attack the station fortress. Men-at-arms rushed towards the concrete curtains, hoping that the solid portion of the wall would provide a steady platform to raise their ladders. However, the moment they came within engagement distance, the several hundred iron gear contractors garrisoned at the fort unleashed the spicy mix mortars. The explosive shells tore the besiegers asunder long. Before they made it to the wall section, limbs were hewn from the victims of the blast, and mud splattered across the railway tracks. Yet this did not stop the repeating crossbows mounted on the fortress walls from firing in the direction of the invaders. Though the defenders only numbered in the hundreds, the fortress was so well designed that even with their standard issue gear, they were capable of causing massive depreciation to the enemy assets. By the time the third volley of mortar fire went off, the besiegers had fled back to their siege camp, which was well within the range of the heavier artillery. However, the defenders did not attack the encampment. Instead, they halted their fire and allowed the enemy to retreat. The goal was not to annihilate the enemy force as quickly as possible. If they did such a thing, King Ethelwulf would take one of two actions. He would either abandon the Midlands altogether until he had successfully taken the rest of England, or he would send a massive invasion far more significant than the current force in retaliation, neither of which was appealing to Ragnar. As such, the young director had tasked his regional managers to wage a war of attrition. If Ragnar's forces could keep these tens of thousands of men bogged down outside their borders indefinitely, King Ethelwulf would surely continue to send reinforcements and supplies to ensure the offensive continued. This would significantly weaken his treasury and divide his armies, allowing the other kingdoms a decent chance to fight back. However, Ealdorman Ethelred had no way of knowing Ragnar's business plan and was simply in awe of the weapons that his opponents fielded. Thus he stood with his mouth agape after watching his army collapse so quickly against the mighty station fortress. The man was so shocked by the disastrous result of the brief engagement that he accidentally voiced his thoughts aloud for all the nearby men to hear. The devil is on their side, for how can man build such efficient machines without infernal blueprints? These words weakened the already low morale of the troops, many of whom secretly owned directorate-made tools and had no desire to attack the factory. After saying these words, one of the thanes under Ethelred voiced his concerns. "If the devil is on their side, my lord, and how do we fulfill our quota?" It was only at this moment that Ethelred realized he had spoken his thoughts aloud, and as such, quickly came up with a scheme to avoid further conflict while making it seem like he was actively participating in the hostile takeover. "Write to King Ethelwulf. Tell him the tracks are blocked by sorcerous fortifications. Tell him we need heavier equipment if we are to achieve our objective. He will either send us aid, which will give us a period of reprieve, or he will ignore our pleas. We will have our justification to sit back and do nothing." Hearing their liege orders, the thanes all agreed that it was the best course of action and immediately set to task. As for the defenders in the fortress, not a single contractor was wounded in the conflict, and as such, they were sitting back and relaxing in the heated breakroom. After all, they had access to plenty of canned rations and fresh coffee. Theoretically, they could stay and guard the border indefinitely. While the besiegers lived in an exposed and muddy siege camp, the defenders stayed in concrete bunkers to shelter them from the elements, which allowed them a sense of comfort as they guarded the assets of the directorate. Meanwhile, in-city Titan Ragnar sat in his office, reading the telegraph strip from the crew station fortress. Jida was organizing the files for the new naval department. "The West Saxons are stalled," Ragnar noted, taking a sip from his skull mug. "They are sending letters home instead of storming the walls." "Just as predicted," Jida replied, not looking up. "The attrition rate will bankrupt their logistics within 3 months." Ragnar stood up and walked to the large map on the wall. He placed a black pin on crew. "The border holds. Now we turn our attention to the sea." Ragnar tapped the pin marking Edinburgh. "Are you going personally?" Jida asked. "I have to," Ragnar said, grabbing his silver cane. "The King of Scots is a stubborn man. He won't sign the coal rights over to a subordinate." Ragnar walked to the door, pausing to look back at his wife. "Hold the fort, Jida. If the Pope sends another letter, send it back with a bill for the paper." Jida smirked. Understood, Director, travel safely. The light of the smog choked dawn shone into Ragnar's quarters in the governor's mansion, exposing the scene of the young director and his CFO entangled in each other's arms. As per usual, this was the signal for Ragnar to awaken. As for Jida, she would continue to sleep for exactly 15 more minutes. The days of her sneaking back to her own chambers were long past. These days everyone knew of her executive partnership with Ragnar, and she openly slept in his room. Thus Ragnar skillfully climbed out of bed, grabbing his silver-geared cane, and got dressed in his morning workout attire, a heavy wool tunic and trousers. As per usual, his morning was filled with a 2-mile limp around the courtyard, followed by isometric exercises. When he was finally done with all of those things, hours had passed, and he had entered the bathhouse to get rid of the soot on his body. When he opened the door to the steam room and entered the tiled chamber, he found Jida already reviewing documents in the mist. A small, waterproof slate was in her hand. "Good morning, Director," she said without looking up. "The wool futures are up 3%. Ragnar smiled, sitting down on the bench beside her. The steam eased the ache in his leg. After a prolonged workout, soaking in a steam room powered by the excess heat of the blast furnace was something that Ragnar come to enjoy immensely. It was the ultimate recycling. After discussing the budget with Jida for some time, the couple left the bath and tidied up their appearance while fulfilling daily hygiene like brushing their teeth with mint paste and flossing with silk thread. Afterward, they got dressed and headed to the dining room, where they shared a meal. As per usual, the only other person present at the table was Princess Elfwin, who had returned from Oxford for a quarterly review. Though her relationship with Jida was professional, she still supported Ragnar's human element policies against Jida's ruthless efficiency. Ragnar had yet to inform Elfwin that her brother-in-law, Ealdorman Ethelred, had died due to friendly fire from a directorate-made mace. Of course, when he did finally tell her of such an important matter, it would be an entirely spun story about the Ealdorman dying heroically while inspecting a faulty bridge. After all, Elfwin still cared for her family, and she was not fully aware of the stupidity in which Ethelred had conducted his campaign. As such, Ragnar drank black coffee out of the gold-plated skull chalice of Grandmaster Roland while talking to Elfwin about how she spent her time recently. "So Elfwin, how is the Oxford expansion?" "I have been so preoccupied with the hostile takeover of the Midlands that I have been unable to check up on the academic sector." Elfwin had been managing the new technical institute which had been set up in Oxford to educate the young generations of engineers. After all, if she stayed cooped up in the station fortress, she was bound to lose touch with the talent pool. Thus Elfwin had a giant smile on her face as she devoured the toasted bread on her plate. However, the moment she heard this, her expression soured slightly, which did not go unnoticed by Ragnar and Jida. Elfwin was a rather diligent girl, and as such, she did not like revealing inefficiencies in her department. However, Ragnar was persistent and made sure to audit the girl's morale. As such, he asked another question. "Are you enjoying the role of dean? Do the students respect the curriculum?" Elfwin nodded as she chewed her toast. She did not say much other than MHMM. Despite her answer, Ragnar did not believe that to be the case. After all, he knew his COO reasonably well and as such, became deeply concerned. It was not simply a matter of being busy. Ever since Ragnar got his cane and began drinking from a skull, he had an aura of corporate ruthlessness around him, which made even Elfwin subconsciously afraid of failing him. Noticing such behavior, Jida put a rare, gentle smile on her face and questioned the girl on Ragnar's behalf. She was the one who signed the paychecks, but she was also the one who approved vacation time. "It is okay. Why don't you tell us if there are any bottlenecks?" Elfwin's gaze switched between Ragnar and Jida for a few moments before she finally opened up about her problems with the Technical Institute. Due to being a princess of Mercia running a Viking school, Elfwin was, as previously mentioned, an outsider, and as such, she did not know how to interact well with the rough-and-tumble Saxon apprentices. "I don't have any authority." With this information revealed, Ragnar was not entirely surprised. He had deliberately put her in charge so she could bridge the gap between the Vikings and Saxons, but she was still a teenage girl in a dress telling burly blacksmiths how to calculate tensile strength. The apprentices probably thought she was just a figurehead. It seemed Ragnar's guesses were correct as Jida further questioned the young girl. "Well, have you tried enforcing the code of conduct?" Elfwin merely shook her head in response to this question, causing Jida to adjust her spectacles. Well, maybe you should try firing someone. Elfwin's response was quick and filled with dejection. It won't matter. Jida tried to dig to the root of the problem. Why not? Elfwin's expression turned gloomy, which was rather tragic on her capable face. She muttered in a hushed voice, because I am just a princess to them. Though she was quiet, the large dining room was virtually silent aside from the ticking of the grandfather clock, and Ragnar and Jida both heard her complaint. Now it was Ragnar's turn to cheer her up. It sounds to me like the apprentices might be underestimating your technical knowledge. I'm willing to bet you don't actually demonstrate the machinery, and you simply sit in your office reviewing blueprints. Am I right? Ragnar knew his management style all too well. He had guessed correctly. Elfwin squeezed her slide rule and pouted. Ragnar was right on the money, and she felt like she was being scolded during a performance review. However, what he said next gave her some hope. Why don't you try getting your hands dirty? I know you prefer the theory, but if you walk onto the factory floor and fix a steam valve with your own hands, they might stop thinking of you as a princess and start treating you as a lead engineer. I am sure the apprentices would respect someone who knows how to calibrate a governor. Hearing this, Elfwin continued to pout until finally she uttered a single phrase. I doubt that. Ragnar laughed at the girl's pessimism and decided to counter her words. Is that so? Then what are the apprentices in your institute interested in talking about? Elfwin's face slightly flushed as she recalled the subject the young men in her school were constantly talking about and immediately looked away from Ragnar, which deeply confused him. As for Jida, she had a general idea of what the popular topic was among young men and merely smirked. Elfwin, what are the boys talking about? Hearing the authoritative voice of the director speaking to her in such a forceful manner, Elfwin nearly jumped out of her seat. She muttered a single word. You. Ragnar did not believe he heard correctly. I'm sorry, what was that? Elfwin was already thoroughly embarrassed and shouted out what she had said in a fit. You, the apprentices always talk about you. They call you the Iron Father. They say you can build a train out of scrap metal and sheer will. Now it was Ragnar's turn to be embarrassed. This was not exactly the corporate image he wanted. He wanted to be seen as a sophisticated businessman, not a mythical blacksmith god. As such, he turned to Jida looking for support, who was merely smirking at his misfortune before teasing him. My oh my, to believe my director is a folk hero to the working class. Hearing that phrase, Ragnar immediately wished he was back in the steam room. It was indeed something he had never expected. Though he was popular among the employees for his dental plan, he never thought the teenagers would be fanboying over him. As such, Ragnar merely cleared his throat before putting on a professional act and began giving Elfwin some advice. Well, you should leverage that. I mean, after all, who knows more about my methods than my own COO? Surely you must know some trade secrets that the apprentices will be interested in. Use that as a hook, and then teach them the math behind the magic. Jida laughed faintly at Ragnar's reaction. Despite being embarrassed by the hero worship, he still managed to turn it into a teaching moment. After pondering about it for a moment, Elfwin realized Ragnar was right. If the apprentices treated her boss like a god, then she was his high priestess of engineering. She could use that authority to command respect. Thanks, director. Despite his terrifying reputation, he was still the mentor she looked up to, which made Elfwin happy. Now that she had a strategy to manage her team, Elfwin and the others enjoyed the rest of their meal in peace. As for Ragnar, he was cursing his luck for being so popular. The last thing he needed was Jida calling him Iron Father in the bedroom. By the way, Ragnar added, wiping crumbs from his beard. Pack your warmest cloak, Elfwin. We have a coal monopoly to secure. While Ragnar was enjoying a peaceful life in city, Titan, the West Saxon invasion, had spread to the other corners of the Midlands. Luckily for Ragnar, his position was secure for the moment. As such, he spent his time overseeing the usual activities. After finishing his breakfast with Jida and Elfwin, Ragnar had moved on to the main highlight of his day, which was presenting the architectural designs of his newest project to his favorite engineer. With the industrial reformation in full effect, Ragnar wanted a symbol of his movement. As such, he decided to make a grand cathedral in City Titan to represent the new era of productivity. While Ragnar was far from an artist, he still could draw some rudimentary blueprints. The style he had in mind was that of Victorian industrialism mixed with Gothic revival. Ragnar had already begun implementing such designs across City Titan for all of his major architectural projects. For example, the governor's mansion, which was primarily based upon the designs of a retro-futuristic fortress from his previous life. He was currently in a meeting with his favorite engineer, who had been overseeing a lot of his projects within Titan. The man's name was Leif the Elder, and he was a master builder who had fled to Ragnar's domain during the early days of the Viking expansion, where Ragnar immediately noticed his talents for load-bearing structures and put him to work. At the moment, the two men were discussing the details of the Iron Cathedral with each other as they went over the designs, Leif being the first to voice his opinion. As usual, director, you know how to build a basic schematic, but you are completely lacking in soul. I am afraid to say you design buildings like they are factories. Leif was a man in his early 60s, with a beard like a snowdrift and hands calloused from decades of stone carving. He was an unusually blunt man. Even to someone of Ragnar's position, he was not afraid of voicing his true thoughts, which Ragnar honestly enjoyed. Ragnar was constantly surrounded by too many yes men, who told him his profit margins were perfect. Ragnar merely laughed at the older man's comment and expressed his concerns. Yeah, I know I am not meant to be an artist. The question is, can you make something magnificent and structural with the designs I have presented you? The older man began to contemplate for a few moments while rubbing his bare chin before sighing. It will take a lot of work to fix your mistakes, but I promise you, by the time I am done with this Iron Cathedral of yours, it will put anything the Vatican has to shame. It will be a temple to industry. Ragnar chuckled upon hearing the man's confidence and patted him on the back as he brought the topic to interior design. For the interior, I was thinking stained glass, but depicting gears and steam engines instead of saints. I have a soft spot for machinery. Leif snorted when he heard those words before interjecting his opinion on the matter. Of course you want gears. Everyone knows you worship the machine spirit. Far be it from me to question the director's brilliant obsession. Leif was bitter about the topic, though Ragnar did not know why, and frankly, he did not care so long as his vision was brought to life. Thus Ragnar switched the topic to the time frame it would take to complete it. How long will it take to be finished? I want the ribbon-cutting ceremony before the next fiscal quarter. Leif immediately scoffed at Ragnar's remarks. The young director was always rushing him on his projects. Despite the vast wealth and resources at his disposal, it was not like the man could pull a miracle and complete such a large project overnight. Despite his inner monologue, Leif gave his best estimate. Considering you have me running around the clock building your dry dock, and now I have this damn cathedral on top of it, it will take at least 2 years. You are lucky you pay me in stock options and allow me the freedom to express my creativity, or else I would have retired to a farm long ago. Ragnar was not the slightest bit upset by the level of informality in which the engineer spoke to him. In fact, it was pretty refreshing listening to someone who did not bow and express meaningless flattery in every comment they made. As such, Ragnar let the man's seemingly foul attitude slide. In reality, Leif was very passionate about his work and was glad to have the near unlimited resources at his disposal which Ragnar provided him. Not to mention the freedom in which he was allowed to tinker with the rudimentary designs Ragnar had provided him, giving him the opportunity to turn them into true masterpieces of engineering. Leif was right about one thing. Though it might take 2 years at the earliest to complete, it would be far grander than anything the Vatican had at the moment. As such, the man was immensely proud to stick it to those old Luddites who had denied him his dreams when he was a young man in Francia. After hearing that it would take at least 2 years to finish construction, Ragnar was pleased. It usually would take years, maybe even decades, to construct such an extensive project. However, Ragnar had introduced essential materials that significantly reduced construction speed and increased structural integrity over the traditional form of masonry. That was, of course, reinforced concrete and steel beams. With these two materials, his construction crews could create grand projects such as this cathedral in a far shorter time frame, with greatly enhanced sturdiness. If one knew what they were doing, they could make a steel-reinforced concrete building look as attractive as any stone cathedral. Ragnar made use of these advanced construction materials to build his city rapidly. Despite being pleased with the estimated time frame, Ragnar liked to mess with the older man. Considering Leif's naturally crotchety attitude, Ragnar put on an authoritative facade and said in a stern voice, "That is too long. It needs to be constructed in half that time. Have shareholders to impress. Upon hearing such an impossible task, Leif nearly had an aneurysm as a large vein protruded from his forehead while he was seething with anger. However, before long, Ragnar broke out into laughter after seeing the older man's twisted expression, and Leif instantly realized that Ragnar was screwing with his head. Such he forced himself to calm down and responded to Ragnar's jest. "You know you are not half as funny as you think you are, right? Stick to the spreadsheets, director." Ragnar, however, had a great smile across his lips. The look on Leif's face just now was priceless. After all, Leif was one of the few people he knew who he could joke around with like this. With others, Ragnar had to maintain his prestigious appearance as the Iron Father. Yet Leif was different. He did not care in the slightest for the face of the directorate. After playing his prank on Leif, Ragnar noticed what time it was and realized he had to be at a strategy meeting regarding the Scottish expansion in a few moments, and as such, he let Leif get back to work. "Well, Leif, as always, it has been a pleasure, but I am afraid I am needed elsewhere. I will let you get back to your work. Don't forget to install the central heating pipes." Leif snorted when he heard this and responded in a cold manner. "Just make sure my overtime is calculated correctly." Ragnar chuckled when he heard this response and walked away, leaning on his cane, leaving a rhetorical question in his wake. "Have I ever failed to balance the books?" With that, Leif was left with a basic outline for Ragnar's Iron Cathedral, and he had a lot of work to do on revising the design into a proper blueprint before he could begin construction. Of course, this cathedral was not the only project he had to work on. After all, Project Leviathan was still under construction, thus the man had his work cut out for him. However, he was pretty happy with his place in City Titan and had no plans to leave. As such, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work on the new project presented to him. While the West Saxons were halted at the Mercian border by Ragnar's station fortresses, the same could not be said for the rest of the kingdom of Northumbria. At the moment, the Scots were laying siege to Carlisle, the gateway to the north. The ealdorman of the region was missing in action, and his eldest son was currently staying within York with his wife and 3 children, hoping the problem would solve itself. The defense of the county of Cumbria was left to the second son of the ealdorman, a man named Osric, who was slightly more intelligent than his brother Edric, but was by no means a genius, let alone a master of military strategy. As such, the region was in dire straits while it faced the Scottish raiders. Edric's younger brother Osric opted to give his troops the orders to stay within their castles and challenged the Scots to fight them where they had the advantage. On paper, this might seem like a good idea. However, in reality, this left the towns and villages that provided the food to the castles completely defenseless, resulting in the looting of Cumbria's common population by the invasive Highlanders. Of course, Edric had no way of knowing what was going on in his family's territory, nor did he really care. After Bishop Ethelwold arrived with his industrialist sermons and secured York, the fearful man opted to stay with his in-laws, allowing the lands that should be under his protection to burn in the fires of war. This, of course, infuriated Lady Elfrida, as she had yet another dispute with her younger sister, Princess Elfwin. Since their last correspondence, Elfwin had been increasingly winning the little battles of logic she had with Elfrida to the point where Elfrida would rather stay in the drafty hall of York than continue to be insulted by telegraph strips. However, once more, Elfrida decided to provoke a fight with Elfwin now that she had nowhere else to return to. At the moment, the 2 women were standing in the grand hall of York fighting over, well, frankly, nothing of importance. "I am just saying, where is Ragnar when we need him the most?" Elfrida snapped, pacing back and forth in her silk gown. "He supposedly has an army capable of wiping out 25,000 Franks. Yet he hides in City Titan like a coward. If he is as great a man as you claim, he should be leading the charge against the Scots, and yet Cumbria bleeds while he sits back and counts his gold." Elfwin adjusted her spectacles after hearing her eldest sister slander Ragnar once more and quickly countered her remark, her voice calm and clipped. "Director Ragnar is currently protecting the southern line from the West Saxons. According to the daily briefing, he has completely halted their advance at Crewe and is currently maintaining his mobile strike force in the event that King Ethelwulf breaks past the concrete. He is doing far more for the realm and the GDP than your cowardly husband." Now that Elfwin knew her sister's weakness, she made every remark a stake to the heart, which greatly wounded Elfrida's pride. In all reality, she was correct. Rather than deal with his own enemies, Edric hid in York under the protection of Bishop Ethelwold's militia while his lands were torched. Of course, even if he did show up to counter the enemy, there was not much an inbred dullard like Edric could do about the situation. Still, Elfrida was greatly dissatisfied with her husband's lack of ambition, and of course, Elfwin took advantage of that. Elfrida was scowling at Elfwin's remark, yet she quickly offered a retort. After all, much like Elfwin, she was privy to the gossip of the nobility. However, Ragnar had taken borderline paranoid lengths to remove spies from his territory. With his vast intelligence network, a part of it was dedicated solely to corporate security, and as such, gaining information on the events in Titan was quite difficult. According to the traders, Ragnar is sitting back in his mansion, enjoying himself with his CFO and their brat while his armies defend his borders. Just how exactly are those the actions of a great man as you proclaim him to be? He treats war like a ledger. Elfrida had a point. Ragnar was not currently at the front lines as he had always been in the past, but the reason for this was simple. His army was a well-oiled machine, and the garrisons were explicitly trained to defend their station fortresses in the most effective means possible. There would be no purpose other than PR for Ragnar to stay at one of his defending forts. The men were already in high spirits due to the exceptional conditions they found themselves in: coffee breaks, overtime pay, and heated barracks. And one could repel an invasion in under an hour and spend the rest of the day playing cards and drinking tea while munching on canned biscuits. There was not a lot of anxiety to be had. If Ragnar was going to enjoy luxuries while his soldiers were defending the borders, then he sure as hell was going to make sure his troops maintained some degree of luxury as well. Thus coffee, biscuits, tea, and other luxury items were shipped to his troops at the border to enjoy themselves with while they were in battle. There was no army in the world aside from the directorates who could so thoroughly enjoy a siege in such a manner. Of course, due to the constant telegraphs Ragnar had sent to Elfwin, she was thoroughly informed of such matters, and as such, she was well prepared for such an attack by Elfrida. HMMPH, you really are lacking in data analysis. Ragnar may be in Titan, but his armies are well supplied and even have luxuries such as properly constructed bunkers, coffee, biscuits, and standardized wool socks. The only reason the director himself is not present on the front lines is that it would be an inefficient use of executive time. His armies are fully capable of defending his assets without him micromanaging. Being thoroughly defeated in the current war for words, Elfrida was once more showing an ugly expression. She could not confirm nor deny whether or not Elfwin was telling the truth, and as such, she was quite perturbed by this. Just how exactly did Elfwin know so much more about the logistics in Titan than she did? Elfrida honestly did not believe that Ragnar cared so much for Elfwin that he would constantly write to her, informing her of his progress. I mean, after all, the man had a partner to enjoy his time with while Elfwin was stuck in York. Just how much could he care for the girl? Nevertheless, Elfrida recovered from her poor attitude and once more began to sling mud in Ragnar's direction. If he has such an easy time defending his borders, then why does he not send his ironclad to liberate Cumbria and end the people's suffering? Elfrida had a smug smile on her face as she asked this question, believing she had caught Elfwin in a corner. Nevertheless, she did not expect Elfwin to respond in the manner in which she did. The young woman smiled with a look of pity on her face for Elfrida. Clearly, the woman had nothing but tapestry wool for brains. The answer to this question was so obvious. Elfwin felt embarrassed to point it out to her older sister. Nevertheless, Elfwin masterfully executed her retort by looking at Elfrida as if she were a simpleton before stating the reason. Because Cumbria is not Ragnar's asset, it is your husband's liability. The moment Elfrida heard those words, she felt as if her mind had imploded. Despite just a few moments ago, believing she had cornered her little sister in this little argument they were having, Elfwin had so masterfully evaded her vicious strike and dealt a deathly verbal blow of her own. Realizing that she had been defeated, Elfrida had a hard time controlling her emotions with every fiber of her being. She wanted to claw Elfwin's smug, bespectacled face off, yet she resisted the temptation to do so and instead snorted before walking away from her little sister. Elfrida absolutely refused to engage in this little debate any further. Elfwin, on the other hand, was entirely satisfied with the result of this entirely meaningless debate. She had once more beaten her eldest sister in a war for words, And though this may seem pointless to logical and rational individuals such as Ragnar, to a young woman such as herself, this was a great moral victory. Just then, the heavy oak doors of the hall burst open. A messenger, panting and covered in mud, rushed in. He wore the armband of the York telegraph station. Princess Elfwin, the messenger gasped, ignoring Elfrida entirely. A wire from the director. Elfwin took the strip of paper, her eyes scanning the dots and dashes. A slow smile spread across her face. "What is it?" Elfrida demanded, unable to contain her curiosity. "Is he finally coming to save us?" Elfwin looked up, her eyes gleaming behind her lenses. "Better," Elfwin said. "He's not coming to save us, he's coming to acquire us." "What?" "The ironclad has launched," Elfwin explained, tucking the paper into her pocket. "And it's heading for Edinburgh, but first, it's making a stop in York." Elfwin turned to her sister, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Pack your bags, Elfrida. The hostile takeover of the North has begun, and Edric, he's about to be restructured." Elfrida paled. "Restructured? Let's just say," Elfwin smiled. "Ragnar has a new opening for a regional manager in the sanitation department." As Elfwin walked away, leaving her sister stunned in the hallway, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Rain poured down upon the industrial tracks of the Northern Line, turning the gravel embankments into gray sludge. At the moment, an army of Directorate engineers was on the move. Ragnar sat in the executive car, looking out at the bleak landscape of the Scottish lowlands. Opposite him sat Princess Elfwin, who was nervously adjusting her spectacles. She had packed her warmest cloak, as instructed, but she still shivered slightly. Vizier al-Hakam was also present, looking at the rolling hills with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. He missed the sun of Cordoba, but the promise of coal kept him warm. "The Scots are stubborn, Director," al-Hakam noted, sipping tea from a delicate glass cup. "My traders tell me King Kenneth values his independence more than gold." "Every man has a price, Vizier," Ragnar replied, tapping his silver-geared cane on the floor. "For some, it's gold, for others, it's central heating." Ragnar stood up and walked to the map of Scotland pinned to the wall. "The West Saxons have cut off our southern trade routes," Ragnar explained, tracing the line of the blockade. "King Ethelwulf thinks he can starve us out by besieging our coal mines in Nottingham. He doesn't realize that Edinburgh sits on a literal mountain of anthracite." "But the Scots don't mine it," Elfwin pointed out. "They just pick it off the surface." "Exactly," Ragnar grinned. "That's why we're here as consultants. We offer to build them the deep shaft mines, we offer to build them a railway to transport it, and in exchange, we take 51% of the yield." "And if they refuse?" al-Hakam asked. Ragnar looked out the window. In the distance, the gray outline of Edinburgh Castle loomed on its volcanic rock. "Then we introduce them to Project Leviathan." The train hissed to a halt at the makeshift station outside the city walls. A delegation of Scottish lords was waiting. Ragnar stepped off the train, leaning on his cane. He wore his finest black tunic, the silver gear pin glinting in the weak sunlight. "Gentlemen," Ragnar shouted, his voice projecting over the hiss of steam. "I am Director Ragnar of the Iron Empire. I come with a business proposition." A burly man with a red beard stepped forward. This was Thane Mac Alpin, cousin to the king. "We dinna want your smoke machines, Viking," Mac Alpin shouted, spitting on the ground. "Take your iron worm and go back to the sea." Ragnar didn't flinch, he just smiled. "I expected skepticism," Ragnar said calmly. "That is why I brought a free sample." Ragnar signaled to General Bjorn, who was standing on a flatbed car. Bjorn pulled a lever and a massive crate was lowered to the ground. Inside was a steam-powered threshing machine. "This," Ragnar announced, patting the metal flank of the machine, "will do the work of 50 men. It separates the grain from the chaff in seconds. Think of how much time your farmers will save, time they could spend mining coal." The Scottish lords looked at the machine. They looked at their calloused hands, they looked back at the machine. "And what do you want for it?" Mac Alpin asked, his tone slightly less hostile. "Just a conversation with the king," Ragnar said. "And perhaps a tour of your coal fields." 2 hours later, Edinburgh Castle, King Kenneth sat on his wooden throne, wrapped in furs. He looked at Ragnar with deep suspicion. The hall was drafty, cold, and smelled of wet dog. "You want to dig holes in my land," Kenneth summarized. "And you want to lay iron tracks across my hills, and for this you will give me heat." "Not just heat, your majesty," Ragnar corrected. "Industry. Imagine a Scotland where you don't freeze in winter. Imagine a Scotland where you can forge steel in quantities that would make the English tremble." Ragnar gestured to Elfwin, who stepped forward with a roll of blueprints. My chief engineer has designed a deep shaft mine specifically for your geology, Ragnar lied smoothly. It uses steam pumps to keep the water out. You could extract tons of coal per day. Kenneth looked at the blueprints. He didn't understand the math, but he understood the potential. And the English? Kenneth asked. Ethelwulf will not like this alliance. Ethelwulf is currently stuck in the mud outside crew, Ragnar dismissed. He is irrelevant. The real question is, do you want to be a king of shepherds or a king of industry? Kenneth stroked his beard. He was tempted, but he was also proud. I will not be a vassal to a Viking, Kenneth said firmly. Of course not, Ragnar agreed. We are not talking about vassalage. We are talking about a partnership. You keep your crown, I keep the coal rights. We split the profits. Kenneth looked at his advisors. They nodded slowly. The promise of wealth and warmth was too great. Very well, Kenneth said. We will try your consultancy, but if you cheat me, Ragnar. I never cheat my partners, Ragnar smiled. Efficiency is victory. Later that evening, the executive car Ragnar sat in his private office on the train, pouring a drink for Al-Hakam. The contract is signed, Ragnar announced. We have the coal. Brilliant, Al-Hakam said, but director, you promised them protection from the English. If Ethelwulf finds out, he will attack the supply line. Let him try, Ragnar said, taking a sip. Just then the door opened. Jida walked in holding a telegraph strip. She looked grim. Director, she said, we have a problem in the south. What is it? The blockade at Crewe, Jida explained. Ethelwulf hasn't broken through, but he has hired mercenaries, Frankish knights. They are bypassing the fortresses and raiding the villages. Ragnar's eyes narrowed. Raiding my labor force? Yes. And they are burning the crops. Ragnar stood up, his cane hitting the floor with a sharp clack. What do we do? Elfwin asked, looking worried. We can't move the army south without leaving the coal mines exposed. Ragnar walked to the window, looking out at the dark waters of the Firth of Forth. We don't move the army, Ragnar said softly. We move the navy. He turned to Al-Hakam. Vizier, is the Leviathan ready? The boiler is hot, director, but we haven't tested the main guns. We'll test them on the way, Ragnar decided. Jida, send a wire to Titan. Tell Leif to launch the ship. We are going to sail down the coast and break the blockade from the sea. But Crewe is inland, Elfwin pointed out. The mercenaries are landing supplies at Chester, Ragnar corrected, pointing to the map. If we take the port, we cut off their pay, and mercenaries don't fight for free. Ragnar grinned, a terrifying sight in the dim light. It's time for a hostile takeover of the Irish Sea. As the train prepared to head back south, Ragnar felt the thrill of the gamble. The land war was a stalemate. The trade war was heating up. But the naval war, that was uncharted territory. Ragnar intended to map it with iron and steam. One more thing, Ragnar added. Elfwin, draft a press release. Tell the world that the Directorate is now the exclusive supplier of Scottish anthracite. Anyone who wants to stay warm this winter needs to talk to us. Elfwin smiled. I'll have it ready by morning, Director. While Ragnar was setting his plans into motion, General Bjorn had begun another round of employee onboarding. With the time it took to train new hires, the Directorate could field another security division when Mercia finally defaulted on its loans. A security force of the Iron Empire was a well-oiled machine at this point, with a large batch of veterans acting as shift supervisors. Their experience from Ragnar's previous audits allowed them to maintain quality control over the many new recruits who formed the majority of the new units appearing. Heavy infantry and crossbowmen had been prioritized in recruitment. As for the cavalry, they were costly to ensure and maintain, and as such had taken a backseat to the more cost-effective foot soldiers. By now, 3/4 of all of Ragnar's forces were equipped with the Mark Roman II repeating crossbow, allowing a massive volume of fire advantage on the battlefield. Because of this, Ragnar had decreed the Mark I single-shot crossbow to be halted in production, and the existing stock was to be liquidated to the Scots at a markup. When Ragnar finally marched to war in an attempt to restructure England, all his troops would be equipped with the repeaters. Aside from the standard iron gear infantry, units of grenadiers were fostered by the more chemically inclined conscripts and were utilized as shock troops. Ragnar had also begun forming sharpshooter squads, comprised of lightly armored soldiers with special heavy crossbows designed for long distance. Armor penetration. These crossbows were based on the steel-limbed arbalest from Ragnar's historical knowledge, but with a twist. They utilized a windlass crank system integrated into the stock for faster reloading. These precision weapons employed special bodkin bolts with hardened steel tips and were capable of an effective range of 400 yards. far outstripping the standard bows of the Saxons. The sharpshooter squads would be used as snipers on the battlefield and would precisely execute high-profile targets, such as enemy officers or particularly loud bards. These sharpshooter units were dressed in gray and green, camouflaged cloaks, and wore very little in terms of heavy plate. After all, they were engaging targets at such a distance, they seldom needed the protection afforded by a breastplate. The sharpshooter recruits were handpicked from the most capable hunters and trained explicitly in windage and elevation. They would indeed have a fearsome reputation on the battlefield when they were finally deployed. While Ragnar's forces improved in efficiency and market share, the blockade at the borders of the Midlands was still ongoing. Reinforcements had arrived to Ealdorman Ethelred's forces outside Crewe, and he was now forced once more to march on the concrete walls of the station fortress. His feudal soldiers boldly held onto their ladders as they charged at the low, menacing complex in front of them. Trepidation filled every step, as those who had been present to witness the spicy mix spectacle of the last charge were all too aware of what awaited them. Nevertheless, the men were pushed forward towards the steel-reinforced concrete walls in which the Directorate forces were garrisoned. After advancing towards their objective, the mechanical thrum of the repeating crossbows began to echo in the air, and the bolts rained down upon the invaders who prayed for their survival. However, if the saints truly existed, they were seemingly on a coffee break. After the first volley of bolts landed into the enemy's formation, they punched through shields and mail alike. The impact itself was deadly. However, the grenadiers added to the chaos by lobbing clay pots of spicy mix over the walls. The explosions caused absolute carnage, shredding the wooden ladders and sending splinters flying like shrapnel. This was only the first shift. As such, the crossbows were rapidly reloaded before being fired once more. Meanwhile, the defenders of the garrison began firing their heavier arbalists at the enemy officers when they appeared within range. The large steel bolts tore through the heavy plate of the thanes, rendering their expensive armor practically useless. Blood spilled with every successful hit, and bodies fell into the mud. Despite this, the West Saxons continued to advance, hoping to get to the fortress and scale the walls. Yet such a thing never occurred, as they were quickly torn to shreds by the defenders' mighty weapons. It did not take long before the survivors began to rout back to their siege camp once more. Despite the mercenaries received from King Ethelwulf, Ealdorman Ethelred's army had once more failed to reach the sturdy walls of the station fortress. Filled with fury from the recent depreciation of his assets, the Ealdorman began to curse to himself as he witnessed the bloody spectacle unfold. "I can't even build a goddamned siege tower without it being blown to kindling by those wretched pots. How the hell am I supposed to audit this fortress?" The thanes of his army were circled around him, and every one of them could feel the Ealdorman's pain. King Ethelwulf of Wessex had ordered the man to invade the Midlands from the south, and despite his best efforts, he could not even get close to the fortress which blocked his path. Every time he attempted to do so, his men would be torn asunder by the efficient weapons the defenders possessed. It was not simply a matter of explosive power, but the exceptional discipline in which the defenders held. Archers and slingers did not stand a chance to get a shot off before getting sniped by the sharpshooters. Due to the range of the arbalists, Ealdorman Ethelred could not advance siege engines into a position without them getting disabled by the bolts above. Trying to invade the Directorate was a nightmare for Ethelred, especially since he was morally against the idea to begin with. Was this God's punishment for daring to march on the center of industry? This was a question Ethelred had asked himself many times since he first arrived at the Crewe border. Nevertheless, King Ethelwulf would not accept failure. The rest of Mercia was being raided, so why were he and the other commanders having such a hard time advancing into the coal fields? No matter how Ethelred tried to inform the king of Ragnar's weapons, it was of no use. One would have to personally witness their destructive power to believe their effects, for they were something that had never been seen before in this feudal world. Eventually, one of Ethelred's thanes voiced a suggestion on how to proceed. "My lord, why don't we just wait for the king to conquer the rest of Mercia before we attempt to attack again? Morale is shaking, and there is no point sending more men to the liquidation. Before long, we will have a strike on our hands. It is simply impossible to enter through Crewe." What the man said was the most reasonable course of action. For the West Saxons at the border, any further attacks would be a waste of manpower. Since they could not enter through the rail line, they would have to wait for Ethelwulf to march on Nottingham from the south, which could only happen after the rest of Mercia was taken. Of course, Ethelred was fearful that if he took this approach, his liege would punish him severely for his breach of contract. As such, he was hesitant to adopt such a strategy. Thus he tried to encourage possible alternatives from his thanes. Are there any other ideas on how to break through this fortress that has blocked our path? After a few moments of silence, one of the other thanes decided to voice his idea. Despite knowing it would probably be rejected, we could just renegotiate. The moment he said this, all eyes stared at him as if he were an imbecile. As such, he quickly coughed before explaining himself further. There are probably less than 500 men in that garrison, and Ragnar has these forts all over the rail line. Do we really believe King Ethelwulf can win this merger? Is it not better to defect to the Directorate now and be treated with a pension plan? I hear Ragnar is quite generous to those who sign the non-disclosure agreement willingly. After explaining himself thoroughly, the other thanes present began to take his idea as a realistic suggestion. They had already lost thousands of men in their multiple attempts at the wall without injuring any of the defenders. Even in a field battle, the weapons the Vikings used would be disastrous to fight against. Maybe the man had a point. After a heated debate, Ethelred had finally come to a decision. He would no longer waste the lives of his men trying to invade the Directorate. It was a pointless endeavor, but he also would not surrender to Ragnar until he knew who would win the market share. As such, he gave his commands. We will sit back and do nothing until we can see who a clear winner of this market is. If Ethelwulf's armies begin to pressure Ragnar's, we will launch another offensive. If they are soundly defeated, we will send a resume to Ragnar. Does anyone disagree with this approach? After having a vote, the result was unanimous. The army at the southern border of the Directorate would no longer actively engage in this conflict, giving Ragnar and his forces some reprieve. Meanwhile, in the Irish Sea, while the stalemate at the border continued, Ragnar stood on the deck of Project Leviathan. It was a monstrosity of iron and steam. Low, flat hull plated in rivet-studded iron sheets, sitting heavy in the water. Single, massive smokestack belched black coal smoke into the sky. It had paddle wheels churning the gray water into white foam. Pressure holding at 90%, Leif the Elder shouted over the roar of the engine. Ragnar nodded, leaning on his silver cane as the salt spray hit his face. Vizier al-Hakam stood beside him, clutching the railing and looking slightly green. It moves against the wind, al-Hakam whispered, staring at the paddle wheels. The ironclad was steaming south from Edinburgh, hugging the coast. Its destination, the port of Chester, where the West Saxon mercenaries were landing their supplies. Target sighted, the lookout shouted from the armored pilot house. Ragnar raised his telescope. In the distance, a fleet of Frankish cogs and longships lay anchored in the harbor of Chester. They were unloading crates of food and weapons for the West Saxon army. They have no idea we are coming, Ragnar noted. They think the wind protects them. Shall we signal them to surrender? Al-Hakam asked. Ragnar turned to the gunnery crew, handpicked sharpshooters trained in ballistics. Load the high explosive shells. Ragnar ordered. Target the flagship. The crew sprang into action, loading the massive shell into the breach. Leif adjusted the steam pressure valve to assist with the loading mechanism. Range, 800 yards, the gunner called out. Fire, Ragnar commanded. Boom, the ship shuddered as the cannon fired. A plume of smoke erupted from the barrel. Seconds later, the Frankish flagship exploded in a ball of fire and splinters. The Frankish fleet erupted into chaos. Bells rang, men shouted, and sails were frantically unfurled, but there was no wind. They were sitting ducks. Reload, Ragnar shouted, his voice filled with the thrill of innovation. Target the docks. I want to burn their inventory. As the Leviathan steamed closer, churning the water like a sea monster, Ragnar smiled. In the fields of Cumbria, near the border of the Scottish lowlands, two armies had met. On the side of the Northumbrians, Osric of Cumbria was facing off against the Scottish raiders who had the gall to audit his family's assets. Though the nearby regions were being liquidated by the ongoing invasion, Cumbria had been one of the few counties capable of maintaining its stock value for the time being. The reason for this was simple. Osric had refused to deploy his forces to the border, keeping them holed up in Carlisle Castle. However, the Scots, led by Thane Mac Alpin, had finally forced him into the field by burning his favorite hunting lodge. While the battle waged, Osric found himself dismounted and engaging with the enemy forces in melee combat. While he did so, a few crossbow bolts flew past his face, which was covered in a rusty nasal helm. One of these bolts even directly collided with his shield, punching through the wood and grazing his arm. It was an iron gear bolt. Like most of the Scots' new equipment, the crossbows Mac Alpin's men were using had been provided by the Directorate. Ragnar had not cut corners when selling the Mark I surplus to the Scots, and though it was not as advanced as the Mark Roman II repeaters his own security forces used, it was made with standardized steel limbs and mass-produced triggers. As such, the Scots were adequately equipped to hostilely take over their neighbors. After his shield failed to deflect the bolt, Osric found himself engaging in a sword fight with a relatively well-equipped Highlander. Wielding his sword with desperate skill, Osric quickly parried the enemy's claymore before gripping the blade of his own sword in a technique referred to as half-swording, where he drove the tip of the blade into the gaps in the enemy's tartan. The Highlander grunted in pain as his shoulder was pierced, and Osric followed up with a shield bash, smashing the rim of his shield against the opponent's face. After a few frantic swings, the enemy collapsed, his nose thoroughly broken by Osric's panic-fueled onslaught. After ending his opponent's miserable existence, Osric gazed upon the battlefield and noticed that the tide had begun to turn. Against him, though the Northumbrians was significant in number, Osric was an inexperienced middle manager and had been easily outmaneuvered by the hostile merger. While he was engaging the enemy vanguard, Mac Alpin's cavalry had passed beyond the Northumbrian flanks and smashed into them with their lances like an unstoppable tidal wave. "Hold the line," Osric screamed, his voice cracking. "Think of your pensions," but it was too late. The Northumbrian lines quickly began to crumble. Noticing that the battle had begun to shift toward bankruptcy, Osric tried to rally the men in front of him with fierce desperation. Surrounded by a group of routing spearmen, the panicked noble charged towards the rear, hoping to escape. However, the Scots were faster. "Where do you think you're going, laddie?" a voice boomed. Osric turned to see Thane Mac Alpin himself, wielding a massive two-handed sword. The Thane grinned, revealing teeth that looked like they could chew iron. I demand a parley," Osric stammered, raising his sword. "Parley," Mac Alpin laughed. "We dinna parley with assets. We liquidate them." Mac Alpin swung his sword. Osric tried to block, but the force of the blow shattered his blade and knocked him into the mud. Osric scrambled backward, terrified. "I have gold, my father has gold, we can pay you." "Your father is dead," Mac Alpin sneered, stepping closer. "And your gold belongs to the Iron Empire now." Just as Mac Alpin raised his sword for the final cut, a loud, mechanical whistle echoed across the battlefield. It was a sound unlike anything Osric had ever heard. A high-pitched shriek of steam. Both men froze. On the horizon, near the coast, a massive plume of black smoke was rising into the sky. And beneath it, something was moving on the water. "What in the name of the saints is that?" Osric whispered. It was Project Leviathan. The ironclad had arrived off the coast of Cumbria, its paddle wheels churning the gray sea into white foam, but its presence was enough. The sight of the metal monster sent a wave of fear through both armies. "The Iron Demon," a Northumbrian soldier screamed, dropping his spear. Even Mac Alpin looked uneasy. "Ragnar, that crazy bastard actually built it." Taking advantage of the distraction, Osric scrambled to his feet and ran. He didn't run toward his castle. He ran toward the woods. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs gave out. He had lost the county, he had lost his army, and he had seen the future of warfare steaming down the coast. Later that day, near Carlisle, Thane Mac Alpin stood amidst the ruins of the Northumbrian camp. His men were busy looting the supply wagons, taking everything from grain to boots. "We took the county, Thane," a Highlander cheered, holding up a stolen helmet. "Carlisle is ours." Mac Alpin didn't smile. He was looking out at the sea where the smoke trail of the Leviathan was still visible. Mac Alpin muttered. "We took it, but we didn't take it for ourselves." One of his lieutenants approached him, holding a letter stamped with the Iron Gear seal. "Message from the director, Thane." Mac Alpin took the letter. He tore it open with dirty fingers. "To our strategic partners in the north, congratulations on your successful acquisition of Cumbria. The Directorate is pleased to see our equipment performing within expected parameters. Please ensure the coal shipments from Edinburgh continue on schedule. We would hate to have to renegotiate the terms of our partnership. Efficiency is victory. Director Ragnar." Mac Alpin crushed the letter in his hand. He knew, Mac Alpin growled. He knew we would win, he supplied us, he watched us, and now he owns us. "What do we do, Thane?" the lieutenant asked nervously. Mac Alpin looked at his men who were celebrating with directorate-made ale. He looked at the crossbows on their backs. He looked at the breastplates on their chests. They were stronger than they had ever been, but they were also dependent. If Ragnar stopped the shipments of bolts or spare parts or coal, the Scottish war machine would grind to a halt. "We do nothing," Mac Alpin said, spitting on the ground. "We dig his coal. We fight his enemies. We pray that the iron demon never turns that ship toward us." Meanwhile, on the Leviathan, Ragnar stood on the bridge of the ironclad, looking through his telescope at the fleeing Northumbrians. Vizier Al-Hakam stood beside him, shaking his head. "You let them win," Al-Hakam noted. "You could have destroyed both armies with a single broadside." "Why waste ammunition?" Ragnar replied, lowering the telescope. "The Scots are doing the work for me. They clear the land of incompetent nobles like Osric, they secure the borders, and they pay me for the privilege." Ragnar turned to Leif the Elder, who was manning the wheel. "Status report, Chief Engineer." "Engines running hot, Director," Leif grunted. "We're burning coal faster than projected. We'll need to refuel at Liverpool." "Liverpool is held by the Mercians," Al-Hakam pointed out. "Not for long," Ragnar smiled. "Set a course for the Mersey. It's time we opened a new branch office." Ragnar was currently standing in the middle of his boardroom. He was posing for a daguerreotype photographer who had shown exceptional talent. The last few months, so much so that Ragnar had commissioned this inventor to take a plate of himself, the first of many to come. It was no secret that Ragnar was incredibly aware of his brand image. He cared greatly for his appearance and how the public perceived the directorate. There was a reason he outfitted his forces in the standardized, intimidating gray and black uniforms from his previous life's industrial aesthetic. He secretly wondered if he had inherited this need for control from his father in this life, or if he had developed it over time as a coping mechanism for the chaos of the Viking Age. After all, in his previous life, Ragnar was an exceptionally average-looking middle manager. His great attracting feature was his ability to organize a spreadsheet. His face, however, was nothing special, and though it was not ugly, it was certainly not billboard material either. However, after reincarnating into this life, he found himself in the body of an exceptionally rugged Viking. If one went from assistant regional manager to Nordic god, it made sense for them to become slightly obsessed with documenting the upgrade. At the moment, the young director stood dressed in his executive armor. The three-quarter plate was made out of blackened steel, with exquisite silver gear work etched into the pauldrons. The pauldrons were perfectly sloped over the gaps in the armor to the point where rondels were unneeded. His gauntlets allowed access to the individual fingers for signing contracts, and he currently held onto the grip of his heavy silver-geared cane, which was planted firmly on the floor. His free hand rested on his equally embellished sallet helm, which sat on a nearby drafting table next to a stack of blueprints. Ragnar's facial expression was cold, calculating, and indifferent, which went perfectly with his monocle, creating an atmosphere of hostile takeover. The photograph itself was from the waist up, and as such, the brace on his leg was not visible. The audience watching the photographer adjust his bulky, steam-powered camera was Jida, who greatly admired the process, mostly because she had invested heavily in the silver nitrate supply chain. Ragnar had promised that if it turned out as well as he thought it would, then he would commission a plate of Jida and Magnus as well. The camera was a marvel of directorate engineering. A box of mahogany and brass, hissing slightly from the chemical heater. Ragnar was far from a chemist, but he knew the basic principles of light sensitivity from his past life. He had helped the alchemists in City Titan advance their skills so that their sun pictures would be less blurry and more terrifyingly high definition. "Hold still, director," the photographer muttered, ducking under a black hood. "Exposure time is down to 10 seconds thanks to the new lens." Ragnar held his breath, channeling his inner CEO. 10 seconds later, the shutter clicked shut. "Done," the photographer announced, emerging from the hood with a grin. "I will develop the plate immediately." As the photographer rushed off to the darkroom, Ragnar relaxed his pose, rolling his shoulders. The armor was heavy, but it projected authority. "Well," Ragnar asked Jida. "Did I look authoritative?" Jida smirked, walking over to inspect him. She adjusted his collar. "You look like you were about to fire someone," she said affectionately. "Perfect," Ragnar nodded. "That is exactly the vibe I want for the annual report cover." Ragnar then placed his steel-clad arm around Jida's waist. "Go and check on Magnus. You have earned a break. Whenever the photographer is ready, send him to my office. I want to see the proof." Jida merely nodded at Ragnar's request, but not before stealing a quick kiss. "Don't stay late, Director," she whispered. "We have a merger to discuss tonight." Ragnar chuckled as he watched her leave. She was ruthless, efficient, and incredibly attractive. He was a lucky man, but he was also a busy man. Now that his portrait was finished, Ragnar had plenty of other matters to attend to. So did Jida. As the CFO, she quickly got to work compiling the ledgers on Ragnar's competitors, expanding the financial web that covered the British Isles. Soon enough, Ragnar's auditors would be in every corner of the kingdom, collecting taxes and waiting for an opportunity to foreclose. As for Ragnar, he had a meeting to attend to, where he would be consulting with General Bjorn and Princess Elfwin about the ongoing hostile takeover of the north. Though now was not the time to strike the West Saxons directly. Preparations were in progress for the critical moment when Nottingham was secured and the coal flowed freely to the coast. With this in mind, Ragnar got changed into his business-casual attire, a black wool tunic and trousers, and visited the war room. When he arrived, Ragnar noticed that his executives were waiting for him inside, and they quickly stood up as Ragnar made his presence known. "Sit," Ragnar commanded, leaning his cane against the table. Ragnar began the meeting without preamble. "First and foremost, how is Unit Alpha doing in Manchester?" General Bjorn quickly announced the status of the operation to defend the Western Line. "Director, the consultants have secured the railhead. The local lords were hesitant, but after we demonstrated the steam cannon, they signed the exclusivity contracts. Manchester is ours." Ragnar nodded in approval at this news before addressing his next concern. "So the region has been secured for our coal trains to pass through." "That is correct, Director." Ragnar smiled when he heard those words. Now that the Western Line was secure, he did not have to worry about bottlenecks when he finally flooded the market with Scottish coal. As such, he began to address the border crisis in the south. "And the blockade at Crewe? How are the mercenaries enjoying the mud?" Princess Elfwin, looking sharp in her new role as Minister of Logistics, spread a map across the table. She placed a few black pins representing the Directorate's forts. "The West Saxon mercenaries have halted their advance entirely. After the Leviathan shelled their supply ships at Chester, their pay has dried up. We are seeing reports of desertion. They are raiding local villages for food, which is turning the populace against King Ethelwulf." Ragnar smiled thinly. "Excellent. A dissatisfied customer base is a vulnerable market." However, Elfwin continued, pointing to a new red pin on the map. "We have reports of a new player. The Frankish kingdom has sent an envoy to Ethelwulf. They are offering a loan." Ragnar's eyes narrowed. "A bailout? It appears so. King Charles wants to keep Ethelwulf in the fight to distract us from his own borders." Ragnar tapped his fingers on the table. This was an unexpected variable. If the Franks subsidized the West Saxons, the war of attrition could last for years. And Ragnar didn't like long wars. They were bad for quarterly growth. "We need to disrupt that loan," Ragnar decided. Al-Hakam, the vizier, stepped forward from the shadows. "Director, your friends in Cordoba, do they have any influence with the Frankish banks? The Jewish merchants in Paris owe the Caliph favors," Al-Hakam noted. "We could encourage them to raise interest rates on King Charles." "Do it," Ragnar ordered. "Squeeze them. Make the loan so expensive that Charles has to pawn his crown to pay for it." Al-Hakam bowed. "It shall be done." Ragnar stood up, pacing the room with his cane clicking rhythmically. "We are winning the logistics war," Ragnar announced to his team. "But logistics alone won't end this. We need a symbolic victory." He stopped at the head of the table. "Elfwin, prepare the Leviathan for a second voyage. We aren't just breaking the blockade at Chester, we are going to sail it up the Thames." The room went silent. The Thames led straight to London, technically a Mercian city but currently occupied by West Saxon protectors. "London?" Bjorn asked, eyes wide. "London," Ragnar confirmed. "We are going to park an indestructible, fire-breathing iron ship right outside the tower. And we are going to fire a blank shot every hour on the hour until they lower the toll prices." The silence permeated throughout the mahogany panel war room for some time, for Ragnar finally voiced his projections for the upcoming fiscal quarter with an impassioned speech. "Gentlemen, we are at the dawn of a new market cycle. The invasion from the West Saxons has brought us an unforeseen opportunity for aggressive expansion. Nottingham is under siege, and the Mercian Ealdorman is, well, let's just say his contract has been terminated. If we take advantage of this upheaval to secure the coal supply chain, we will be able to benefit from this crisis and establish a logistics hub with our directorate at the center of the trade network." Imagine a New England with City Titan at the core of its power grid. For this vision of the future to become a reality, I need every one of you to seize this opportunity that lies before us. For a greater directorate, every man within the war room of the Department of Security was an ambitious man, or at least a man who enjoyed a steady paycheck and dental benefits. Not a single one of them was displeased with this plan that would allow their director to effectively privatize the Midlands in the future. Such, when Ragnar finished his speech, it was met with the corporate motto of the Iron Empire from all of the officers present. Efficiency is victory. Seeing the officers pound their chests in a unified salute and scream the motto of his company, Ragnar was pleased. It would appear that the core of his middle management had aligned with his vision in the upcoming hostile takeover. Though Ragnar did not doubt their loyalty, he was an exceptionally cautious man and had to prepare for the event that he would be subjected to industrial espionage. As such, he was closely examining every member of his staff through his monocle before nodding his head in approval. After witnessing the scene of his officers come to terms with his business plan, Ragnar pointed towards Nottingham on the map before sharing his and Elfwin's strategy with the high-ranking officers who made up the core of his military hierarchy. Our consultants have long since infiltrated the mining guilds of Nottingham. When the city falls and the Guildhall with it, we predict that King Ethelwulf of Wessex will try to nationalize the mines. As such, we will acquire the guildmasters and bring them to City Titan, where we will coerce them into granting me exclusive mining rights. In name only. Of course, the real power behind the pickaxe will be me as director, and by extension, all of you as regional managers. You all do not need to worry about this operation's success, as it is left to the Department of Human Resources, formerly the Spy Network. As for your jobs, it will be to ensure that our security forces are prepared and amassed at our southern border for the three-prong audit through Derby, Leicester, and Lincoln. After we have seized those assets, we will rally with the forces of Unit Alpha and march on the West Saxons in Tamworth, which will allow us to seize the capital of Mercia and declare our merger complete. Hearing Ragnar's plan for invading the Midlands and restructuring it, the officers were all impressed. By the time they were able to invade West Saxon-occupied Mercia, they would have roughly 15,000 security contractors. They would be able to split their force into 3 divisions of 5,000 men, each to advance on the 3 locations. Each division would have enough firepower to successfully liquidate any feudal army they might come across. The strategy itself was planned by Ragnar, considering General Bjorn was currently overseeing the forces stationed in the humanitarian aid train. The young director had to design the operation entirely by himself. As an avid fan of RTS games from his past life, he was more than capable of devising a Zerg rush such as this. The officers comprised of the core of his military hierarchy all agreed with the strategy, and though a few of them added some minor inputs regarding supply chain optimization, the invasion plan was mainly complete. As such, after a thorough discussion, the officers were eventually dismissed, and Ragnar found himself alone in the war room staring at the map. One day soon, the Midlands would be his, and his plans for unifying England into a united kingdom of industry would be one step closer to reality. After looking over his battle plans one more time, Ragnar rolled up the map and stashed it away in a fireproof safe. He then left the headquarters of the Department of Security and returned to the governor's mansion, where Jyda and Magnus were waiting patiently for him to attend dinner. The moment Ragnar sat down at the head of the table, he overheard Jyda's voice call out to him. "So how did the board meeting go?" Upon hearing these words, Ragnar smirked before tussling Magnus's blonde hair. Afterward, he took a sip out of the black coffee filled in his skull chalice before responding. "You do not need to worry so much. Everything is going according to the projections. Soon enough, we will corner the market." Elfwin, of course, had no idea what the young couple was conspiring about this time. Instead, she spoke up voluntarily for the first time in a while, with a broad smile on her face. "I made a breakthrough today." Hearing Elfwin openly declare such a thing brought a great sense of surprise to both Ragnar and Jyda, who had not expected her to solve the ventilation issue so quickly after they had given her the blueprints. They thought it would take a while before Elfwin would leave her comfort zone and modify the steam pumps. As such, Ragnar immediately took a sip from his chalice before replying to Elfwin. "I am glad to hear it. So what is this little breakthrough of yours?" Elfwin was all too eager to announce her discovery and how she achieved it. As such, she quickly began to spit out the events of what happened as rapidly as a telegraph machine. It's the airflow valve. I was talking to one of the miners, and he mentioned how the canaries always faint near the lower shafts, so I realized. We don't need more pumps, we need exhaust vents. If we drill a secondary shaft at a 45-degree angle, the heat from the steam engine will create a natural updraft, pulling the bad air out. I tested it on a small-scale model, and the smoke cleared in seconds. Ragnar nearly choked on his coffee when he heard Elfwin explaining the principles of thermodynamics with such excitement. Jida, on the other hand, was smirking at Ragnar's surprise and began to encourage Elfwin to continue with her report. That's good, Elfwin. I remember when I first heard of your engineering skills years ago, the rumors that were flowing about then was that you couldn't tell a hammer from a horseshoe, and you spent most of your days embroidering handkerchiefs. Ragnar glared at Jida when she reminded him of Elfwin's original skill set. Every time he looked back on those days, he began to cringe at the wasted potential. If he had not audited her education, the talent would have ended up marrying some dull ealdorman. The directorate would never be able to achieve anything significant in mining. Luckily for him, he was able to reinvent her career path through many performance reviews. After listening to the two women criticize the feudal education system, Ragnar coughed a little before addressing Elfwin's innovation. Elfwin, my dear chief engineer. Elfwin perked up her head like a meerkat when she heard Ragnar address her in such a manner. Yes, director. Ragnar took another sip from his coffee before finishing his train of thought. The whole scenario impressed him. If you value your stock options, you will do best to patent that design immediately. Jida chuckled as she witnessed Ragnar's greedy expression. As for Elfwin, she was confused. After all, Ragnar was the one who encouraged her to share information freely with the team. However, she quickly realized she might have accidentally invented something valuable and began to smile before nodding her head in agreement. Okay, I will file the paperwork with the patent office tomorrow. Seeing that Elfwin had agreed to his request, Ragnar smiled gratefully before reaching across the table and patting Elfwin's shoulder while praising her. Good asset. This action, of course, brought a proud smile to Elfwin's face as she basked in the validation of her mentor. Jida, of course, would not miss the opportunity to make fun of Ragnar and quickly muttered under her breath, "Capitalist." This statement instantly disrupted Ragnar's actions and brought a frown to his face. Such, he withdrew his hand from Elfwin's shoulder before awkwardly digging into his meal of roasted pork and potatoes. After which Elfwin began to pout at Jida for disrupting her moment. The meal continued in awkward silence as the trio enjoyed the gourmet cuisine made for them by the talented chefs of the Directorate's cafeteria, while Ragnar's security forces were maintaining the situation at the southern border. Ragnar himself was able to thoroughly enjoy the market stability brought about by his monopoly. Though several of the guildmasters in City Titan were primarily upset by the new safety regulations he had forced upon them due to his careful auditing of their ledgers, they had little power to rebel against him. Most of them, of course, were wise enough not to take such an action while the West Saxons were liquidating assets in the south. Ragnar may be a director who stripped them of their autonomy, but he provided a stable and economically efficient market in a time of chaos and depreciation. As such, the benefits they gained from Ragnar's infrastructure outweighed the disadvantages of filing quarterly reports. In fact, with Ragnar's standardization reforms, creating a centralized workforce under his command, the individual guilds were spared the expense of training apprentices from scratch. Though these contractors who garrisoned the factories were fanatically loyal to the brand, they had not caused any problems for the guildmasters, aside from reminding them to follow the code of conduct. The complex corporate bureaucracy which Ragnar had put into effect throughout the Directorate had greatly diminished the amount of time these guildmasters needed to work on logistics, allowing them to maintain a lifestyle filled with far more leisure than before. The younger generation of craftsmen greatly appreciated Ragnar's meritocratic reforms, as they had a clear path to promotion and could enjoy themselves with their wages at the company store. Peace reigned over the Directorate while most of England was bleeding in constant conflict. Because of this, Ragnar's trade flourished internally and with his trading partners in Scotland and the Caliphate. At the moment, Ragnar was hosting a business dinner for Vizier al-Hakam, who brought him some great news from the south. It had been several months since he last reviewed the P&L statement with his most significant investor. As far as Ragnar was aware, the man was in the process of convincing the Caliph to outsource a portion of his naval instruction to Ragnar's dry docks. Finally, the vizier had brought him the contract Ragnar wanted to sign. The Caliph has finally agreed to the terms. We expect a third of our fleet to be refitted here in Titan. I assume your facilities can handle such a large order. Ragnar chuckled as he drank black coffee from his skull chalice before answering the man's question. Of course, we just expanded the dry dock last week. Al-Hakam was happy to hear such a thing as he raised his glass of sherbet to Ragnar and their upcoming venture. To our collective fortune, may the dividends be high. Ragnar lifted his goblet in the toast before drinking from it once more. The fact that Ragnar was now drinking from a gold-plated skull and had a silver-geared cane did not go unnoticed by the Andalusian nobleman, who awkwardly brought up the subject. So, I can't help but notice the skull mug and the cane. Is there a new fashion trend in the north? Ragnar quickly put down his fork when he heard those words. His expression became stern as he closely observed the skull of Grandmaster Roland, which had been turned into a very ergonomic mug. Eventually, a corporate smile spread across his face as he told the man the truth of the matter. A competitor sought to disrupt my market share. After they had made numerous attempts on my assets and was served a cease and desist order, they returned with a hostile takeover bid. During the audit, that person depreciated my leg. For that, I liquidated them and seized their skull as a trophy. I decided to turn it into a coffee mug so that I always remember that even the biggest players can go bankrupt if they don't innovate. Ragnar's chilling words permeated the air and were quickly followed by silence. Jida was the only person aware of who Ragnar was referring to. Magnus was blissfully unaware that the skull mug his father drank from was that of a French knight. Naturally, the baby was not informed of Roland's death nor his Luddite actions. As such, he assumed it was just a funny-looking cup. As for Al-Hakam, he was greatly disturbed that the chalice was an actual human skull dipped in gold and not some artistic representation of mortality. Such barbarism was unacceptable in the civilized courts of Cordoba, yet the director of the Iron Empire looked upon the skull mug with a sense of pride. Such a thing was genuinely unthinkable for a man of science. Despite his inner protests, Al-Hakam knew that his business relationship with the Directorate was worth more than his internal disgust. As such, he quietly calmed himself before responding to Ragnar's tale. I see. A powerful lesson in risk management. With that said, Ragnar shifted the conversation to that of business and began to inquire about the order's details. Tell me, what specifications will I be meeting for your fleet? Seeing that the topic was shifted from its previous grim nature, Al-Hakam quickly addressed Ragnar's question. I believe you referred to it as iron plating. As long as you can manufacture the rivets and plates, we can handle the installation in our own shipyards. This was a simple enough request, and Ragnar would be happy to fulfill it. Installation took longer anyway and was hardly worth the efforts of his skilled labor. As such, he was pleased with such news. Thus Ragnar quickly addressed his next concern. Will you need us to manufacture the steam engines as well? Al-Hakam shook his head before answering. Unfortunately, the Caliph is still hesitant about the fire machines. He worries they will anger the Jinn of the sea. As such, we only require the armor plating. Ragnar nodded in approval. It was much simpler to divert a production line to rolling steel sheets, and as such, he was more than happy to manufacture it. After all, it was a high-margin product, and doing so in massive numbers would allow him substantial profit. As such, he replied to Al-Hakam's request in the affirmative. Fine by me. The price is negotiable. Such high tensile steel will require a significant amount of coal to produce. As such, my initial offer is 20 dinars per sheet. The dinar was a gold coin in use by the Caliphate, renowned for its purity. It was by no means a small sum, but then again, Ragnar steel would be of substantially better quality than the iron products the Franks currently used. Al-Hakam's face twitched as he heard such a large number. Luckily, Ragnar prefaced his statement with the phrase, "The price is negotiable." As such, he began to haggle with the young director sitting before him as he dined on his roasted mutton. 15 dinars. Ragnar shook his head as he counter-offered. 18. The two men haggled over minute details until finally, a price of 17 dinars per sheet was agreed upon. Ragnar was satisfied with the result, but Al-Hakam was clenching his teeth. This would cost the Caliphate a significant amount, but it would be well worth the price to see the Frankish arrows bounce off their hulls. After the two men concluded their negotiations over the cost of the equipment, they shared a meal and continued to enjoy the peace that was afforded to the directorate. Now that al-Hakam acted as the importer to Ragnar's steel within the caliphate, he gained some degree of commission. The two men from very different regions of the world were now intertwined in the industrial trade, which acted as a huge source of income for both parties. With the business negotiations concluded, the two parties enjoyed the remainder of the meal, engaging in casual conversation about what the two had been up to over the past few months since they last met. Obviously, Ragnar made sure to stay away from the topic of his upcoming hostile takeover of London, as his ambition in that event seemed to cause great concern to the vizier, who preferred stability. Then again, Ragnar was a Viking, a descendant of the raiders who sacked monasteries and destroyed kingdoms. The idea that a scholar from the south and an intensely capitalist Viking who took pride in his ROI could form such an amicable relationship was entertaining to Ragnar. Despite this, Ragnar was aware that such a relationship was vital to his plans. Thus he tried his best not to mention that he was planning to build a navy that would eventually rival even the caliphate's. "One more thing, Director," al-Hakam said, wiping his mouth with a linen napkin. "There is a rumor in the south. The Pope is planning a council of innovation." Ragnar raised an eyebrow. "Innovation? The church? They are trying to copy your steam engines," al-Hakam whispered. "They call it divine mechanics." Ragnar threw his head back and laughed. "Let them try," Ragnar roared, slapping the table. "Without the spirit of industry, it's just a kettle with a whistle." Ragnar raised his skull mug high. "To the competition, may they always be 3 fiscal quarters behind." To the competition, al-Hakam agreed weakly, wondering if he had just made a deal with the devil, or the future. At the moment, Magnus was currently in class, silently listening to the instructor explain basic arithmetic. In the classroom around him were a bunch of boys his own age, sons of guildmasters, shift supervisors, and the occasional ambitious farmer. Under Ragnar's Educational Reform Act, he had separated the curriculum by vocation rather than just gender, in order to avoid any inefficiencies. This way he was also able to design the syllabus in a way that catered to the specific needs of the future workforce. As such, this was a management track school, with instructors poached from the best monasteries and counting houses in Europe. The man in charge of teaching basic mathematics was a former Benedictine monk who had, at Ragnar's request, left his order to teach applied ledger keeping. After all, there was not much for a monk of his intellect to do in a monastery besides illuminate manuscripts, and it felt good to aid in the development of the next generation of capitalists. Leif, the lesser, was sitting next to Magnus and was struggling with the basic concepts. He was by no means a prodigy when it came to math, but he had a fairly creative mind for structural integrity, unlike Magnus, whose mind greatly resembled Ragnar's in so far that it functioned well with profit margins and hostile takeovers. After the basic instruction was concluded, the boys were split into project teams to work on the problems. Magnus and Leif grouped up together with a third boy who was the son of a wealthy wool merchant. The problem was a simple calculation of compound interest. However, the other boys were struggling with the concept. As such, Magnus showed the interest rate table Ragnar had designed and informed them as to his understanding of how it worked. "If you loan 10 silver pieces at 5% interest per quarter," Magnus explained, tapping the slate with a piece of chalk, "you don't just get 10.5 back, you get interest on the interest. By the end of the year, your money has made babies." Leif, on the other hand, was incredibly frustrated. It was basic accounting, and yet he was already struggling. One could tell he was destined to be an architect or anything that utilized a great deal of geometry rather than finance. Instead, he had drawn a schematic of a trebuchet, which for his age and lack of proper engineering degrees was quite acceptable. He of course drew it on the back of his ledger sheet, which caused Magnus to lecture the boy. "Of course, you are not going to understand the profit margin if you keep drawing siege engines on the back of your spreadsheets, instead of paying attention to the lecture." On the other hand, the merchant's son in the group perfectly understood Magnus's explanation and thanked him for the help. "Thanks, Magnus, you always know where the money goes." This caused Magnus to smirk. He never knew it would be so productive to interact with people of his same age. If it was not for Ragnar insisting he go to school and network with the other boys, he probably would have been sheltered alone in the governor's mansion his entire life. As such, he responded to the boy's compliment. "It is efficient to share knowledge. A rising tide lifts all boats." Seeing Magnus and the other boy get along so well, Leif began to pout. He was a sturdy boy with sawdust in his hair and hands already calloused from helping his father. Though compared to Magnus, his attire was severely lacking. After all, he was dressed in a simple tunic. Compared to Magnus's miniature black executive suit, by the expression on his face, he greatly desired to monopolize Magnus to himself. Of course, the young boy quickly found a way out of work and began to ask Magnus questions about his famous father. Magnus, tell us another tale about the director. I heard that he has a steam-powered ship now that eats smaller ships. The moment Leif brought up such a topic, all of the boys in the class began to listen in to Magnus and the tale he would tell this time. They had completely forgotten about the lesson plan and were attracted by the stories of the terrifying Iron Father. Remembering what his mother had told him about brand management, Magnus decided to tell a story from Ragnar's past that was inspiring if slightly embellished. Where should I begin? I suppose you could say that the director was always efficient, even when he was a mere raider. For example, when he was first starting out, he didn't just raid villages like a common barbarian. He audited them. The boys leaned in closer. Audited? Yes, Magnus nodded gravely. One time he found a monastery that was hoarding gold but complaining about poverty. Most Vikings would have just taken the gold and burned the place. But my father, he sat down with the abbot and went through their books. He proved that they were spending too much on candles and wine. He took 80% of the gold as a consulting fee and left them with a budget plan to stay solvent. They thanked him as he left. Leif's eyes began to glitter in excitement when he heard the calculated actions of Ragnar. He could not help but ask the question on his mind. What happened next? Magnus instantly realized the remainder of the story was not favorable to the abbot's health, but the entire class was staring at him with curiosity, and as such his resistance immediately collapsed and he revealed the grim details. The abbot tried to hide a jeweled cross in his robes, so my father liquidated his assets, literally. He melted the cross down right there in the church fireplace. The shocked and awed expression on the boys' faces when Magnus revealed the ruthless efficiency of the director made the class instantly break out in whispers. Even the monk teacher began to cross himself when he heard about this side of the man, often referred to as the Iron Demon by the Southerners. To think the man who ruled over the region with supreme authority was so meticulous in his looting was truly a terrifying thought. Magnus continued his story for a brief bit longer as he addressed the class. After that, I learned that I should not try to hide anything from the director. He sees everything, like the All-Father but with a ledger. The boys were curious about Ragnar's other exploits, specifically the legendary duel with the French Grandmaster. This sparked curiosity among Magnus's classmates as they began to daydream about who would win in a fight, Ragnar or a dragon. Surely, if he was the stronger of the two, he would have turned the dragon into a blast furnace by now. Thus, one of the boys quickly asked about the skull mug. Is it true he drinks from the skull of a giant? Magnus's expression remained stoic. Though his parents did not explicitly tell him that the skull belonged to a human knight named Roland, he was not foolish enough to believe it was a prop. He knew the skull must have belonged to someone who failed a performance review. He just did not know the specifics. Thus, a serious expression appeared on his face as he nodded. It was a competitor, a man who refused to innovate. Now, he serves a purpose as a coffee vessel. Nothing is wasted in the directorate. The teacher noticed the intense expression on the boys' faces and immediately tried to redirect their attention so that they would focus on their work and give Magnus some reprieve from his unintentional propaganda campaign. Come on, boys, pay attention. Interest rates won't calculate themselves. The classroom full of young boys all began to groan in displeasure, but they eventually did what they were told and got back to work. Leif whispered to Magnus while they were going over their worksheets. That was really scary. Your dad is the best. To which Magnus adjusted his miniature collar in embarrassment. He knew full well that he should not be revealing such info to the boys in his class. However, they all seemed so interested in the brand, and as such he could not prevent himself from leaking the information. As such, he felt slightly guilty for his lack of discretion, but not enough to prevent him from doing it again. Magnus quickly buried himself in his work, and it would not be until lunch period that he was vocal about Ragnar's terrifying efficiency once more. Meanwhile, in Ragnar's office, the young director felt a sudden itch in his nose, and before he knew it, he had sneezed loudly. Enough so that the ink on his quill splattered onto a perfectly good invoice. After doing so, he rubbed his nose and instantly said his thoughts aloud. Who is talking about my portfolio? Ragnar had no way of knowing that Magnus had revealed the monastery audit story from his past, for if he did, he would surely grab a hold of the boy's shoulders and give him a lecture on non-disclosure agreements. However, being unaware of Magnus's revealing his trade secrets for social clout, he quickly got back to work on approving the new sewer schematics. Just then, the door creaked open. Princess Elfwin stuck her head in, looking pale. Director, we have a situation at the docks. Ragnar wiped the ink from his invoice. Is it the Union again? No, Elfwin said, stepping fully into the room. She was holding a strange, charred piece of wood. The Leviathan is back from the Irish Sea, and it brought guests. Ragnar stood up, grabbing his cane. Guests, refugees, Elfwin corrected. From Ireland. They say the Frankish mercenaries didn't just desert Ethelwulf. They stole ships and went west. They're raiding Dublin. Weeks had passed since the siege of Nottingham had begun, and the army of the West Saxons had already breached the city's gates. They were close to accomplishing what Ealdorman Ethelred had failed to achieve during his life, and that was to capture the capital of Mercia and overthrow the remaining guildmasters. King Ethelwulf smiled from afar as his battering ram smashed into the gates of the mining guildhall. Soon enough, he would be the reigning authority in the Midlands and unite the Saxon kingdoms. He would no longer be a mere king of Wessex, but the Bretwalda. At least that was his ambition in life, and he was close to seeing it to fruition. As the battering ram battered open the sturdy oak gates, the remaining security contractors did their best to persist, but eventually the gate fell. With it, an army of West Saxons charged into the Guildhall seeking to claim it for themselves and round up the guildmasters so that they could be properly renegotiated with. The clash of steel resounded throughout the dusty air of the Guildhall's corridors. Though King Ethelwulf was not leading the charge against the miners himself, the same could not be said for Thane Beorhtwulf, a local Mercian noble who bravely defended his investment until his last dying breath. The young Thane, who had yet to be appropriately recognized for his stock options, courageously fought against a Huscarl of Wessex, as the two men wielded their axes with excellent skill in a fantastic display of medieval might. Surrounding them were the soldiers of both sides thrashing about in a grand melee, trying to gain the upper hand in the conflict. As their axes hooked against one another, Beorhtwulf unleashed a vicious backhand with his Directorate-issue gauntlet, which smacked against the Huscarl's nasal helm. Though the damage was not severe, it bought Beorhtwulf enough time to redirect his axe into the gaps in the enemy's shoulder, which was not adequately protected by mail. As such, the Huscarl staggered from the tempered steel, which found its way piercing through the mail armor, the gambeson beneath it, and finally his flesh. However, at this moment, Beorhtwulf was struck by the attack of a nearby opponent, which merely glanced off of his mighty Directorate breastplate. Despite this, such a blow forced him to redirect his energy to defend against a second opponent. As such, the Huscarl who had his shoulder pierced was allowed reprieve as another soldier took his place in the front line. Beorhtwulf and his contractors quickly found themselves on the backstep, slowly receding into the hallway, while their numbers dwindled to the exceptional display of violence. While the West Saxons slowly made their way into the Guildhall, the young guildmaster Eadwig was hiding in his office, scared witless from the ongoing events. His father had recently retired, and the city had fallen. His family's competitors had come to seize their assets, and as the head of the guild, his fate was sealed. Though his sisters might be spared and married off to West Saxon thanes, he was a threat to the monopoly, and he knew with King Ethelwulf's reputation he would for sure be destined to die. However, as Eadwig started to lose his mind to the sound of the echoing screams in the hall, he felt a hand grab a hold of him and drag him from his hiding spot under the desk. The young man was in no condition to observe his surroundings and quickly began to struggle as he struck the person who had grabbed a hold of him, screaming for his life. "No, I don't want to be nationalized. Please spare me." However, the result was not what he was expecting as he felt a dainty and feminine hand slap him across the face, which dragged him to his senses. In front of him, clasping onto his arm, was one of his clerks, who went by the name of Hilda. She stared at him fiercely, with a degree of determination in which he had not witnessed before. She quickly threw a set of miner's clothing to Eadwig and ordered him in a stern voice. "Get dressed in these. Do it quickly if you want to keep your pension." Hearing there was hope for survival, the young man quickly stripped himself of his velvet robes and got into the soot-stained clothes. Despite the fact that there was a pretty woman in front of him, After he was dressed in such clothing, Hilda pulled a hood over his head and gave him further orders. "Come with me, the shift change is our cover." She quickly dragged him away by the arm as the two absconded from the Guildhall into a secret ventilation shaft that led into the mines below. Eadwig, of course, was greatly confused by the sudden changes in events and began to ask the questions on his mind. "Where are we going? The mines are dangerous." However, Hilda merely glared at him and gave him further orders. "Don't ask questions and stay silent, unless you want Ethelwulf to audit your neck." Eadwig may have been an entitled guild scion and a fool, but he was at least capable of understanding the situation he was in at the moment, and as such, he nodded and obeyed Hilda's orders. After the duo exited the secret shaft, they entered the city's lower districts, where they began to act like a pair of miners stuck in the city. As they slowly navigated the chaotic scene which displayed itself in the town, they were eventually stopped at the city's northern gate, where they were interrogated by the West Saxon men-at-arms who were left to guard the city's entrances and make sure that no body of significance escaped the town. Unlike the Mercians, the West Saxons conducted themselves with some form of discipline. As such, they were not going around looting and burning the industrial district to the ground, at least not yet. The guard on duty quickly halted the duo as they approached the gate and bellowed his commands at them. "Halt, nobody is allowed to leave the city. You must return to your shifts." Hilda had already prepared an excuse beforehand and held onto forged identification papers to allow her access through the city's gates. As such, she quickly reached into her cloak and retrieved a letter, which contained the seal of Thane Leofric. The letter notified that she was a courier sent by the Thane to inspect the northern rail lines, and she had urgent business to report to her liege. It appeared to have the proper mark of the Thane, and as such, the guard accepted it as appropriate identification. He had no way of knowing that it was a counterfeit made by Ragnar's Department of Human Resources after his agents intercepted one of Leofric's supply manifests. They had largely replicated the Thane's handwriting and seal through great effort, or rather, through the new printing press Ragnar had invented. However, the guard was concerned about the young man who was beside the woman claiming to be a courier, and as such, he quickly interrogated her about his identity. "Who is the boy? Why is he with you?" Hilda looked over at Eadwig with a glance that said play along before putting on a weary, overworked expression and began to approach the guard with a sigh. This is just my apprentice. He barely knows which end of the pickaxe to hold. He was sent with me to carry the samples. He is not important. However, I would greatly appreciate it if you allowed us to pass. After all, the Thane is expecting his report. Since we are both in service to the new administration to some extent, I am sure we will cross paths in the future. And when we do, I can put in a good word for you with the payroll department." Hilda was a relatively competent-looking woman in her late 20s, and as such, the man quickly bought into her bureaucratic authority before giving the order to his troops to let her pass. "Open the gates. These two work for the Thane. They have proper authorization." After the gates were fully opened, allowing the duo to pass, Hilda nodded curtly to the man. "Efficiency is victory," she muttered, using the Directorate motto out of habit, which confused the Saxon guard but sounded impressive enough. With that said, Hilda and Eadwig escaped outside of the confines of the city, and when they were far enough away, they changed directions from the main road where they entered the nearby woods. Luckily for Hilda, she had long since prepared an escape route, as were her orders from Elfwin. She would be meeting with another agent of Ragnar's Department of Security, who would be waiting outside the city gates with a steam carriage to carry the group off to the borders of the Directorate. As such, Hilda and Eadwig quickly regrouped with the other agent of Ragnar's vast network, Leif the Lesser, where he was waiting with the handcar. The back of the cart was covered with a tarp, and Hilda quickly gave Eadwig another demand. "Get under the tarp. We will be safe when we get to City Titan." However, at this moment, Eadwig could no longer contain his curiosity, and of course, his concerns for his stock options. As such, he ripped his hand away from the woman's grasp and began to shout at her. "Not until I get some information. For example, who are you people and why are you helping me?" Hilda sighed as she witnessed the fit in which Eadwig was throwing. They did not have time for this, but she knew with the way Eadwig was acting, he was liable to flee in the other direction and get himself liquidated if she did not tell the truth. As such, she quickly explained her reasoning for her actions. "We are going to the Directorate. Director Ragnar has asked us to escort you to his headquarters so that you may be restructured." Eadwig was shocked by this news. He thought for sure he had thoroughly outraged Ragnar by refusing to sell him the coal rights last year, and yet the man had gone through the trouble to escort him to safety. He was beginning to re-evaluate the man who his father had called a Viking shark in the past. Then again, his father was also wary of Ragnar's rise to power and had frequently spoken about the man with caution in his voice. Eadwig did not know how to act at this moment. However, another thought quickly appeared in his mind, and he could not help but ask, "What about the other guildmasters?" Hilda quickly shook her head as she urged Eadwig to get onto the handcar. "We don't have time for this. Quickly do what I say. King Ethelwulf could realize you are missing at any minute, and if he sends out a search for us, we will be caught. If you care about your own life, you will do as I say and get under the tarp." Though Eadwig was confused and slightly concerned about Ragnar's objectives, ultimately, he was more concerned about his safety than that of his competitors, and did what he was instructed, jumping onto the back of the handcar where he hid under the canvas. With that, the group escaped from the city of Nottingham during the cover of darkness, entirely without King Ethelwulf or his army realizing that the head of the coal guild was missing, and with him went the legitimate claim to the mines, a claim Ragnar intended to leverage in the next board meeting. As Eadwig and Hilda escaped into the industrial smog, Thane Beorhtwulf was currently fighting a losing battle, defying King Ethelwulf's merger with every ounce of his feudal pride. However, the longer he defended the Guildhall, the more of his men were downsized by the West Saxon axes. Corpses had begun to stack within the main corridor of the Guildhall, their blood flowing onto the polished stone floors like spilt ink. With every loss, Beorhtwulf and his contractors found themselves closer to bankruptcy. The young Thane desperately swung his directorate-made axe at one of Ethelwulf's huscarls, but he immediately felt a blunt object slam into the back of his helmet. When he finally regained consciousness, Beorhtwulf found himself sitting in the great hall, bound and gagged among the surviving guildmasters. Due to the concussion rattling his skull, he did not initially realize that Eadwig was missing from the group. King Ethelwulf entered the scene, wiping soot from his beard. When he saw that Beorhtwulf was secured alongside the other executives, a predatory smile appeared on his face. "Brave effort, Thane," Ethelwulf sneered, pacing in front of them. "But foolish. You should have signed the exclusivity deal when I offered it." Beorhtwulf glared at the king with disgust. His only response was spitting a glob of blood onto Ethelwulf's boot. In response, Ethelwulf snapped his fingers, and a huscarl backhanded Beorhtwulf with a mail-clad fist, knocking several teeth loose. Stubborn, Ethelwulf sighed, wiping his boot. "Just like the rest of Mercia. Listen well, you and your guilds belong to Wessex now. If you do not submit, I will nationalize your assets and marry your daughters to my thanes. Your lineage will be nothing more than a footnote in my ledger." Though Beorhtwulf was resilient to threats of violence, hearing that his family's legacy would be erased made him grimace. Ethelwulf was every bit as ruthless as the rumors said. However, what came next was out of either man's expectations. One of Ethelwulf's scouts rushed into the hall looking pale. "My king, the coal guildmaster, he's gone, we can't find him anywhere." Hearing this, Beorhtwulf grinned through his bloody teeth and began to taunt the king. "Eadwig must be halfway to City Titan by now, you'll never find him. Even if you execute us, you'll never hold the mines legally without his signature. Go ahead and do your worst, but Ragnar will sue you into oblivion." This insult stung Ethelwulf like a wasp. He furiously kicked a chair across the room. "Find him." Ethelwulf roared at his men. "Turn this city upside down. I refuse to believe a soft-handed guild boy escaped a city under martial law." Despite these orders, Beorhtwulf showed no sign of dismay. He accepted his fate, knowing that as long as Eadwig was free, Ragnar had a casus belli. And if there was one thing Ragnar loved more than efficiency, it was a justifiable war. Beorhtwulf died with a smile on his face, believing that the Iron Director would avenge him. As for Ethelwulf, he spent the remainder of the night searching every corner of Nottingham. However, when the dawn finally rose through the smog, he realized the boy was gone. Ethelwulf flew into a rage, demanding to find the culprit who had been lax on their duties. Eventually, the guards who Hilda had tricked were brought before the king, bound and trembling. "Did you allow anyone to exit the gates?" Ethelwulf demanded, his voice low and dangerous. The guard who had given the order quickly nodded, terrified. "A courier from Thane Leofric, she had a boy with her, said he was her apprentice." Ethelwulf's eyes narrowed. "Leofric, that slippery bastard, hasn't sent a courier in weeks. How do you know she was his?" "She had his seal," the guard stammered. And the paperwork looked official. Ethelwulf was so enraged, he felt a vein throbbing in his temple. Took a deep breath, forcing himself to think like a king, not a berserker. Leofric, Ethelwulf hissed. I knew he was playing both sides. He's helping Ragnar. Ethelwulf was already suspicious of Leofric's loyalty, especially after the Thane had refused to send troops to the siege. Now it appeared the man had actively schemed against him. This was intolerable. Execute these fools, Ethelwulf ordered, gesturing to the guards. Put their heads on the gate. As for Leofric, I will deal with him personally. Ragnar's Department of Human Resources had inadvertently shifted the blame for Eadwig's escape onto a man who was currently sitting in a castle 50 miles away, trying to stay neutral. Though Ragnar was crafty, he never expected Ethelwulf to swallow the bait so completely. Send riders to Leofric's lands, Ethelwulf commanded. Burn his villages, find that boy and bring me his head. Ethelwulf had given orders to follow a trail that did not exist. His knights would be sent on a wild goose chase, allowing Eadwig and Hilda to successfully exfiltrate back to the Directorate. Meanwhile, on the road to the Directorate, Eadwig and Hilda's handcar had successfully reached the humanitarian aid train, which was parked discreetly on a siding near the border. As Eadwig climbed aboard the Iron Beast, he looked around in wonder. The interior of the train car was warmer than his own Guildhall. There were cushioned seats, gas lamps, and the smell of fresh coffee. Welcome aboard, Guildmaster, a deep voice rumbled. Eadwig turned to see General Bjorn sitting at a table reviewing a map. The giant Viking gestured to a seat. The director sends his regards, Bjorn said, pushing a cup of coffee toward the trembling young man. He hopes your restructuring was painless. Eadwig took the cup, his hands shaking. My guild, my family. Our assets we will recover, Bjorn promised, his voice calm and professional. But first, we need to get you to Titan. The director has a contract waiting for your signature. A contract? To name him protector of the mines, Bjorn explained. Until the hostile takeover is resolved, of course. Eadwig slumped in his seat. He realized he had just traded one master for another, but looking around at the efficient, well-fed soldiers and feeling the warmth of the steam pipes, he realized this master might actually keep him alive. Fine, Eadwig whispered. I'll sign. Excellent, Bjorn smiled. As the train hissed into motion, heading north toward the safety of the Iron Empire, Eadwig watched the smoke of Nottingham fade into the distance. After dining with his strategic partners, Ragnar took a bath before entering the guest room he was provided in the Guildhall of York. It was down the hall from Princess Elfwin and Elfrida's. However, he had no intention to visit either of them in the night. Elfwin was his COO, and fraternization was against company policy. As for Elfrida, well, she was a liability he intended to restructure, not acquire. As such, he made sure to latch the doors and windows to his room thoroughly. One could never be too careful. If Ragnar were in the modern era, he would probably sweep his room for bugs before resting, but this was the medieval world. Such sophisticated espionage did not exist at this time. As such, he was able to sleep the night away without concern. Aside from the occasional nightmare about declining profit margins. By the time the smog-choked dawn rose, Ragnar had naturally awakened. After all, his body was used to waking up at such an hour to check the early market reports. Despite this, he was left with nothing to do as he had no major audits while he was in York, and most of his workout equipment was back in City Titan. As such, he decided to do a small workout where he did his usual routine of push-ups, sit-ups, and cane-assisted squats. As for his pull-ups, he would not be able to do such a thing as he lacked a proper bar. As such, he skipped it for the day and went on a limp around the city walls, though he dressed in a simple gray cloak to avoid any assassination attempts that might occur on his journey. After his journey was over, he returned to the Guildhall where he intended to take a bath. However, the moment he opened the door to the bathhouse, he noticed that there was a figure already inside the wooden tub. Her back was to him, steam rising from her shoulders as she scrubbed herself with a rough sponge. Ragnar immediately recognized the severe bun of hair to be Elfwin's. He stared at the back of his chief engineer for several seconds, calculating the probability of this being a trap before coming to his senses. By the time he came back to reality, Elfwin turned around, her glasses fogged up, and her mouth agape. She looked like she was about to scream. As such, Ragnar quickly shut the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. That was not in the schedule, Ragnar muttered to himself. Elfwin immediately sunk into her tub with embarrassment after Ragnar shut the door. She had utterly forgotten to lock it, usually relying on her do not disturb sign which had fallen off. As such, She was struggling to cope with what had just happened. Ragnar, on the other hand, briskly walked away as if nothing had happened, his cane clicking rhythmically on the stone floor. As he was doing so, he thought to himself, "That stays in the confidential files." Afterward, he arrived in his room and waited until a time where he felt as if Elfwin would have left the tub, which was a safe 30 minutes. After waiting, he returned to the bath where he knocked on the door with the head of his cane. When there was no sound, he entered, stripped, and began his bath. It was an exceptionally long soak as he tried to purge the image of his COO from his mind. In times like this, he wished he didn't have a photographic memory for details. After getting out of the tub and dressing in his black tunic, Ragnar returned to the main hall, where Elfwin was waiting for him, sitting at a table with a stack of blueprints, fully clothed and looking mortified. Ragnar had no desire to address the incident directly, and as such, he merely sat down across from her and poured himself a cup of coffee. After a few moments of awkward silence, Elfwin adjusted her spectacles and asked the question on her mind, her voice trembling slightly. "Director, did you see the quarterly projections?" Ragnar played the part of a professional and dodged the awkward situation that presented itself. "The steam obscured the data. I suppose that's a good thing for confidentiality." Ragnar's words relieved Elfwin immensely. The way he communicated his sentence made it sound as if he was not the least bit interested in her as anything other than an asset. As such, she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Good efficiency is victory after all. Ragnar nodded, taking a sip of his coffee. "Indeed, now about those coal shipments." Elfwin relaxed visibly. If they were talking about coal, everything was normal. She quickly launched into a detailed report about the tonnage arriving from Scotland, grateful that her boss was a man who valued spreadsheets over scandal. The last thing he needed was a workplace romance lawsuit in the middle of a hostile takeover. As such, after finishing his coffee, the two executives left the hall and headed to the dining room, where they joined up with the others for breakfast. Sitting at the breakfast table was Bishop Ethelwald, Elfrida and her husband Edric. Elfrida was glaring at Elfwin with a mix of jealousy and confusion, noticing her sister's flustered state. Ragnar took his seat at the head of the table, placing his skull mug down with a heavy thud. "Good morning, team," Ragnar announced. "How are the synergy levels today?" Edric looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. "Oh, optimal, Director, the sewers are flowing." "Excellent," Ragnar nodded. "A clean city is a productive city." It was only after he had said his greetings that he noticed Elfrida staring at him with a sense of overwhelming fury. However, he chalked it up to her being upset about her husband's demotion. After all, she was pretty well known for being ambitious. Hell hath no fury like a noblewoman demoted to the wife of a sanitation manager. Elfrida was furious with Ragnar. She could not understand why he would choose a nerd like Elfwin to be his right hand instead of a sophisticated lady like herself. Such, the atmosphere at the table was quite tense as Elfrida continued to stare at Ragnar as if she wanted to liquidate his assets with her mind. Ragnar, on the other hand, was quite entertained by this, but he genuinely had no interest in Elfrida. She was inefficient and high maintenance. As such, he spent his time at the dinner table pandering to Elfwin's ideas about steam pressure, which only further increased the wrath in Elfrida's heart. "You look efficient today, Elfwin," Ragnar noted, pointing to her new tool belt. "Directorate issue?" "Yes, Director," Elfwin beamed. "Custom fit for the new calipers." Though he was complimenting her equipment, there was also a genuine appreciation for her competence. However, Elfrida merely pouted. Though she had been able to get her hands on some of the Directorate's new silk scarves, they were never as high quality as the engineering tools Elfwin was issued. The reason for this was simple. Ragnar reserved the best equipment for his productive employees. Everyone else had to get their hands on consumer-grade goods. As such, Elfrida continued to behave like a jaded shareholder, and Ragnar ignored her. Eventually, Bishop Ethelwald caught on to the looks Elfrida was giving Ragnar and began to chastise the woman in a low enough voice that it could not be overheard by the others present at the table. "My child, envy is a sin, and eyeing the director is unwise." The bishop knew that such a thing as a romance between Ragnar and Elfwin had never occurred, but it was still infuriating to see Elfrida gaze at another man with such passion, even if it was mostly fury at being overlooked. The breakfast continued with a great deal of drama at the table, which Ragnar would only be able to relieve himself from when it was finally finished. As for the meeting with the Scottish coal barons that would come later in the day, that was where the real fun would begin. Director, Elfwin said suddenly, breaking the tension. I have an idea for the London operation. Ragnar raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Leviathan, Elfwin said, pushing her glasses up her nose. What if we mount a steam whistle on it, one loud enough to shatter windows? Ragnar's grin was terrifying. The silence permeated throughout the stale air of the Guildhall's executive office for some time before Ragnar finally voiced his projections over the upcoming fiscal year with an impassioned speech. Gentlemen, we are at the dawn of a new market cycle. The invasion from the West Saxons has brought us an unforeseen opportunity. Nottingham is under siege. If we take advantage of this upheaval to rescue the youngest member of the Coal Guild from the predicament he finds himself in, we will be able to benefit from this crisis and establish a subsidiary, with our directorate at the center of the supply chain. Imagine a New England with City Titan at the core of its industrial power. For this vision of the future to become a reality, I need every one of you to seize this opportunity that lies before us for a greater directorate. Every man within the war room of the Department of Security was an ambitious man, or at least a man who understood the value of stock options. Not a single one of them was displeased with this plan that would allow their director to effectively privatize the Midlands in the future. As such, when Ragnar finished his speech, it was met with the corporate motto of the Iron Empire from all of the officers present. Efficiency is victory. Seeing the officers pound their chests in a unified salute and scream the motto of his company, Ragnar was pleased. It would appear that the core of his middle management had aligned with his vision in the upcoming hostile takeover. Though Ragnar did not doubt their loyalty, he was an exceptionally cautious man and had to prepare for the event that he would be subjected to. Industrial espionage. As such, he was closely examining every member of his staff through his monocle before nodding his head in approval. After witnessing the scene of his officers come to terms with his business plan, Ragnar pointed towards Nottingham on the map before sharing his and Elfwin's strategy with the high-ranking officers who made up the core of his military hierarchy. Our consultants have long since infiltrated the mining guilds of Nottingham. When the city falls and the Guildhall with it, we predict that King Ethelwulf of Wessex will try to nationalize the mines. As such, we will acquire the guildmasters and bring them to City Titan, or we will coerce them into granting me exclusive mining rights. In name only, of course. The real power behind the pickaxe will be me as director, and by extension, all of you as regional managers. You all do not need to worry about this operation's success, as it is left to the Department of Human Resources. As for your jobs, it will be to ensure that our security forces are prepared and amassed at our southern border for the three-prong audit through Derby, Leicester, and Lincoln. After we have seized those assets, we will rally with the forces of Unit Alpha and march on the West Saxons in Tamworth, which will allow us to seize the capital of Mercia and declare our merger complete. Hearing Ragnar's plan for invading the Midlands and restructuring it, the officers were all impressed. By the time they were able to invade West Saxon-occupied Mercia, they would have roughly 15,000 security contractors. They would be able to split their force into 3 divisions of 5,000 men, each to advance on the 3 locations. Each division would have enough firepower to successfully liquidate any feudal army they might come across. The strategy itself was planned by Ragnar, considering General Bjorn was currently overseeing the forces stationed in the humanitarian aid train. The young director had to design the operation entirely by himself. As an avid fan of RTS games from his past life, he was more than capable of devising a Zerg rush such as this. The officers comprised of the core of his military hierarchy all agreed with the strategy, and though a few of them added some minor inputs regarding supply chain optimization, the invasion plan was mainly complete. As such, after a thorough discussion, the officers were eventually dismissed, and Ragnar found himself alone in the war room staring at the map. One day soon, the Midlands would be his, and his plans for unifying England into a united kingdom of industry would be one step closer to reality. After looking over his battle plans one more time, Ragnar rolled up the map and stashed it away in a fireproof safe. He then left the headquarters of the Department of Security and returned to the governor's mansion, where Jida and Magnus were waiting patiently for him to attend dinner. The moment Ragnar sat down at the head of the table, he overheard Jida's voice call out to him. "So how did the board meeting go?" Upon hearing these words, Ragnar smirked before tussling Magnus's blonde hair. Afterward, he took a sip out of the black coffee filled in his skull chalice before responding. "You do not need to worry so much. Everything is going according to the projections. Soon enough, we will corner the market. Elfwin, of course, had no idea what the young couple was conspiring about this time. She was too busy calculating the coal yield of the new Scottish mines. Instead, she spoke up voluntarily for the first time in a while with a broad smile on her face. I made a breakthrough today. Hearing Elfwin openly declare such a thing brought a great sense of surprise to both Ragnar and Jida, who had not expected her to solve the ventilation issue so quickly after they had given her the blueprints. They thought it would take a while before Elfwin would leave her comfort zone and modify the steam pumps. As such, Ragnar immediately took a sip from his chalice before replying to Elfwin. I am glad to hear it. So what is this little breakthrough of yours? Elfwin was all too eager to announce her discovery and how she achieved it. As such, she quickly began to spit out the events of what happened as rapidly as a telegraph machine. It's the airflow valve. I was talking to one of the miners, and he mentioned how the canaries always faint near the lower shafts, so I realized. We don't need more pumps, we need exhaust vents. If we drill a secondary shaft at a 45-degree angle, the heat from the steam engine will create a natural updraft, pulling the bad air out. I tested it on a small-scale model, and the smoke cleared in seconds. Ragnar nearly choked on his coffee when he heard Elfwin explaining the principles of thermodynamics with such excitement. Jida, on the other hand, was smirking at Ragnar's surprise and began to encourage Elfwin to continue with her report. That's good, Elfwin. I remember when I first heard of your engineering skills years ago, the rumors that were flowing about then was that you couldn't tell a hammer from a horseshoe, and you spent most of your days embroidering handkerchiefs. Ragnar glared at Jida when she reminded him of Elfwin's original skill set. Every time he looked back on those days, he began to cringe at the wasted potential. If he had not audited her education, the talent would have ended up marrying some dull ealdorman. The directorate would never be able to achieve anything significant in mining. Luckily for him, he was able to reinvent her career path through many performance reviews. After listening to the two women criticize the feudal education system, Ragnar coughed a little before addressing Elfwin's innovation. Elfwin, my dear chief engineer. Elfwin perked up her head like a meerkat when she heard Ragnar address her in such a manner. Yes, director. Ragnar took another sip from his coffee before finishing his train of thought. The whole scenario impressed him. If you value your stock options, you will do best to patent that design immediately. Jida chuckled as she witnessed Ragnar's greedy expression. As for Elfwin, she was confused. After all, Ragnar was the one who encouraged her to share information freely with the team. However, she quickly realized she might have accidentally invented something valuable and began to smile before nodding her head in agreement. Okay, I will file the paperwork with the patent office tomorrow. Seeing that Elfwin had agreed to his request, Ragnar smiled gratefully before reaching across the table and patting Elfwin's shoulder while praising her. Good asset. This action, of course, brought a proud smile to Elfwin's face as she basked in the validation of her mentor. Jida, of course, would not miss the opportunity to make fun of Ragnar and quickly muttered under her breath, "Capitalist." This statement instantly disrupted Ragnar's actions and brought a frown to his face. Such, he withdrew his hand from Elfwin's shoulder before awkwardly digging into his meal of roasted pork and potatoes. After which Elfwin began to pout at Jida for disrupting her moment. The meal continued in awkward silence as the trio enjoyed the gourmet cuisine made for them by the talented chefs of the Directorate's cafeteria. After dining with his executives, Ragnar took a bath before entering the guest room he was provided in the Guildhall of York. It was down the hall from Princess Elfwin and Elfrida's. However, he had no intention to visit either of them in the night. Elfwin was his COO, and fraternization was against company policy. As for Elfrida, well, she was a liability he intended to restructure, not acquire. As such, he made sure to latch the doors and windows to his room thoroughly. One could never be too careful. If Ragnar were in the modern era, he would probably sweep his room for bugs before resting, but this was the medieval world. Such sophisticated espionage did not exist at this time. As such, he was able to sleep the night away without concern. Aside from the occasional nightmare about declining profit margins, by the time the smog choked dawn rose, Ragnar had naturally awakened. After all, his body was used to waking up at such an hour to check the early market reports. Despite this, he was left with nothing to do as he had no major audits while he was in York, and most of his workout equipment was back in City Titan. As such, he decided to do a small workout where he did his usual routine of push-ups, sit-ups, and cane-assisted squats. As for his pull-ups, he would not be able to do such a thing as he lacked a proper bar. As such, he skipped it for the day and went on a limp around the city walls. He dressed in a simple gray cloak to avoid any assassination attempts that might occur on his journey. After his journey was over, he returned to the guild hall where he intended to take a bath. However, the moment he opened the door to the bathhouse, he noticed that there was a figure already inside the wooden tub. Her back was to him, steam rising from her shoulders as she scrubbed herself with a rough sponge. Ragnar immediately recognized the severe bun of hair to be Elfwin's. He stared at the back of his chief engineer for several seconds, calculating the probability of this being a trap, before coming to his senses. By the time he came back to reality, Elfwin turned around, her glasses fogged up and her mouth agape. She looked like she was about to scream. As such, Ragnar quickly shut the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. That was not in the schedule, Ragnar muttered to himself. Elfwin immediately sunk into her tub with embarrassment after Ragnar shut the door. She had utterly forgotten to lock it, usually relying on her do not disturb sign which had fallen off. As such, she was struggling to cope with what had just happened. Ragnar, on the other hand, briskly walked away as if nothing had happened, his cane clicking rhythmically on the stone floor. As he was doing so, he thought to himself, "That stays in the confidential files." Afterward, he arrived in his room and waited until a time where he felt as if Elfwin would have left the tub, which was a safe 30 minutes. After waiting, he returned to the bath where he knocked on the door with the head of his cane. When there was no sound, he entered, stripped, and began his bath. It was an exceptionally long soak, as he tried to purge the image of his COO from his mind. In times like this, he wished he didn't have a photographic memory for details. After getting out of the tub and dressing in his black tunic, Ragnar returned to the main hall, where Elfwin was waiting for him, sitting at a table with a stack of blueprints, fully clothed and looking mortified. Ragnar had no desire to address the incident directly, and as such, he merely sat down across from her and poured himself a cup of coffee. After a few moments of awkward silence, Elfwin adjusted her spectacles and asked the question on her mind, her voice trembling slightly. "Director, did you see the quarterly projections?" Ragnar played the part of a professional and dodged the awkward situation that presented itself. "The steam obscured the data. I suppose that's a good thing for confidentiality." Ragnar's words relieved Elfwin immensely. The way he communicated his sentence made it sound as if he was not the least bit interested in her as anything other than an asset. As such, she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Good efficiency is victory after all. Ragnar nodded, taking a sip of his coffee. Indeed, now about those coal shipments. Elfwin relaxed visibly. If they were talking about coal, everything was normal. She quickly launched into a detailed report about the tonnage arriving from Scotland. After crossing through the hallways looking for Elfwin, Ragnar soon found himself face to face with Edric, the former ealdorman and current sanitation manager. Edric did not have the most pleasant expression on his face. Instead, he stared at Ragnar with an intense gaze of fury, as if his heart contained the fires of a smelter in its depths. Ragnar could tell by the look on his face that Elfrida had said something as such. He met Edric's furious gaze with a condescending smirk behind his monocle. Edric, however, noticed Ragnar's expression and immediately assumed it meant his guilt. He approached Ragnar and tried to latch onto his collar, screaming about stolen valor. However, before he could do so, Ragnar had simply raised his silver cane and hooked it around the man's ankle, tripping him instantly. Edric fell face first onto the stone floor with a pathetic thud. Though Ragnar was by no means a grappler like General Bjorn, he had gone through basic self-defense training in his past life, and as such knew a few tricks he could use to subdue a clumsy middle manager. As Ragnar leaned his weight onto the cane, pinning Edric to the floor, he began to chastise the man for his inefficient attempts. "You know, Edric, it is not productive to assault your superiors during business hours. You should learn your place in the org chart." On the other hand, Edric verbally struck back at Ragnar, especially over his claims of superiority. If anything, in Edric's eyes, he was superior because he was born into the position of ealdorman, instead of being a Viking upstart taking advantage of the market crash. "Superior, don't make me laugh. You're nothing but a lowly raider who has risen through the ranks by profiting from the war which ravages our lands." Ragnar's tongue was as sharp as always. If anything, the words he spoke next hurt the man who was struggling under his cane far more than the pressure on his spine. And yet, I am capable of defending my assets, where you hide in your wife's family home, allowing your brother Osric to fight your battles for you. Oh wait, Osric lost Cumbria to the Scots, didn't he? Now, why don't you tell me the reason that would cause a man in your position to attack me the moment you saw my charming face? Edric felt no desire to explain his rage to Ragnar, a man he deemed to be a soulless, capitalist tyrant. Thus he responded with vulgarity. Go rot in hell. After hearing this stereotypical response, Ragnar sighed before pressing the heavy silver gear head of his cane into Edric's shoulder blade, causing a sharp yelp of pain. Ragnar had learned his lesson about showing compassion to those who sought to disrupt his workflow. As such, he was ruthless with how he decided to handle the situation. I shall remember your attempt to file a grievance on this day. When I finally liberate your lands from the Scots, I will make sure it is your wife Elfrida, and not you who is named manager of Cumbria. If you come at me again, you will find yourself transferred to the deep shaft mines in Nottingham. Do not test my patience. With that brief exchange, Ragnar walked away from the man who lay on the floor while clutching his bruised shoulder. Ragnar thought nothing of his cruelty. After all, a man like Edric was neither clever nor powerful enough to pose any harm to the Directorate. If anything, he had been lenient with his response to the man's violent actions. A bruised ego was by no means a severe injury and would heal itself in time. Or not. While Ragnar exited the scene with confidence, the Guildhall guards quickly responded to the sounds of Edric's wailing and dragged him off to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Ragnar continued on his journey to locate Elfwin, and when he finally found the girl, he noticed she was wearing a heavy leather apron and safety goggles, tinkering with a small brass engine on a workbench. Dressed in such practical attire, with a smudge of grease on her cheek as she adjusted a pressure valve, almost made Ragnar believe that she was, in fact, the goddess of industry, not a human. Nevertheless, he knew such a thing could not be the case, and merely stood by and waited for the young woman to finish her calibration of the machine she was currently building. Elfwin was utterly unaware that Ragnar had arrived and was leaning on a pillar watching her work, and as such continued for a while before halting. She released a short sigh of breath before wiping her forehead and seeing her director gazing at her with a smile filled with admiration and respect. The young, capable beauty with ink-stained fingers quickly began to flush in embarrassment as she realized her boss had been watching her the entire time. However, what came next shocked her. Ragnar slowly started to clap before escalating into full applause. The words that followed continued to add to her embarrassment. I must confess, I am rather impressed as your director. To think that you had such talent in the art of microengineering. I was unaware for all this time. I must say I doubt even a master clockmaker in Switzerland could perform in such a manner. Elfwin could barely look at Ragnar while in such a flustered state. Her cheeks were as red as the indicator light on a boiler as she heard his praise. It had been so long since she had last seen Ragnar relax before he arrived in York that she was greatly concerned about him. Now seeing him with his cane, she realized that he had suffered in her absence while she stayed locked up in the Guildhall crunching numbers. Thus Elfwin rose from her workbench before slowly approaching Ragnar. When she arrived before him, she reached up and adjusted his collar while staring into his eyes behind his monocle with a worried expression on her face. You have been overworking yourself during my absence, haven't you? Ragnar wanted to bluff his way through her statement, but in truth, managing a hostile takeover had become rather difficult since he lost the full use of his leg. As the young woman gazed at him with empathy and analytical compassion, he finally lost control of his tough facade and smiled bitterly as a weary expression took hold of his rugged visage. Doing so, he nodded, which confirmed to Elfwin her suspicions. She patted Ragnar's arm in an attempt to cheer him up before gazing up at him with an adorable yet inquisitive gaze. Can I see the leg? Ragnar instantly knew what she was referring to, and as such, he quickly sat down on a nearby bench and pulled up his trouser leg. Though his left leg was braced with steel supports, the skin beneath was scarred from the surgery. Elfwin had held her breath throughout the slow reveal, but now that she was looking at Ragnar's injury, she realized it was not as debilitating as she had thought it would be. As such, she released her breath before attempting to cheer Ragnar up by complimenting the engineering. It is not clumsy like I expected it to be. I think the hydraulic piston gives your gait a certain rhythmic authority. Ragnar chuckled bitterly in response to her words before revealing his innermost thoughts. It is not the appearance that bothers me, it is how difficult it has become to function normally. I still can't lay the charge on the factory floor like I used to. Instead, I must allow General Bjorn to lead my contractors into battle, while I sit back in the office like a coward. Tell me, Elfwin, how can I be a great director who inspires men to innovate if I am incapable of doing the heavy lifting myself? Elfwin finally understood what had been eating at her. Director this entire time, Ragnar was the type of man to lead by example. At the moment, a trade war was raging at his borders, but instead of leading the charge, he was sitting back in York eating luxurious food while drinking the best coffee. To Ragnar, there was nothing worse in this era, where respect was earned through physical labor, than hiding far from the production line, allowing your employees to work in your stead. To him, it was the act of a lazy executive, and as such, he had felt that he was inefficient in his actions. After overhearing Ragnar's concerns about his current position, Elfwin put on a bright smile as she informed Ragnar of what she genuinely thought about him. What makes you great is not only tied to your strength, or how you lift a hammer. Rather, it is in large part due to the vision you have provided to ensure that your people benefit from your technology and the wealth you generate. Elfwin took a brief pause to compile her thoughts, and then continued her rant about Ragnar and how she and many of his employees viewed him. What you have done to City Titan, what you are doing to the Directorate, and potentially one day even all of England, is something no other man in this era can achieve. So you have suffered a minor depreciation. Did you not tell me that Steve Jobs was fired from his own company, and yet he always recovered to lead his team to further innovation? Eventually, she finished her speech with words of encouragement to Ragnar, ones that he would forever remember inside the depths of his heart. You will optimize this, and when you do, all of your competitors shall remember the brilliance and fortitude that you used to rally your market share to victory. Having heard Elfwin speak of him in such a valuable light, Ragnar instantly felt like the weight that had been secretly hanging from his heart had finally released its hold over him. As such, he thanked Elfwin by clasping her shoulder tight in his grip before complimenting her. Unfortunately, the strategic synergy between Ragnar and Princess Elfwin did not last long. Soon after they finished discussing the turbine, Elfrida came rushing into the workshop. She was practically vibrating with fury. If Glares could liquidate assets, Ragnar would be in receivership. Seeing the hostile look in her eyes, Ragnar immediately began to smirk in the same condescending manner he had done to Edric shortly before restructuring his spine. The noblewoman quickly marched up to Ragnar and pointed a manicured finger at his chest before scolding him like an apprentice who had been caught stealing copper wire. "You? What did you do? Why did you assault my husband?" Ragnar merely laughed at Elfrida while Elfwin gazed in confusion at the two. After taking his time to enjoy the moment, Ragnar finally responded to Elfrida with a question of his own. "What exactly did you tell your husband that would make him so enraged to the point where he deliberately searched for me so that he could file a grievance with his fists?" Elfrida quickly realized what had transpired. She had exaggerated the events from earlier in the morning to her husband, going so far as to accuse Ragnar of inappropriate conduct in the bathhouse. Afterward, Edric was thoroughly outraged by Ragnar's alleged behavior and sought vengeance on behalf of his wife's honor and his own bruised ego, which resulted in the current situation. However, before Elfrida could spin this event further in her favor, Ragnar broke the silence and added a statement to his question. "Next time, you should pick a better lawyer. Your husband is a worthless asset." Ragnar turned to Elfwin, gesturing to the blueprints. "Let's review these in a more productive environment." He began to lead her toward the exit when Elfrida shouted out from a distance. "You think you can harass my sister and there won't be consequences? I wonder what your partner thinks of your actions." Elfwin was quite startled by these accusations and looked at Ragnar with cautious eyes, though she wanted to believe he was purely professional. He had walked in on her earlier. Seeing Elfwin staring at him in such a manner, Ragnar's ire was thoroughly provoked by Elfrida. Rather than tolerate her slander, he walked up to the woman, towering over her, and tapped the head of his cane against her shoulder before responding to her accusations. "Libel, first you try to undermine my authority, then when I reject your husband's incompetence, you sick him on me. Now you slander my brand. Because you are Elfwin's sister, I will be lenient, but this is your final warning. File another false report. I will make sure that you and your husband are transferred to the deep shaft mines in Scotland. Now get out of my sight. Elfrida was furious, not only at Ragnar but also at Elfwin, who stared at her with a look of pity behind her spectacles. After hearing Ragnar's words, Elfwin was smart enough to piece together what happened. After all, she knew enough about both Ragnar's efficiency and Elfrida's drama to accurately guess what had transpired. She wouldn't be surprised if her sister had encouraged Edric to pick a fight just to stir the pot. Elfrida rubbed her shoulder where the cane had tapped her. She had never been treated like a subordinate before, and as such, she did not know how to react. On the one hand, she wanted to report Ragnar to the king. However, the more rational part of her brain told her that was simply impossible. King Ethelwulf was currently busy losing a war, and Ragnar held all the mortgages. Thus her actions revolved around fleeing the scene with tears in her eyes and complaining to Bishop Ethelwold. However, Elfrida was utterly unaware that the bishop was already mindful of her attempts to cook up drama needlessly, and as such, was already intending to give her a thorough sermon. After Elfrida fled the scene, Elfwin adjusted her glasses and looked at Ragnar. Before he could protest his innocence, Elfwin caught him off guard with a question. "You really threatened to send them to the mines?" Ragnar instantly felt awkward from the accusation and attempted to defend his management style. "In my defense, the mines are actually quite safe now, thanks to your new ventilation system." On the other hand, Elfwin was more curious about the harassment claim and thus inquired about it. And the bathhouse incident? Ragnar decided the best course of action was to tell the truth. "Accidental entry. Steam obscured the view. However, I did notice the water pressure was suboptimal. We should fix that." Elfwin reacted in a way that Ragnar had not expected. The young woman was trembling with laughter. She realized that Ragnar's first instinct was to critique the plumbing. Not only that, but he had the nerve to bring it up as a work item. "You really are impossible, Director," she giggled, wiping a tear from her eye. "Only you would conduct a facility audit while embarrassing your chief engineer." Ragnar smirked. While Elfwin was returning to her blueprints, Elfrida complained to Bishop Ethelwold about Ragnar's alleged misdeeds in the chapel. "Bishop, he threatened us, and when my husband confronted him, the scoundrel had the nerve to break his spirit. Do something about this, excommunicate him." Ultimately, Elfrida felt like she could get what she wanted by exploiting the church's influence, and that was to break Ragnar's hold over York. After all, she was incredibly jealous that her youngest sister was the right hand of the most powerful man in the north. However, Bishop Ethelwold was not an idiot. He knew his flock, and Elfrida was among the most tiresome he had shepherded, a spoiled noblewoman who thought the world owed her a living. Thus he stared at her with a stoic expression as he voiced his discontent. "Silence, child. Do you honestly expect me to believe the director is the one at fault here? Since you have returned to this city with that husband of yours, you have done nothing but stir up trouble with Elfwin. I have permitted your vanity long enough, for heaven's sake. You are a lady. Think of your position before you go around accusing the man who pays for the roof over your head." Elfrida was stunned. Ragnar had gotten to the bishop first. She began to pout and plead with him. "But bishop, please." However, the old man shook his head before reprimanding her once more. "Do you have any idea who you decided to provoke? Ragnar is a calculating man to those who seek to disrupt his plans. Do you have the slightest clue about what happened to Grandmaster Roland after the man crossed him?" Elfrida quickly crossed her arms and said in an undeserved smug voice, "He defeated him in battle at Sandwich." Ethelwold stood up from his pew and loomed over her, his voice dropping to a whisper. "That is the official story. However, what you probably have not heard is that after Ragnar defeated the Grandmaster, he had Roland's skull cleaned, gold-plated, and turned into a coffee mug which he uses to drink from every day." A look of horror spread across Elfrida's face as she heard the message. Such barbarism was unthinkable. Yet Ragnar had done it. Only now did the young woman begin to comprehend the monster whose quarterly earnings she had threatened. Seeing her realizing his intent, Ethelwold continued his efforts to frighten her into submission. "Tell me, Elfrida, if the man is willing to turn a grandmaster into kitchenware, what do you think he will do to a redundant noblewoman and her husband? That man will one day own this entire island. Is riling up your sister worth becoming a line item in his liquidation report?" Elfrida was instantly reminded of Ragnar's parting threat about the mines and felt a shiver down her spine, forcing her to sit down in the pew as she thoroughly contemplated her portfolio. It was only then she realized the end of the bishop's sentence. "What do you mean he will own the island?" Bishop Ethelwold merely shook his head and informed her slightly of the ongoing political battle in England. The Mercian Ealdorman is dead. The King of Wessex is bankrupt. Ragnar has already made a ploy to claim the title of Lord Protector of Industry after he drives the West Saxons from the Midlands, and make no mistake, he has the capital to do so. You should apologize to the director and your sister before you find yourself downsized. Realizing the grave mistake she had made, Elfrida quickly became covered in a cold sweat. She silently made a vow in her heart that even if she had to work in the textile mill to repair their relationship, she would resolve this conflict no matter what the cost. Of course, Ragnar had no plans for such a thing. Now that he had efficient managers by his side, he did not need dead weight. He had always said a lean team was the perfect team. The only way he would entertain the idea of keeping Elfrida around was if it meant securing a critical alliance with the local nobility. Instead, it would take some time for him to find a way to exploit Elfrida and her husband's apology in a way that benefited his bottom line. Perhaps a public endorsement of his new coal tariff. Yes, that would do nicely. After the drama that unfolded during his stay at the York Guildhall, Ragnar found himself in an awkward position. Princess Elfwin was back to reviewing blueprints with a professional distance, and Elfrida was likely plotting his demise. As Ragnar was thinking over this personnel issue, he had no way out if he heard a knock on his door. As such, he cautiously opened the door and peered out from the crack in it. In the doorway was Elfwin, who was still dressed in her leather apron and goggles, though she had wiped most of the grease from her cheek. She had a contemplative look on her face, though it no longer contained the flustered embarrassment of the bathhouse incident. As such, Ragnar relaxed his guard a little while opening the door slowly. As soon as the door opened, Elfwin walked into the room and sat down on a chair, placing a stack of ledgers on the table. After a long and efficient silence, Ragnar was the first to broach the subject. He decided to bite the bullet and clarify his management style. I am aware my methods with your sister were aggressive. I should not have threatened to send her to the mines. Ragnar stared at Elfwin for a few moments with a calm look behind his monocle before the young woman finally spoke. Do you honestly think I am upset about the fact that you threatened Elfrida? Ragnar looked at Elfwin with confusion. He had no idea why she would be here if not to defend her sister. However, those were not the words that came out of his mouth. Instead, he merely questioned her logic. You aren't. This immediately caused Elfwin to adjust her glasses and sigh. Don't underestimate my patience, director. Seeing her mood was not hostile, Ragnar decided it would be best to listen, and thus took his performance review from his chief engineer like a professional. Elfwin, of course, was more than happy to do so. As such, she started her feedback by asking Ragnar a simple question that he did not expect. Director, you don't have the slightest clue why I am here, do you? Ragnar shook his head. At this point, it was better to be honest with his COO. Seeing his reaction, Elfwin sighed before leaning back in her chair and expressing her analytical thought process. At first, I was concerned because you threatened my family. But then I realized Elfrida has been trying to undermine my position since we arrived in York. She thinks because she married an Ealdorman, she outranks a mere engineer. So honestly, watching you put her in her place was statistically the most satisfying moment of the quarter. Ragnar listened to Elfwin's analysis and realized that this was a variable he never even considered. However, before he could address her statement, she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, where she proceeded to look at Ragnar with a gaze that was both critical and amused. Then I realized something else. You didn't threaten her because she insulted you. You threatened her because she insulted me. You were defending your chief engineer against a hostile work environment. I'm right, aren't I? A 20-year-old engineer was analyzing Ragnar's subconscious motivations. Elfwin, of course, was right on the money. Ragnar had acted to protect his most valuable asset. Such, he leaned on his cane, looking like a CEO caught padding the expense report. After Ragnar's silence filled the room, Elfwin pressed him. Well, aren't I? Ragnar quickly nodded his head in affirmation without saying a word, which Elfwin found to be unbefitting of the infamous Iron Father, so much so that she smiled before making observation. Why are you hesitant to admit it? It is not like I'm going to demand a raise. Yet Ragnar, of course, took a few moments to collect his thoughts before he let out a defeated sigh. After the incident in the bathhouse, I felt like I had compromised our professional boundaries. I worried that if I showed favoritism, you would think I was making decisions based on non-efficiency factors, so I tried to overcorrect by being ruthless with your sister. After hearing Ragnar tell her the truth about how he felt. Elfwin felt a surge of respect. She had no idea that he was so concerned about maintaining the integrity of their partnership. Elfwin stood up and walked over to Ragnar, which alerted him, however, in the next moment before he could react. The young woman reached out and adjusted the lapel of his tunic, smoothing a wrinkle. "Director, I would never doubt your commitment to efficiency." Ragnar fought to prevent a smirk from appearing on his face, but it was a losing battle. As a man who valued competence above all else, having his COO validate his methods was better than a dividend payout. "Good," Ragnar said, regaining his composure, "because we have a lot of work to do, speaking of which." Unfortunately, the synergistic moment came to an end when another knock appeared on the door. The familiar, shrill voice behind the door belonged to Elfrida, who had come to make amends. "Director Ragnar, are you in there? I have come to clarify our previous discussion." Both Ragnar and Elfwin were scowling the moment they realized who the knock belonged to. This liability had caused so much trouble in such a short time, and here she was interrupting their strategy session. However, Ragnar decided to get up and head for the door where he opened it, much to the annoyance of Elfwin, who began organizing her papers aggressively. After opening the door, he was scowling at Elfrida, which immediately frightened her, especially after the conversation she had with the bishop about skull mugs. However, Elfrida swallowed her pride and immediately curtsied before apologizing. "I am truly sorry for the misunderstanding. I hope that you can forgive my husband and me for our lack of vision." Ragnar merely scoffed at her reaction. She picked a horrible time to apologize. All she managed to do was interrupt a critical workflow. At this moment, Elfrida noticed Elfwin was in the room, and she recognized that she might have been interrupting something important, especially when she considered the stack of blueprints on the table. However, she was already here and had spoiled the mood, so she might as well get this over with. As such, Ragnar looked at her indifferently before sighing heavily. "Fine. We are technically allies, so I will let it slide just this once. But you and your husband owe me. Consider your debt restructured." Hearing Ragnar's command instantly sent shivers down Elfrida's spine as she recollected herself before nodding in agreement. "Of course, whatever we can do to contribute to the synergy, we will gladly repay this favor." After agreeing, Ragnar shooed the woman away. He no longer wanted to waste billable hours on her. "If that is all, dismiss yourself." Seeing that Elfwin was giving her a look that said, "I calculated this outcome weeks ago," and Ragnar was no different, Elfrida quickly curtsied again before running off down the hall. After doing so, Ragnar shut the door and returned to Elfwin, where he had a smile on his face, before asking her the question on his mind. "Now, where were we?" "Ah yes, the steam whistle." Upon witnessing the grin on Ragnar's face, Elfwin's eyes lit up behind her glasses. "I have the sketches right here, if we route the excess pressure from the main boiler." Seeing that the girl had returned to business mode, Ragnar immediately sat down at the table, where they quickly lost track of time discussing acoustics and psychological warfare. "Make it scream, Elfwin," Ragnar said softly, looking at the drawing of the massive brass horn. "Make it sound like the future arriving to foreclose on the past." "Loud and clear, Director," Elfwin smirked. Meanwhile, in the shadows of York, while Ragnar and Elfwin planned their noisy assault on London, a figure watched the Guildhall from a dark alleyway. He was dressed in the tattered robes of a monk, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. He held a piece of parchment in his hand, a sketch of the Leviathan he had made from memory. "Steam," the spy whispered to himself, "iron, and a whistle." He folded the parchment and tucked it into his robe. "The Pope must know they are building a machine." He turned and vanished into the fog, heading south. Towards London, towards Rome. Unfortunately, the strategic synergy between Ragnar and Princess Elfwin did not last long. Soon after they finished discussing the turbine, a courier from the south arrived. He was practically vibrating with exhaustion. If news could liquidate assets, this message would bankrupt the Directorate. Seeing the desperate look in the courier's eyes, Ragnar immediately signaled for General Bjorn to secure the room. The young man quickly marched up to Ragnar and handed him a sealed scroll before collapsing like a market index during a crash. "Director, urgent news from the front." Ragnar broke the seal with a calm efficiency that belied his concern. He scanned the document, his monocle glinting in the gaslight. "It seems King Ethelwulf is not as insolvent as we projected," Ragnar announced, his voice devoid of emotion. "He has secured a loan from the Franks, and he is using it to hire Swiss mercenaries." Elfwin gasped. "Swiss, but they are expensive," Ragnar finished, and highly disciplined. They don't break for coffee and they don't accept stock options. This changed everything. The hostile takeover of the Midlands was based on the assumption that Ethelwulf's feudal levies would crumble against professional soldiers, but if he had Swiss pikes, the cost of acquisition just tripled. Ragnar turned to his map of England. He needed a pivot. Way to bypass the Swiss without engaging them in a costly war of attrition. Elfwin, Ragnar said, tapping the map with his cane, how fast can we get the Leviathan to the Thames? With the new turbine, 3 days, Elfwin calculated instantly, but the fuel consumption will be astronomical. Burn the furniture if you have to, Ragnar ordered. We need to strike the head of the snake before the body realizes it's dead. Just then, Elfrida burst into the room again looking smug. She had clearly heard the rumors. Trouble in paradise, director, she sneered. I hear the king has new friends. Perhaps you should have been nicer to the nobility. Ragnar merely laughed at Elfrida, while Elfwin gazed in confusion at her sister's audacity. After taking his time to enjoy the moment, Ragnar finally responded to Elfrida with a question of his own. What exactly makes you think I am worried about mercenaries who fight for gold, when I own the gold mine? Elfrida quickly realized she had miscalculated. She assumed Ragnar was panicking. Instead, he looked, energized, like a shark smelling blood in the water. Next time, you should check the market trends before you short-sell my stock, Ragnar added, dismissing her. Ragnar grabbed a hold of Elfwin's arm and began to lead her toward the door. Come, chief engineer, we have a ship to launch. 2 days later, the port of York, the Leviathan sat low in the water, smoke billowing from its dual stacks. It was a beast of iron and steam, uglier than sin but more beautiful than any cathedral to Ragnar's eyes. Elfwin stood on the dock, checking the pressure gauges one last time. She was wearing her favorite oil-stained jumpsuit, a stark contrast to the silk dresses of the noblewomen watching from the walls. The whistle is installed. It's loud, she reported. Good, Ragnar nodded, stepping onto the gangplank. We depart on the tide. Just as they were about to cast off, Bishop Ethelwold hurried down the dock, his robes flapping in the wind. Director, wait. Ragnar paused, leaning on his cane. Bishop, have you come to bless the engines? I have come to warn you, the bishop panted. There are rumors the church is not happy with your innovations. They say you are challenging God's order. Ragnar smirked. God created the laws of physics, Bishop. I am merely optimizing them. The bishop looked at the iron ship, then at Ragnar. He crossed himself. Just be careful, my son. Pride comes before the fall, and efficiency comes before the profit. Ragnar countered. We will return with a treaty, Bishop, or a crown. With that, the Leviathan cast off. The paddle wheels churned the water into white foam and the massive ship began to move. As they steamed out of the harbor, Ragnar turned to Elfwin. Test the whistle. Elfwin pulled the lever. Woo! The sound was deafening. Birds fell from the sky. Windows in the harbor rattled. The bishop covered his ears and fell to his knees. Ragnar laughed, the sound lost in the roar of the steam. London won't know what hit them. On the Leviathan. The next morning, the journey south was uneventful, mostly because no ship dared approach the smoking iron monster. Ragnar spent the time in his cabin reviewing the blueprints for Project Prometheus, the next phase of his plan. There was a knock at the door. It was Elfwin. Director, she said, holding a tray of coffee. We are approaching the Thames estuary, but there is a blockade. Ragnar took the coffee. Frankish ships? No, Elfwin said, looking worried. It's a chain. A massive iron chain stretched across the river mouth. And they have cannons. Ragnar's eyes narrowed. Cannons. The Franks didn't have cannons. Unless someone sold them the technology, Ragnar whispered. Industrial espionage. He stood up, grabbing his cane. Full speed ahead, Elfwin. We are going to test the structural integrity of that chain. But Director, the hull is made of reinforced steel, Ragnar reminded her. And momentum is mass times velocity. We have the mass. Give me the velocity. Elfwin hesitated, then nodded. Aye, Director, full steam. As the Leviathan surged forward, the black smoke turning into a thick cloud, Ragnar went to the bridge. Through his telescope, he saw the chain, thick links of iron supported by rafts. Behind it, on the shore, were crude cannons. They are trying to stop the future with a fence, Ragnar muttered. Boom, a cannonball splashed into the water 50 yards short. They didn't have the range. Gunners, Ragnar shouted into the speaking tube, target the shore batteries, high explosive. The Leviathan's forward cannon roared. The shell whistled through the air and struck the battery. Dirt and timber flew into the air. Direct hit. Now, Ragnar said, gripping the railing. Brace for impact. The Leviathan hit the chain at full speed. There was a screech of metal on metal, a groan of iron under stress. The ship shuddered violently. Then, snap, the chain broke. The tension whipped the ends back, smashing the rafts to kindling. The Leviathan plowed through the wreckage, unstoppable. "We are through," Elfwin cheered from the engine room. Ragnar smiled. The path to London was open. "Sound the whistle," Ragnar ordered. "Let them know the audit has arrived." Woo 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 woo. The sound echoed up the Thames, carrying a message to King Ethelwulf, to the Swiss mercenaries, and to anyone else who thought they could stop the march of progress. On the bridge, merchants dropped their baskets. Horses reared and threw their riders. The very timbers of the bridge seemed to vibrate in terror. Again, Ragnar ordered, longer this time. Woo! By the time the Leviathan dropped anchor opposite the Tower of London, the entire city had gathered on the banks. They stood in stunned silence, staring at the black iron wall floating in their river. They had seen ships, they had seen fire, but they had never seen a ship that ate fire and breathed smoke. Ragnar descended the gangplank, his leg brace clanking softly with each step. He was flanked by General Bjorn and a squad of security contractors, armed with the new Mark Roman II repeating crossbows. Waiting for them on the muddy shore was a delegation of West Saxons. At their head stood King Ethelwulf, looking tired, mud-stained, and thoroughly depreciated. Beside him stood the captain of the Swiss mercenaries, a man in flashy slashed silk who looked at the iron ship with professional curiosity. "You have broken the chain," Ethelwulf said, his voice hoarse. "You have shelled my batteries, and now you park this abomination on my doorstep. What do you want, Ragnar?" Ragnar adjusted his monocle, looking at the king as if he were a line item in a ledger that needed correcting. "I want a meeting, King Ethelwulf, regarding the mismanagement of the Midlands assets." The Swiss captain stepped forward, hand on his massive Zweihänder. "My contract says I am to stop invaders. You look like an invader." Ragnar turned his gaze to the mercenary. "And your contract is with a man who is currently borrowing money from the Franks to pay you. I, on the other hand, own the silver mines in Dublin and the coal mines in Scotland. I can pay you not to fight, in cash, today." The Swiss captain paused. He looked at Ethelwulf. He looked at the iron ship. He looked at Ragnar's confident smirk. "I am listening," the captain said. Ethelwulf's face turned purple. "You traitorous efficiency, your majesty," Ragnar interrupted, tapping his cane on a loose cobblestone. "Now, shall we discuss this inside? The air out here is bad for my suit." The negotiation took place in the great hall of the tower. It was a drafty stone room filled with dusty tapestries, a stark contrast to the heated, gas-lit offices of City Titan. Ragnar sat at one end of the table, Elfwin at his right. Ethelwulf sat opposite, fuming. "This is an act of war," Ethelwulf spat. "You cannot hold Mercia, you cannot pay your debts, and you cannot stop my ship." Ethelwulf looked at Elfwin, who was calmly laying out a map of the Thames on the table. He sneered, "And since when do Vikings bring their scullery maids to war council? Have you run out of men?" The room went silent. General Bjorn's hand drifted to his axe. Ragnar's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Elfwin didn't flinch. She simply looked up from her map, pushed her glasses up her nose, and addressed the king. "Your Majesty, this scullery maid designed the engine that just broke your blockade. I also calculated the trajectory of the shell that destroyed your shore battery. If you like, I can calculate the exact amount of powder needed to collapse this tower on top of us. It is surprisingly little." Ethelwulf blinked, taken aback by the woman's cold, analytical tone. Ragnar smiled. "She is my chief engineer, Ethelwulf. In my directorate, rank is determined by competence, not by what is between your legs, a concept you would do well to adopt." Ragnar leaned forward. "Now, let us talk about the London tariff." "Tariff?" Ethelwulf asked. "My ship needs coal," Ragnar explained. "My crew needs food and my time. My time is expensive. You will lower the toll for all directorate ships to 0. You will grant us a plot of land here, on the riverbank, to build a trading post." "A trading post?" "A warehouse," Ragnar corrected. "With a dock, a wall, and perhaps a small garrison to protect our inventory. You want to build a fortress in my capital." "I want to build a branch office," Ragnar said smoothly. "Call it what you will, but look at it this way, Ethelwulf. If you agree, I will tell the Scots to stop raiding your northern border. I will sell you high-grade steel for your knights. And I will even offer you a discount on the glass needed to replace all the windows my whistle just shattered." Ethelwulf looked at his advisors. They were pale. The Swiss captain was busy inspecting his fingernails, clearly having mentally resigned from the conflict. "And if I refuse?" Ethelwulf whispered. Ragnar gestured to the window, where the smokestacks of the Leviathan were visible, belching black clouds. Then I instruct Elfwin to conduct a stress test on the tower's foundations with the main cannon. Ethelwulf slumped in his chair. Fine, the king grunted. Take your land, build your office. Excellent. Ragnar stood up, extending his hand. Ethelwulf hesitated, then shook it. It felt like shaking hands with a machine. As they walked back to the ship, Elfwin was practically skipping. Did you see his face, Director, when I mentioned the structural integrity? I did, Ragnar chuckled. You handled the negotiations perfectly. Although threatening to drop the building on us was a bold strategy, they reached the gangplank where the Swiss captain was waiting. Director Ragnar, the mercenary said, tipping his hat. About that payment. General Bjorn will handle the payroll, Ragnar said, dismissing him. Welcome to the payroll, Captain. They boarded the ship, and Ragnar immediately went to the quarterdeck to inspect the land he had just acquired. It was a muddy stretch of bank filled with rotting fishing boats. It's a dump, Elfwin noted. It's prime real estate, Ragnar corrected. Elfwin, I want you to draft the blueprints. We need a deep water pier, a crane, and a warehouse big enough to store 500 tons of coal. And the walls, she asked. Concrete, Ragnar said, his eyes gleaming with the memory of City Titan, reinforced with rebar just like home. He looked at the mud. We will start by draining the swamp, then we drive the piles. London is built on wood and mud, Elfwin. You're going to build on iron and stone. Suddenly, Elfwin stepped closer to him. The adrenaline of the negotiation was fading, replaced by a warm sense of victory. Without thinking, she reached out and brushed a speck of dust from Ragnar's black tunic. You were impressive back there, Director. Ragnar froze. It was a small gesture, intimate in its own way. He looked down at her. The grease was still on her cheek. Her eyes behind the spectacles were bright and intelligent. We were impressive, Elfwin, Ragnar corrected softly. The brand is strong. Elfwin blushed, realizing she had crossed the professional boundary again. She quickly pulled her hand back. I should go check the boiler pressure for the return trip. Do that, Ragnar nodded, turning back to the river. We have a schedule to keep. As she hurried away, Ragnar tapped his cane on the deck. The blockade was broken. The branch office was secured. The mercenaries were bought. And for the first time, Ragnar realized that building an empire was a lot more interesting when you had someone competent to share the blueprints with. Bjorn, Ragnar barked, breaking his own reverie. The general appeared instantly. Director, send a wire to Titan. Tell them to double the production of cement. We're going to need it. After the successful negotiation with King Ethelwulf, Ragnar and Princess Elfwin returned to the Leviathan, where they proceeded to greet the rest of the management team. General Bjorn was chatting with Bishop Ethelwold. Elfrida was hanging out with Magnus, playing with the toddler in his cabin. Seeing Elfrida look so affectionately at Magnus, as if he were a valuable asset, brought a smirk to Ragnar's lips. He had half expected Elfrida to try and leverage the boy for a better position. Yet instead, she was treating the boy as a member of her own family. Ragnar watched as Elfrida walked over to the little boy and picked him up, bouncing him on her hip. Seeing his liability of a sister-in-law actually being useful pleased Ragnar. It was an efficient sight to behold. Thus Ragnar merely watched the show for some time through the open door. After a while, Magnus was put to bed, and Ragnar brought the women away from the room so that the future CEO could adequately recharge. Elfrida had a genuine smile on her face as she conversed with Elfwin about the child. Magnus is so robust. He has Ragnar's terrifying stare and Jaida's hair. He is quite the little merger. Elfwin smiled at Elfrida's compliment and hugged her sister tightly, glad that the hostility had subsided. I bet when you and Edric have your own children, they will be just as capable. Ragnar did not want to ruin the moment, but seeing Elfrida's cheeks flush with embarrassment from the compliment was too funny of a scene. He struggled to prevent himself from chuckling at the way the two sisters were behaving. Nevertheless, through superior willpower, he maintained his composure and merely smirked endearingly at them. At this moment, Elfrida noticed something peculiar and grabbed a hold of Elfwin's tool belt to confirm her suspicion, which caused the engineer's face to flush to a new degree as she broke away from Elfrida's grasp and covered her new calipers with her arms. Elfrida had a wicked grin on her face as she openly proclaimed her findings. Elfwin, you have new tools. We should compare inventory later. Feeling embarrassed by such a discovery, Elfwin wanted to hide in the engine room. However, with Ragnar watching, she refused to back down and thus surprisingly made a bold statement of her own as she proudly displayed her wrench. You just watch. One day my toolbox will be bigger than yours." Elfrida laughed lightly at the young girl's challenge and approached her closely before whispering in her ear. "Maybe, but until you learn to delegate, Ragnar is going to work you to the bone." Elfwin immediately began to pout as she heard Elfrida's words. She knew exactly what Elfrida meant and was greatly envious of her leisure time. However, she was the chief engineer, and there was nothing she could do about that. All she could do was sulk in defeat. Ragnar had seen enough and awkwardly coughed before declaring his next move. "You all enjoy your synergy. I'm going to go find General Bjorn and see what he is up to." With that, he quickly fled before the sisters could involve him in their domestic audit. If he had to witness their rowdy actions any longer, he might very well lose his mind. Thus Ragnar wandered through the ship until he found Bjorn and the bishop in the mess hall, sampling the coffee Ragnar's galley had brewed. Ragnar quickly sat down at the head of the table and ordered one of the nearby stewards, "Fetch me my skull mug and a pot of the dark roast." The steward did not dare disobey the mighty director and quickly nodded before going off to do as instructed. Bjorn and the bishop could tell Ragnar was flustered and were instantly interested in what had happened. Ultimately, the bishop was the first to ask, "So, how are the sisters?" Ragnar sighed deeply before being brutally honest in his reply. "They are about to compare inventory." General Bjorn and the bishop were already sufficiently caffeinated at this point and gazed at each other before returning their sights to Ragnar. Bjorn was the first to speak his mind. "Tusk, high-maintenance assets." Bishop Ethelwold, on the other hand, immediately broke out into a chuckle before expressing his thoughts. "That Elfrida. She acts all high and mighty, but in reality she is quite fond of your son, isn't she? It seems that I have nothing to worry about. Don't worry, Ragnar. If she is anything like her sister, she will eventually learn that hard work is a virtue." Ragnar was quite shocked that the bishop was speaking in such a pragmatic way about the nobility. Then again, he had never witnessed the man caffeinated before. Clearly, he could not handle his bean juice, and for a coffee, the Titan blend that they were drinking was quite strong. Eventually, the steward arrived with Ragnar's gold-plated skull mug and a pot of his favorite brew, which Ragnar unhesitantly poured into his goblet before taking a swig. This was the first time the bishop witnessed what Ragnar had done to Grandmaster Roland's skull up close and was quite shocked by the results. Though the chalice was made from the skull of another human being, it was dipped in gold and encrusted in finely cut rivets. The shaft of the chalice that one used to grip was perfectly embedded in the bottom of the skull, as if the entire piece was forged out of one solid block of metal. He hardly believed such barbarity could be so sophisticated. As Ragnar drank from the skull chalice, he noticed the looks he was given, and the bishop was the first to voice his thoughts aloud. "Is that Roland?" Ragnar nodded his head silently with an indifferent expression on his face. After he did so, Bjorn was the next one to speak. "Does the Pope know?" Ragnar shook his head in response before gulping down the remainder of the contents in his coffee. He quickly poured more into his chalice before responding. "As far as they're aware, that Luddite is still alive and preaching in some monastery. I have been meaning to fabricate a letter from the Templars informing them of his retirement. I would rather spare the church the pain of knowing their champion failed a performance review." The bishop nodded his head in approval. If he were in a similar situation, he would probably lie to the Vatican to spare their feelings as well. After all, the revelation of Roland's defeat sent the Archbishop of Canterbury into a state of acute depression. He could only imagine the pain the Pope would go through, knowing that his Grandmaster ended up as drinkware. After thinking it through, the older man decided to change the subject to something less grim and instead asked about the upcoming plans. "So when will we start construction on the trading post?" Ragnar pondered about it for a moment before giving a rough estimate he had calculated. "It could be as early as tomorrow, but it could also be at the latest in 3 days. It honestly depends on how fast the mud dries and how quickly we can import the concrete." The bishop nodded and looked at the dark liquid that filled his cup before nodding in approval. "Good, I would not mind a few more days of drinking such a hearty brew. How did you come up with this?" Ragnar chuckled. He too was fond of the coffee they were currently drinking, and as such, he gave the bishop some optimistic news. "I can give you the supplier for it, but it can take up to a month before the beans arrive from the Caliphate." The bishop's eyes instantly shined when he heard the news. He nearly pounced at Ragnar before calming himself down and reseating himself. "Name your price." Unexpectedly, Ragnar merely shook his head in response and gave the man the best news he had heard in weeks. "Consider it a charitable donation, Just make sure to mention the directorate in your next sermon." The bishop gave Ragnar a thumbs up with a giant smile on his face. Deal. Bjorn, on the other hand, was already in the process of roasting his own batch of the tasty beans. After all, Ragnar had already begun to export his caffeine addiction across the entirety of the north. As such, he did not need the supplier, he merely smiled at the bishop, luckily. This man was Ragnar's PR agent, and could thus acquire some benefits such as this for free. Thus Ragnar and the other two men spent the remainder of their night drinking and talking about important matters of the expansion. Meanwhile, Elfwin and Elfrida were currently in the cargo hold, negotiating how best to organize the tool inventory. All the while, the sun set over the muddy banks of the Thames, casting long shadows over the future site of the London branch office. Ragnar looked out the porthole at the city he had just forced into a partnership. Peace was good for business. While Ragnar and his investors was settling into the newly acquired London branch office, General Bjorn was busy acting as the regional manager of the Northern Border Forces stationed near Carlisle. He had been overseeing the defense of the Northumbrian frontier since the hostile takeover of York. Unlike the Southern Front, which had devolved into a muddy stalemate where the West Saxons refused to advance without a Union contract, the Scots were a different breed. The Thane of Galloway, a man who seemingly didn't understand the concept of a sunken cost fallacy, constantly threw Highlanders at the walls of the station fortress. However, no matter what they attempted to do playing, it ultimately met in failure. At the moment, Bjorn was inside one of the prefabricated concrete bunkers that acted as a forward operating base for the contractors who manned its garrison. Currently, Bjorn was conversing with the shift supervisors under his command about the constant depreciation of their assets. Well-armored supervisor, dressed in a blackened breastplate with the Iron Gear logo stamped on the pauldron, was the first to speak up about the current situation. "General, if they keep attacking at such a pace, we will eventually run out of bolts. The next shipment from City Titan is still 3 days out. Someone needs to inform the director that we are running low on inventory and to expedite the logistics." By now, hundreds of bodies lay riddled with bolts and shrapnel outside the fort, rotting in the area strictly labeled by the Directorate as the Loss Prevention Zone. Anything that entered the area would be battered by repeating crossbows and spicy mix mortars. It was indeed a nightmare to audit. Bjorn nodded his head in agreement as he took a sip from his mug, which was filled with lukewarm coffee. If there was one thing Ragnar had made sure while he was recovering from his leg injury and attending to matters of the state, it was that his troops were well supplied with caffeine. It was only after the grizzled veteran had quenched his parched throat with the bitter taste of the Titan blend that he began to speak his piece. "We will send a telegraph to York to ensure that the shipment of our bolts and other consumables will be prioritized. As for the situation at the perimeter itself, how are the new sensors holding up?" Another supervisor, who was roughly the same age as Bjorn and had been a raider for many years before discovering the joy of a steady paycheck, quickly began his account of the ongoing efforts to defend the border. A patrol recently caught a unit of Highlanders trying to bypass the rail line and sabotage the tracks. They were most likely tasked with disrupting the supply chain. However, they were effectively neutralized by the sharpshooter squad before they could loosen a single rivet. As for the walls themselves, the concrete is holding. The enemy cannot harm our infrastructure, at least not with claymores. Bjorn nodded in silence. Aside from running low on bolts, there was not much to worry about when it came to the defense of the northern border. However, for whatever reason, Bjorn felt a nagging suspicion in the back of his mind that the Scots were going to try something innovative. Thus he gave his supervisors an order before concluding the meeting. "Double the nightly shift and the perimeter patrols. I do not want any Scots slipping past our liability waivers." The supervisors all saluted Bjorn by pounding their chest plates with their fists before answering in the affirmative. Efficiency is victory. With that, Bjorn turned his back on them and gave one final order for the night. "Get back to work." Hearing their orders, the men finally departed from the bunker and was set upon their tasks. As for Bjorn, he stared at the map in front of him and pondered about the actions that the Scots might take. The number of men they threw at his wall was unbelievable. Despite setback after setback, they still attacked at regular intervals. They were doing this in an attempt to fatigue his workforce, but he did not know what for. Ultimately, Bjorn sighed before he decided to give up on predicting the enemy's R&D department. He would never be able to guess what desperate plot the Scots were up to. He would do best to adapt when such a scheme reared its ugly head. As such, he left the bunker and entered his quarters, where he climbed into his cot and slept efficiently for the night. Hours had passed, and it was roughly midnight. The overcast sky provided excellent cover for the Scots' latest plot to break through the mighty station fortress. Since they could not pierce through its defenses during the day, they had been wasting men's lives over the past few weeks at regular intervals to lower the guard of their opponent. Now the time had come for them to unleash the plot that they had long since planned for. Under the cover of darkness, Scottish soldiers slowly moved the oxen into position, keeping the creatures calm to the best of their ability with whispers and handfuls of grain. The carts the oxen dragged behind them carried large, wooden contraptions, which resembled primitive catapults. However, unlike the standard trebuchets, these massive engines were designed to fling something far more dangerous than stones. Slowly but surely, the devices known as fire throwers made their way into firing position where they were set up, entirely shrouded by the lack of illumination which this particular night provided. During the loading process, one of the clay pots filled with pitch and sulfur fell from the loader's hands and crashed on the ground, creating a loud crack. One of the Highlanders instantly scolded the man who had screwed up the loading procedure in a hushed, angry whisper. "You numpty, you'll wake the metal men." However, after several seconds, it became apparent that the sentries on the walls nearby did not notice the commotion. As such, the men sighed before restarting the loading procedure. In total, there were 3 of these monumental devices. It was all that the Thane could afford. He had mortgaged his castle to the French for the sulfur. Yet here at the borders of the Directorate, against a small station fortress, the Scots were forced to unleash their mightiest weapon. Eventually, the fuses were lit, and after several seconds, a loud twang echoed in the air before the massive flaming pots found their way over the fortress walls. The Scottish army began to cheer outside the walls, as they believed such a bombardment was fully capable of burning the wooden barracks inside. However, when the pots smashed against the roofs, all that such a thing managed to accomplish was alert the Directorate defenders, who rapidly climbed to their positions where they began to load their steam cannons. When the Scottish commander gazed at the roofs only to realize that they were not burning, his jaw dropped. The man had no way of knowing that Ragnar had instituted a strict building code. All roofs within the fortress were tiled with slate, and the timber was treated with a fire-retardant alum solution. Since these buildings were designed to survive industrial accidents, they were far more resilient than anything the Scots had encountered. Bjorn quickly rushed out of bed and entered the scene, where he saw his men rapidly loading the cannons mounted on the walls. When he arrived, they quickly stopped what they were doing and saluted the man before waiting for the regional manager to speak. Bjorn quickly assessed the damage before a wicked grin formed on his face. "They brought fire to a steam fight," Bjorn laughed. "Show these Luddites what real thermal energy looks like." The Directorate defenders quickly responded with a salute and the battle cry they were so well known for. Full steam ahead. Afterward, the steam cannons that were mounted in the direction of the catapults were fired. A dozen high explosive shells landed upon the fire throwers, destroying the devices and shredding the fools who had marched right into the loss prevention zone. However, the battle did not end there, as the cannons were rapidly reloaded and fired once more. This time aimed at the siege camp the Scots had foolishly erected within firing range of the mighty artillery that Ragnar's forces possessed. Until now, they had been fighting a war of attrition. But Bjorn was fully aware of Ragnar's ongoing hostile takeover plans and had decided to liquidate the army who approached the northern border on this night. He was thoroughly outraged that the fools would bring fire against him. Fire was the Director's domain. Thus the Directorate defenders retaliated and began to bombard the enemy encampment throughout the entirety of the night. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, alongside the sounds of explosions detonating upon the enemy position. As the Scottish commander gazed upon the destruction of his encampment, he quickly saw a projectile heading straight for him and cursed under his breath. "Bloody Viking accountants." With that, the shell landed on top of him, and the explosive blast engulfed his figure, rendering him into nothing more than a write-off. The thunderous echoes of a dozen steam cannons would continue to fire off throughout the night, long after the Scottish army had been utterly restructured into fertilizer. During the night that General Bjorn had restructured the Scottish army tasked with auditing the northern border, Ragnar had gotten quite intoxicated conversing with Bishop Ethelwold, so much so that Elfwin was currently scowling at the bishop, blaming him for Ragnar's current state of inefficiency. "Bishop, why are you such a poor influence on the director? He should not be consuming liquid assets to such an excess." Ragnar was entertained by the fact that he was not scolded for his actions, but his chief engineer had laid the blame entirely on the clergy. It just showed that the bishop must have had a habit of overindulging in the communion wine. As for General Bjorn, he was also being given the scornful look of a displeased Elfrida. She knew that Ragnar was expecting an important shipment of concrete to arrive, possibly within the next day. Thus, she was displeased by Ragnar's actions. However, she held Bjorn responsible considering he too had a habit of treating coffee liqueur like water. Ragnar was usually a responsible drinker. He liked the taste of efficiency and had a high tolerance for stimulants. Thus, he was rarely exceptionally drunk, nor was he often hungover. However, the three men were in terrible condition at the moment. While Elfwin and Elfrida had an important inventory check in the cargo hold, these men had been drinking, and they had consumed no small amount from the way it appeared. Ultimately, Elfwin voiced her concerns as well. "General, as head of security, you should know better than to compromise the director's cognitive functions, especially taking into consideration that you roped him into your mess." Ragnar was enjoying the sight of the two men getting scolded. However, as director, he had to protect the brand image of his subordinates. Thus, he began to speak. However, the moment he did so, his words started to slur, despite himself not recognizing such a thing. "Elfwin, I'm optimal, I can still calculate." Seeing that Ragnar could no longer complete a proper sentence, Elfwin simply walked over to him and grabbed a hold of his arm, helping him up from his chair. "Director, it is time to recharge. There is a concrete shipment arriving tomorrow, and you need to be in proper shape for the inspection." Though Ragnar wanted to deny that he was inefficient, the moment he stepped up, he began to wobble on his braced leg, and eventually his cane slipped out from under him, causing him to fall over onto Elfwin, dragging her onto the floor with him. The way that Ragnar had landed was with his face pressed into Elfwin's shoulder, which caused quite the scene. The two other drunk men began to cheer for Ragnar, with the bishop being the first to compliment him. "Bless you, my son. A true Viking landing." The moment Elfrida heard the bishop say such an outrageous thing, she lashed out at him verbally. "Bishop, don't encourage such unholy behavior." As for Bjorn, he began pouring another drink as he cheered for Ragnar. "Show the chief engineer who signs the checks." Hearing such words, Elfwin instantly became furious at the general and gave him a chilling stare through her spectacles, which immediately silenced the man. As for Ragnar, he was in no condition to get up and merely muttered into Elfwin's shoulder. He was completely unaware of what he said next. "So, sturdy." Elfwin quickly realized that Ragnar was attempting to use her as a structural support and immediately began to blush in embarrassment. "Director, not in the mess hall." Seeing that Elfwin was starting to become flustered from the humiliating display, Elfrida instantly became scandalized by the inappropriate scene in front of her. She quickly stormed over to Ragnar's side, where she proceeded to help him up and off of her sister. It was only after both women supported Ragnar that he was dragged off and into his cabin. After reaching his room, the two sisters helped him onto the bunk, where Elfwin wiped the sweat from her brow. She was not used to lifting heavy machinery, or heavy directors. "Thanks, Elfrida, I will take it from here." Realizing what the young woman was talking about, Elfrida instantly began to smirk and nodded her head. Though she was curious, she knew it was inappropriate for her to stay any further. Thus she quickly fled the scene. It was only after Elfrida shut the door behind her that Elfwin sighed, looking at her boss passed out in his uniform. She quickly removed his heavy boots and loosened his collar, then placed a glass of water on the nightstand. Ragnar, who was barely conscious, instantly noticed the movement and grabbed her hand, muttering something about stock options. Elfwin didn't pull away, instead. She squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Sleep well, Iron Father. The market waits for no man." She sat in the chair beside his bunk, watching over him like a guardian angel of industry until she too drifted off to sleep. Hours passed, and the light of the London smog rose in the sky, yet Ragnar was still sleeping. It was unusual for him to slumber for such an extended period. However, after drinking to the excessive degree that he had done the night before, he managed to sleep in until noon. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw that he was still in his uniform, and Elfwin was asleep in the chair next to him, her head resting on a stack of blueprints. Unlike Ragnar, Elfwin could sleep anywhere. a trait developed from too many late nights in the workshop. The young woman opened her eyes and adjusted her glasses after Ragnar groaned and sat up, clutching his head. "You sure had fun last night, Director." Ragnar had no recollection of the night before. Instead, his head was pounding as if a steam hammer was working overtime inside his skull. Thus, he struggled to regain his clarity as he listened to Elfwin's report. After concluding the events that transpired the previous night, he ultimately decided to ask the woman. "Ugh, what was the damage report?" Elfwin merely crossed her arms and looked at him. "Pity. You drank a lot, and then you continued to drink until finally, your operating system crashed. Elfrida and I had to drag you back to your cabin. If I had known that by leaving you alone with the general and the bishop that you would drink to the point of system failure, I wouldn't have spent so long counting bolts." Ragnar's memories were starting to return to him, to the point where he remembered several embarrassing scenes from the night before. Eventually, he got out of his bunk and splashed water on his face. He could tell by the way Elfwin was behaving that he was in severe pain at the moment, and she felt it was a teachable moment about resource management. Eventually, Elfwin had to help Ragnar find his cane because despite resting for a solid 12 hours, he still felt dizzy from the amount he had drunk the night prior. After some time, the couple made their way to the mess hall, where Bjorn and the bishop were sitting with equally miserable expressions. Luckily, they too were severely lacking in their mental faculties and could hardly remember how foolish they had acted the night before. Ragnar sat down at the table and immediately made a request to the steward who attended to his needs. "Bring me a pitcher of black coffee." The steward looked at him with an odd expression before confirming. "A whole pitcher? Are you sure you would not like to start with a cup?" Ragnar held his head in the palm of both of his hands as he adjusted his monocle before confirming his request. "Yes, a whole pitcher and make it double strength. You can forget the damn cream." The steward was shocked at how Ragnar snapped at him. Usually he was so professional, he must have had quite the night last night. Ragnar seldom got drunk to the point of being hungover, but he turned exceptionally impatient when such a thing occurred. Thus the steward quickly went to the galley to fetch a coffee pitcher before returning and handing it to Ragnar, where he proceeded to inquire about his next task. "Does the director require anything further?" Ragnar did not even need to think about it and quickly gave his response. "Pickled herring, hardtack, and a raw egg. Make it quick." The steward quickly nodded before running off to the galley to inform them of Ragnar's request. Ragnar's hangover cure usually consisted of electrolytes and protein. However, at the moment, he did not have access to Gatorade. It would be some time before such a thing naturally made its way into the market. At the moment, he greatly desired to invent a sports drink that didn't taste like seawater. As for the rest of the people present at the table, they were either as miserable as he was, or they were gloating at the inefficiency of biological limits. Regardless, Ragnar had important matters to attend to on this day. "Elfwin," Ragnar grunted, cracking the raw egg into his coffee. "Status on the warehouse?" Elfwin grimaced at the concoction but pulled out her notebook. "The piles are driven, Director. The concrete forms are being set today, but we have a problem." "A problem?" "The locals," she explained. "They are protesting the construction. They say the concrete fumes are sorcery." Ragnar slammed his mug down, wincing at the noise. "Sorcery? It's chemistry, Bjorn." The general groaned, lifting his head from the table. "Director, take a squad of contractors down to the site. If anyone protests, offer them a job mixing the cement. If they refuse, tell them I'm increasing the steam whistle duration by 5 minutes." Bjorn grinned weakly. "Understood." Ragnar took a deep breath, steeling himself for the day. "And Bishop," Ragnar added, pointing a shaking finger at the clergyman, "next time you bring wine to a board meeting, make sure it's watered down." The bishop blessed himself. "Amen to that, my son." The trade caravan that Hilda, Edwig, and Leif, the Lesser, were hiding within finally pulled up to the outer perimeter of City Titan. Edwig gazed out from under the tarp of the handcar and onto the magnificent smoke stacks. Though they were not as elegant as the spires of a cathedral, they were far taller and designed in a way that he had never seen before. Despite the glory of Titan's mighty industrial skyline, Edwig was by no means an engineer or even knowledgeable in urban planning. Thus the boy did not have an overwhelming sense of inspiration for their brilliant design. Instead, he looked mockingly at the smog, believing it would be easy to suffocate in such a place. Of course, this was not the case, as the massive ventilation shafts surrounding the city made it surprisingly breathable, at least compared to the coal mines he was used to. Despite this reality, Eadwig was blissfully unaware of such a thing, and as such, looked at Ragnar's mighty city with contempt. However, one of the merchants traveling with the caravan quickly exclaimed upon seeing the chimneys. "Lad, you should do well to remember that these factories produce more steel in a day than your entire kingdom does in a year. In all of my life, I have never seen nor heard of such output." He had been a supplier for Titan during the initial IPO. The sight of the blast furnaces would never leave his memories. And as such, he had decided to voice his thoughts on the matter after noticing the expression on Eadwig's face. Eadwig was unaware of what had happened during the hostile takeover of Sandwich, and as such, was utterly ignorant of the industrial capacity of the Directorate. Instead, he merely thought the ordinary merchant was exaggerating. Thus he dismissed the man's claims completely. After arriving at the checkpoint, the city's security contractors inspected every caravan to see if they carried contraband or unauthorized intellectual property. After getting to the handcar, which contained Eadwig, Hilda handed a stamped manifest to the contractors, where they immediately waved them through. Much to the surprise of the rest of the caravan, who was stuck in the process of being audited, Eadwig was not surprised as he knew that Hilda worked for Ragnar and must have had some clearance to enter the city directly. However, when he finally entered the city proper and got to the residential district, the young guildmaster became astonished by what he saw. The sprawling brick row houses, the gas-lit streets, the constant hum of machinery. All of these things were a sight which Eadwig had not expected upon entering the city, which was not much more than a Viking camp but a few years ago. After taking in the sights, Eadwig was eventually led to the governor's mansion, where Ragnar currently resided. As he stepped off the handcar, he was immediately greeted by Jida, General Bjorn, and a man Eadwig recognized as Thane Leofric. These three were the board members of the Directorate's holding company. Upon stepping off the handcar, Jida instantly greeted Eadwig with a degree of corporate hospitality that the boy had previously not been afforded. "Mr. Eadwig, I apologize for the travel accommodations, but I hope you can understand the need for operational security." Considering Eadwig was the last remaining guildmaster of the Nottingham Coal Guild, Jida had to at the very least put on a facade of respect, especially if she wanted to win Eadwig over to their side and appoint him the figurehead. Though Eadwig was upset due to the soot he had accumulated, he was just thankful to be alive. Thus he dusted himself off before approaching Jida and the other executives while making demands. "I need to bathe, and bring me a change of clothes while you are at it, something befitting a guildmaster. We will talk after I have made myself presentable." Jida smiled and nodded before allowing the boy access to the mansion. She struggled to contain her laughter when the 20-year-old heir proclaimed himself a guildmaster. Luckily, Jida had a solid poker face and merely acquiesced to the boy's demands. "Of course, sir. You will find our facilities most efficient." Thus Eadwig was led to the bathhouse where he cleaned himself from the coal dust accumulated on his body over the last few days, before changing into a luxurious set that Ragnar had long since prepared for Eadwig from his textile mills. After doing so, they met up in the boardroom, where Jida brought out her finest coffee to treat the boy. Ragnar was not present, being currently occupied in London. Aside from the three executives, only Magnus was present, observing the proceedings like a silent partner. As the group sipped their drinks, Leofric began to voice his concerns to Eadwig. "Eadwig, I assume you are aware that King Ethelwulf has captured Nottingham. Your fellow guildmasters have all been restructured. You are the last remaining heir of the Coal Guild. This means you are now officially the owner of the mines. On paper." Eadwig was too busy stuffing his face with the pastries presented to him as if he had not eaten in days. However, all he managed to eat was hardtack during his travels, and as such, he was glad to have some sugar in front of him finally. Even though the boy had not answered Leofric, the Thane did not hesitate to continue his train of thought. "Considering you are still inexperienced in corporate law, you will require a trustee to act on your behalf, and I recommend Director Ragnar for the position. He has proven to be an exceptional manager and efficient administrator. With him aiding you with your responsibilities, we will be sure to recover the assets stolen from us by those Luddite Saxons." Hearing this, Eadwig immediately looked up from his plate and stared at the executives in front of him for a few moments before a devious plot formed in his head. Now that he was the sole owner, he could make any demands he wanted. Thus he quickly set forth his conditions. "You are saying I own the coal now, is that correct?" Jida nodded her head silently in agreement. Thus a wicked grin curved upon Eadwig's lips as he stated his demands. Good, if that is the case, you will grant me a seat on the board of directors, and I want 20% of the profits from the steel mills. It would be best for a man of my standing to be a partner, not a subordinate. Hearing this ludicrous ultimatum, Bjorn clenched his fists in rage, noticing how he was appearing. Jida patted the man on his shoulder in comfort. However, what followed surprised everyone present for the meeting. Rather than being visibly outraged, Jida put a pleasant smile on her face and began to negotiate with the young man, despite being the true power within the room. Edwig, it is best to give up on your obsession with profit margins and find a role more suited for your skill set. You are now the figurehead of the Coal Guild, and if you decide to press your claim, potentially one day you could be the mayor of Nottingham. You should focus on public relations, not complex financials. Edwig was shocked when he heard this. It is true that he greatly desired wealth, but what Jida said had resonated with him. He was now a key player, and potentially one day could be a mayor. He really should focus on politics and allow Ragnar and Jida to handle the boring math. Besides, even if Ragnar did become his trustee, one day he would be experienced enough to need one no longer, and at that moment, he could use his authority to force Ragnar to give him a bigger cut. Or so Edwig thought. In reality, Ragnar had plans to buy out the boys' shares long before that day could ever become a reality. However, Edwig did not know this, and with these thoughts in his head, he instantly agreed to Jida's suggestion. Very well, I will do as you suggest. You can forget about my earlier request. As for my trustee, I suppose Ragnar has shown that he can fulfill such a position. Thus, I will consider it as an option for the time being. I will announce who I have decided to be my trustee after getting accustomed to the current market volatility. While Edwig presented such an amicable tone in his mind, he was secretly thinking to himself, even if I am compelled to make you my trustee, one day your company will be mine. You just wait, Ragnar. I will show you who is truly worthy of being the director. Jida could easily guess what the foolish boy was thinking. And while Edwig was scheming in his head to steal the company from them, Jida was thinking in her mind, fat chance, intern. You will be retired with a gold watch before you even turn 25. Enjoy your few years as our mascot. As such, the two parties plotted against one another, all while smiling as if they were the greatest of partners. The sight of which sent chills down the spine of Leofric, who could easily guess what both Jida and Edwig were thinking behind their friendly facades. Excellent, Jida said, sliding a contract across the table. Please sign here, and initial here. Edwig grabbed the quill, eager to sign his name into history. Didn't notice the clause about force majeure and hostile acquisition. Bjorn watched him sign, shaking his head slightly. Poor bastard, he muttered. He just signed away his soul for a plate of danishes. Not his soul, General, Jida corrected softly, filing the contract away. Just his voting rights. With Edwig in City Titan, and the ink drying on his voluntary restructuring agreement, Ragnar felt assured that his rise to power was secure. Thus he spent the remainder of his day visiting Leif, the Elder's workshop. The man was currently busy overseeing the production of the new high-tensile steel cables. It had been a while since Ragnar last popped by to inspect the R&D department, and there was a particular reason for him to do so this time. Ragnar had devised a much smaller, concealable weapon based on the principles of the repeating crossbow, but utilizing a torsion spring mechanism instead of a bulky bow arm. The previous Mark Roman II pattern was too large to be kept well hidden by his agents across enemy lands, and he had wanted to fix that issue. Thus he stopped by Leif's workshop unannounced. Ragnar quickly tapped his cane on the heavy iron door, and a few seconds passed before Leif opened it, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. Seeing his director for the first time since the London acquisition, a broad smile appeared on Leif's face before he immediately realized that Ragnar had a set of blueprints in his hands. Oh, of course. The director is here to give me more work. You couldn't bother to stop by for coffee every once in a while like the old days, huh? Ragnar chuckled at Leif's response before limping into the room and laying out his blueprints on a workbench cluttered with gears and springs. As he did so, he responded to the older man's jest. I am afraid with a hostile takeover and a trade war to run, I do not have much time to visit you. Efficiency demands sacrifice, my old friend. Leif immediately thought about Ragnar's current workload and understood his pain. Thus he pulled out a pair of tin mugs sitting on a shelf before filling them with cold brew coffee. He handed one to Ragnar while taking a sip of the dark liquid himself before getting down to business. What is it you have brought me this time? Another steam whistle to deafen the nobility. Ragnar pointed at the design before him and said with a prideful smile on his face, "I call it the pocket ballista. The old repeating crossbows, which my agents use, are much too large to be properly concealed under a cloak, thus I thought of this weapon for executive protection. Granted, its range is inferior to the Mark Roman II, but as a personal defense weapon, it offers a high rate of fire in a compact package." Leif took a glance at the blueprints, adjusting his spectacles before nodding in approval. Torsion springs instead of a prod. Clever. It will require high-quality steel for the springs, but it's doable. As always, you do not disappoint with your designs, Director. The two men took a few gulps from their coffee before discussing more matters of business. Ragnar was the first to ask about his production capabilities. "So how is the output?" Leif looked at Ragnar as if he were an idiot. That question was broad to say the least, and had many answers he could potentially say. As such, he asked for clarification. "Director, which production line are you talking about in particular? The steam engines, the concrete, or the new canning factory?" Ragnar smiled before finishing off the coffee in his mug. He only began to answer after Leif had refilled it. "The Caliphate steel order." Hearing what Ragnar was asking about, Leif scratched his beard slightly before answering to his best ability. "It is going as planned. Luckily, the new blast furnace in Sector 4 is operating at full capacity. They have been able to alleviate the pressure on our shoulders. As per usual, the plating will be readily available when the vizier arrives for the inspection." "Why, are you planning a visit to Cordoba?" After hearing Leif's question, Ragnar paused. He indeed planned to visit the Caliphate eventually, but only after he had consolidated his hold on England. He was still a long way away from achieving such stability, thus he merely shook his head as he responded to Leif's inquiry. "Not at the moment. If I am to travel to the Caliphate, I need more leverage, or else they will try to treat me like a mere merchant. One day, though, I would like to see the great mosque for myself. I hear their geometry is efficient." Leif nodded his head in agreement. He too longed to see the legendary architecture for himself. However, he did not have the gall to ask Ragnar to take him along for the journey when he finally went. Thus he merely toasted Ragnar with his mug. "To your future monopoly, may those southern scholars marvel at our steam." Hearing such a bold toast, Ragnar merely chuckled before drinking the remainder of the contents in his mug. Afterward, he began to ask Leif about various stress tests on the concrete. The two men talked for some time before Ragnar bade farewell and returned to the governor's mansion. After entering the mansion, he was immediately notified by Jida that Edwick had called for a board meeting in Ragnar's own office, and thus Ragnar quickly strode towards it. When he opened the door, he saw the little brat sitting in Ragnar's high-backed leather chair, feet up on the desk, surrounded by General Bjorn and Thane Leofric, who gazed at him with annoyed expressions on their faces. Ragnar's monocle twitched when he saw the boy in his chair. This was Ragnar's personal sanctuary, and the brat treated it as if it had belonged to him. However, for now, Ragnar had to suppress his ire and put on a respectful facade of a trustee. As such, he nodded gracefully before greeting Edwig. "Mr. Edwig, I came as soon as I heard. What is so urgent that you must call a meeting at such an hour?" Edwig had a smirk on his face as he began to interrogate Ragnar about his plans for the Midlands. "Trusty Ragnar, exactly how long will it take you to raise a security force to recapture my mines?" Ragnar could tell this little brat was trying to push him into the war ahead of schedule. Clearly, the boy was impatient and did not want to sit around in City Titan reading bylaws. However, Ragnar had no plans to march until his armies were powerful enough to sweep through the Swiss mercenaries without incurring heavy losses. As such, he merely smiled before giving the projection he had in mind. 3 more months, and a sufficient number of contractors should be finished with their training. By then we can march on Nottingham, where we will liberate it from the West Saxons. The plan from there is to seize the rail lines to Derby and Leicester before marching on Tamworth. A frown immediately appeared on Edwig's face as he heard these words. He did not desire to stay in Titan for 3 whole months doing nothing but waiting for troops to be raised. As such, he asked the question on his mind. "How many contractors do you have available at the moment?" Ragnar struggled to maintain his respectful facade as he answered the boy's inquiry. "Aside from the personnel necessary to maintain the security of the Directorate, I can field at most 15,000 men at the moment." Before Ragnar could explain the logistics, the boy interrupted him by asking General Bjorn the same question. "How many men do you have available at the moment, General?" Bjorn frowned while being asked such a question by a civilian. However, he eventually answered. Roughly half that amount are combat-ready, the rest are still in basic training. Ragnar not only had one of the largest standing armies in England, but also due to his growing industrial base, he could equip them significantly better. As for Thane Leofric, he had the lowest number of troops, as his lands were currently under occupation. Eadwig quickly asked the same question, to which Leofric responded, "I can spare at most 2,000 men. My best huscarls were lost in the initial siege." Eadwig then looked at Ragnar with an impatient expression on his face as he began to question Ragnar's efficiency. "You're telling me a heralded Iron Father like yourself will be incapable of taking Nottingham with 25,000 men? Maybe I need to name a more aggressive trustee, like General Bjorn, after all." Hearing this, Ragnar began to frown. This boy was starting to push his limits. Nevertheless, he kept his wits about him and thoroughly lectured the boy, who would be figurehead, about the reality of modern warfare. "Mr. Eadwig, it is a possibility to win with such a small amount of troops. However, King Ethelwulf has hired Swiss mercenaries. Their pikes are long and their discipline is absolute. If we charge in now, we will suffer substantial depreciation of our human assets. In my honest opinion, we should wait 3 months for my next division of grenadiers and steam cannons to be properly trained and outfitted before we begin our campaign. With 40,000 men in total and superior firepower, we will stand a much better chance of winning this merger with minimal overhead. I urge you to be patient. Hostile takeovers are not won overnight." The other executives quickly nodded in agreement to Ragnar's terms and attempted to convince the boy to listen to reason. Bjorn was the first to speak on Ragnar's behalf. "Mr. Eadwig, listen to the director's counsel. He knows the market." After hearing Ragnar's reasoning and Bjorn's support, Eadwig knew he was not going to get his wish, and as such, exhaled deeply in disappointment before accepting the terms. 3 months, not a moment longer. As soon as your troops are ready, I want them deployed." Ragnar smiled and nodded as he finally convinced Eadwig to go with his plan. Eadwig's following words brought an even greater smile to the young director's lips. "With this understanding, I hereby name you Ragnar, Director of the Iron Empire, as my sole trustee, until the day I have mastered the corporate bylaws." With this, Ragnar had finally gotten what he wished for, and Eadwig had unwittingly sealed his fate. It would not be long before Ragnar and his armies marched to war, and when they did, the West Saxons would learn firsthand the might of steel and steam. 3 months passed as quickly as they came, and Ragnar was ready to march to war. During this time, Princess Elfwin had returned to the Guildhall in York, where Bishop Ethelwold was blessing the new turbines with holy water. Albeit, the two executives came to an agreement, and Ragnar began to support the bishop with infrastructure aid at a discounted price. After all, the bishop's parishioners were suffering from the constant raiding, and Ragnar could alleviate that suffering for a tax break. It had been over a year since Ragnar was first reincarnated into this world, and he had already accomplished a great deal during this time. As for what Ragnar was currently occupied with, at the moment he was once more outfitted for a hostile takeover, standing before Jida, who was holding onto their toddler, Magnus. The boy was growing by the day, already showing an alarming aptitude for stacking blocks in efficient patterns. Elfrida was also gathered to send her brother-in-law off to the merger. During this time, Ragnar had become accustomed to the brace on his leg and was now ready to lead from the front once more, albeit he would no longer be charging into the fray with an axe. However, at least he would still be on the battlefield auditing his troops. Jida had a calculating expression on her face. The last time Ragnar had left for a merger, he had lost the full use of his leg and nearly his life. Now he was going to face King Ethelwulf and his Swiss mercenaries. It greatly pained her to see her partner risk his equity on the battlefield. As such, she kissed Ragnar efficiently before muttering under her breath, "I will balance the books while you are gone." Ragnar chuckled at this remark. Jida was never an exceptionally emotional woman, but for him, she was willing to manage the entire directorate solo. He found this to be romantic. As for Elfrida, she curtsied to her brother-in-law before making him promise her a solemn vow. "Bring back some silk from the south." Ragnar laughed at the woman's materialistic expression before he adjusted his monocle. After doing so, he agreed to her conditions. "I promise I will return with a diversified portfolio." After saying such a thing, he departed from the governor's mansion. It had been too long since he had smelled the coal smoke of a mobile command center, and now he was eager to face the competition who had dared to disrupt his supply chain. As for Edwig, he had stayed behind in City Titan, ever under the watchful eye of Jida and Ragnar's auditors. With Ragnar's departure, Edwig would be guarded closely to make sure he didn't try anything entrepreneurial. Ragnar mounted his new transport. It was slower than a horse, but infinitely more intimidating, belching black smoke and rattling like a cage full of angry spirits. After climbing into the chariot, which was clad in its own set of blackened steel plating with magnificent brass trim, Ragnar rode off out of the city and regrouped with his security force in the streets. This was the last of his forces to rendezvous with General Bjorn and the rest of his army near Nottingham. Once the army was on the march, it would split into two, with the more significant portion of the military staying with Ragnar as he marched on Leicester. As for the smaller portion, they would regroup with Thane Leofric's defectors and secure the rail lines. Ragnar sat in the chariot at the head of the army, with his top hat securely fastened, marching amid autumn. He began to hum along to the rhythmic clank-clank-clank of the steam pistons. After a few hours, the army reached the southern border of the Directorate, where they proceeded to get settled into the prefabricated barracks surrounding the railhead. Ragnar quickly got out of his chariot and approached General Bjorn, who had long since defended the southern border from the West Saxons. Still, he was left in control of the logistics to ensure no other army came to audit. Seeing his director and CEO approach him, Bjorn quickly pounded his chest in a salute before addressing his old friend that he had not seen for some time. Director, Ragnar chuckled when he saw Bjorn being serious and tapped the man's breastplate with his cane. It is good to see you, Bjorn. The quarterly reports have been adequate. Bjorn grinned, seeing that Ragnar was back to his corporate self, even after such a lengthy rehabilitation. As he responded to Ragnar's informal approach in an equally laid-back manner. It is just a shame we will be leaving the coffee machine behind. A wide grin spread across Ragnar's face as he looked off into the distance with his monocle. He was gazing towards the direction of Tamworth. By reconquering the capital of Mercia, he would soon establish himself and his board as the main power of the Midlands. Worry not, General. If we do our jobs right, we will own the coffee plantation soon enough. After reuniting with his general and his other officers, Ragnar had opted to gather his high-ranking managers on a platform in front of the railhead. There was not enough space for the total amount of his contractors to stay within the perimeter, so many of them were gathered in tents outside the wire. As the high-ranking managers gathered around Ragnar, he quickly addressed them, as he tried to encourage them with a speech fit for a shareholder meeting. It has been a while since we last executed a hostile takeover, and though many of you have been defending our assets, others have been enjoying the stability that we have brought to the market. However, as you all know, the price of monopoly is paid with the sweat and overtime of those willing to earn it. Suppose we wish to continue our existence as the market leaders of our region without interference from a foreign regulator. In that case, we must fight, not for ourselves or our pensions, but for the brand. For though we are all Vikings, we are, more importantly, stakeholders. Our partners in the other regions have been taxed and regulated while we have hidden behind our tariffs, allowing it to happen. Now our actions were not without good reason, as we needed time to build up a capital reserve large enough to buy out the enemy. Or else we would end up just like our competitors. Yet that does not forgive the fact that we have chosen to hide in our well-fortified industrial zones. Yet no longer. Tomorrow we march to liquidate the West Saxon assets. King Ethelwulf seeks to press claim over us all and rule us under his feudal laws. I reject it, for the Midlands shall forever remain in the hands of the corporation. I promise you, if you all do your part in this upcoming merger, you will be home before the fiscal year ends. Efficiency is victory. Right before Ragnar had finished the last part of his speech, he raised his cane and pointed it southward into the gray sky before shouting the motto that his armies had become renowned for. The moment he did so, the officers who had gathered to witness his word all raised their clipboards and weapons into the sky before also screaming the Directorate motto. Efficiency is victory. After chanting those words a few more times, Ragnar finally silenced the crowd and addressed his managers. Now go rest, for tomorrow the market opens. After hearing Ragnar's orders, the high-ranking officers all began to head towards their quarters, where they all rested for the night. Ragnar, on the other hand, had a private coffee with General Bjorn. He would finally reveal his schemes to become Lord Protector to his most trusted general. Bjorn knew something was suspicious from the start. After hearing that Edwig was saved by Ragnar and brought to City Titan for safety, He knew Ragnar was plotting something serious, though he did not know what. Ragnar brought 2 mugs of black coffee over to the table where Bjorn was sitting before he sat down. After doing so, he handed a mug to Bjorn and began to drink from his own skull chalice. It was only after the two had tasted the brew that Ragnar began to address Bjorn with a grave expression. "I will be Lord Protector of the Midlands soon enough." Bjorn merely laughed as he heard these words. Ragnar's ambitions were never satisfied, as such. Began to ask Ragnar what his plan was. "How do you plan to do that? Last I checked, Eadwig was the heir." Ragnar was utterly frank with Bjorn, and as such he told the truth. "After I have won that boy's lawsuit for him, I will continue to be his trustee. During this time he will be encouraged to pursue a career in the arts. It may take years, but before that boy turns 21, he will realize he hates mining, leaving me as trustee in a position to sweep in and buy his shares for pennies on the dollar." Bjorn gazed at Ragnar with a shocked expression on his face before leaning in and whispering to him, "You are going to defraud a kid." Ragnar merely took a drink from his mug before answering Bjorn's question. "It is either that or I will be forced to start a civil war." Bjorn looked at Ragnar with a sense of amusement before asking Ragnar another question. "You want to be Lord Protector so badly that you would swindle an innocent boy?" Ragnar shook his head and looked sternly at Bjorn before he began to lecture him. "The boy covets my company. The moment he gains any real authority by becoming a guildmaster, he will demand I hand over the blueprints. By that point, the steam engine will be my legacy, and I will refuse to do so. He will try to have me fired for resisting his orders, and I will raise an army to fight him." Bjorn could not believe Ragnar was willing to throw the Midlands into another chaotic lawsuit, all for intellectual property. As such, he tried to reason with Ragnar. Since this was the justification Ragnar had used for his actions, Bjorn would be sure to offer an alternative solution. "You could just give the blueprints to the boy. After all, you already have the factories. Just license it to him." Ragnar shook his head while taking another sip. After doing so, Bjorn grew frustrated and pounded his fist on the table before asking Ragnar, "Give me one good reason not to." Ragnar glared at the man fiercely through his monocle before answering him. "Because he is inefficient." Hearing this, Bjorn scoffed, seeing that the man was displeased with his plans. Ragnar decided to pose a philosophical question. "General, with all your infinite wisdom, explain to me why it is more righteous to have thousands of men lose their jobs in a market crash than it is to creatively account for a single trust fund." With those words, Bjorn stared at Ragnar with disbelief. He honestly did not know how to answer that question. Ragnar decided to add salt to the wound as he further pressed Bjorn. He pointed to the door while doing so. "Why do the pensions of those men not matter as much as Eadwig's inheritance? Whether it is to secure my IP or fulfill my great ambitions, it truly does not matter. If I can spare the livelihood of a single one of my employees by cooking the books on Eadwig, then I will do it. You would do best to remember where your stock options lie. It is not just to me, but the men, women, and families on my payroll. If I can spare them the pain of bankruptcy by engaging in a bit of white-collar crime, then I will gladly do so." Bjorn drained the mug of coffee down his gullet before pouring another one, where he proceeded to consume its contents rapidly. It was only after he had chugged 3 cups and wiped the foam from his beard that he decided to say his final thoughts on the matter. "You are right. I am sorry. I find it a bit cold to swindle a kid, but you are right, as always. Even if you were willing to give up on the IP, put aside your ambitions, by allowing Eadwig to run the company, that would only bring disaster to our market. That boy is not fit to rule a lemonade stand, let alone a directorate." Hearing Bjorn finally agree to his plans, Ragnar smiled and patted him on the back. "Go get some rest, old friend. We will be opening the market at dawn." With that said, Bjorn smiled before departing, leaving Ragnar by his lonesome. It was only after Bjorn was long gone that Ragnar began to think about the actions he would have to take before reaching the heights of his ambition. In doing so, his lips turned into a sinister corporate smile before voicing his thoughts aloud. "For the path that I walk upon, defrauding a trust fund, is but a rounding error. Oh, my dear friend Bjorn, I am destined to do far worse in the future. Yet in the end, by doing so, I shall establish a global monopoly for my brand." The following day, Ragnar and his security forces packed up their spreadsheets and began to march. An army of 30,000 contractors, comprised of 3 divisions of 10,000 men each, was fielded to fight this campaign that Ragnar had decided to name the Blitz Audit. The divisions were split into 4 brigades in total, 2 heavy infantry, 1 cavalry, and 1 artillery. The artillery brigades contained roughly 3,000–4,000 men in total, and up to 70 steam-assisted field guns in each. The amount of thermal firepower that a single artillery brigade wielded was in itself enough to bring down any feudal levy that dared to get in its path, especially when complemented by the infantry brigades. As for the infantry brigades, they held 3,000–5,000 men in each brigade. These units consisted of various specialists, ranging from crossbowmen, grenadiers, sharpshooters, and even negotiators, men with very large hammers. Obviously, there were other units within, like combat medics and combat engineers. It was a well-oiled machine designed with a single purpose: absolute liquidation of the competition. The cavalry brigades, on the other hand, were much smaller in size. They were filled with 2,000 men and their horses per brigade. As for the units within these brigades, they were also split into different groups, such as heavy lancers, mounted crossbowmen, and scouts. There were also units of dragoons, mounted infantry with hand cannons, but they were smaller in number, as their purpose was specialized shock tactics. The expense that Ragnar had to pay to not only train these troops but maintain their dental benefits was significant. If one counted the sheer cost he paid to acquire the coal to power the support trains, it was enough to bankrupt most kingdoms in the European world. However, Ragnar was very wealthy after the monumental success of his diverse portfolio and could afford to bear such overhead. This massive force was followed by the ragtag army of Thane Leofric's defectors, who were all completely shocked by the size of Ragnar's army and the equipment they used. There was likely no other force in England as standardized as his. They felt inadequate when they gazed upon the blackened steel breastplates and uniform gray tunics that the Directorate forces wielded. The plan was for 2 divisions to follow Ragnar to Nottingham, where he would meet the West Saxons in the field and retake the mines and railheads they had seized. With such a large force that contained an absurd degree of firepower, Ragnar could easily foreclose on the entire Midlands within a matter of weeks. The other army would be led by General Bjorn and Thane Leofric and would consist of one of Ragnar's divisions. Supported by the 2,000 men of Leofric's militia, they would attack the occupied town of Leicester, where they would secure the southern flank. They would launch an attack from both sides of the county and meet in the middle after dispelling the West Saxons from the region. After both regions were secured, Ragnar would march his army on Tamworth, and Bjorn and his allies would march on Derby. From there, any West Saxons who remained in the other counties would be quickly served with eviction notices, thus restoring Directorate control over the assets. This was the hostile takeover plan. Ragnar felt he had enough capital and firepower to complete it. As he met up with Bjorn and Leofric at a rail junction which would take them in a separate direction, the 3 men sat on horseback as he said his farewells. "The next time I see the 2 of you, I will have the deed to Nottingham. I look forward to the day we can all sign the merger agreement." Bjorn nodded at Ragnar before saluting one last time. "Director, I will execute the strategy to the best of my abilities." Ragnar nodded with a corporate smile on his face before responding to Bjorn's claims. "I am sure that your quarterly performance will be exemplary. Until we meet again, General Bjorn Thane Leofric." After saying such a thing, Ragnar and Bjorn's forces separated, where Ragnar slowly made his way to the outskirts of Nottingham. By the time he arrived in the region, he had noticed that the mining villages that he passed by had all been strip-mined by the West Saxons. Many of them were abandoned entirely, the workers fled or conscripted. The depreciation brought to the Mercian lands was horrifying. Shafts had collapsed due to lack of maintenance, machinery was rusted, and the local workforce appeared to have been thoroughly exploited by the West Saxon overseers. Ragnar and his army eventually made their way through the slag heaps and towards the first fortified mine on their path, which was supposed to protect the anthracite vein. It was currently garrisoned by a unit of Swiss mercenaries hired by King Ethelwulf, who had not yet noticed Ragnar and his own army's approach due to the heavy smog. As such, Ragnar instantly gave an order to his army via semaphore flags. "Get into formation and ready the steam cannons to fire. Crossbowmen, check your tension. Grenadiers, prime your fuses." Ragnar had 2 divisions under his command. He currently had 140 steam-assisted field guns in his ranks which were rapidly put into position and pressurized. Before long, tens of thousands of infantry loaded their repeating crossbows and formed ranks. By the time they were entirely in formation, the Swiss had just noticed their approach and began to form their famous pike square. Such a large army had emerged from the smog like a ghost train. It was as if they had come across a dragon while counting coins. They had no idea how to react to the situation before them. Still, seeing the army hundreds of meters away, with over 100 cannons hissing steam, many of the mercenaries instantly began calculating their odds of survival. These calculations were cut short as the thundering echo of 140 cannons firing at once filled the air, while the high explosive shells fell from the sky and pounded the fortified mine. The massive ranks of crossbowmen and grenadiers advanced towards their effective range so that they too could batter the enemy. While the sharpshooters fired from a distance of roughly 400 meters, hundreds of defending Swiss were shredded by the explosive blasts and shrapnel of the cannon fire, only for the survivors to be mercilessly pinned down at a distance by the bolts. This garrison was not large and held only about 1,000 men in total. It did not take more than a few cannon and crossbow volleys to mercilessly tear the defensive square and its forces apart instantly. Pikes were shattered, and colorful silk was stained red as the survivors of the garrison gazed on with horror at the scene that had just transpired. Such overwhelming power was inconceivable. Ragnar did not even need to unleash his heavy lancers. The West Saxon overseer sat atop the mine's office looking at the simple yet terrifying banners of the iron gear and cursed his king for not paying him enough. He was in a crisis, having no idea how he would be able to defend his asset against the auditors effectively. Yet in his hour of need, the Directorate finally arrived from the fog and liberated the mine from his mismanagement. There were still plenty of mines within Nottinghamshire that were holding out, hoping for reinforcements. The same could be said across all of the Midlands. Though it had been months since the West Saxons invaded, they could not extract the coal as efficiently as Ragnar could. Thus they were forced to occupy every pit and quarry slowly. The West Saxon occupation of the Midlands was a prolonged process that was intended to take months to turn a profit. Now that Ragnar had arrived with 140 cannons, he would be able to breach a fortification's walls within an hour. It was an army the likes the world had never seen before, and Ragnar had deliberately waited until he had 3 divisions before marching to war, because he wanted his campaign to be another overwhelming market correction. With the power in his hands, a mere king would not be capable of defeating him in battle. To counteract Ragnar's hundreds of cannons and thousands of infantry equipped with repeating crossbows, there would need to be an army 2-3 times the size of his own, and only a unified empire could muster such a force. After defeating the garrison of 1,000 mercenaries as easily as filing a tax return, Ragnar did not bother approaching the mine's entrance. Many more battles like this needed to be fought, and as such, he quickly gave another order to his troops. Regroup and prepare to march. We have a schedule to keep. After spending a considerable amount of time getting back into marching formation, the army once more began to set out on its destination. They intended to fight their way until they had liberated the Guildhall of Nottingham, which was currently under martial law. As such, Ragnar would encounter many minor skirmishes like this on his way to liberate the capital. They all ended just as quickly and in just as brutal of a fashion. Wherever his army marched, they reaped the contracts of the West Saxons. Any fool who placed themselves in between him and the main coal vein in the county of Nottingham would be rapidly liquidated by Ragnar's troops. This lightning merger was highly influential in cutting off the enemy's cash flow. Not only did Ragnar practice this tactic in Nottingham, but General Bjorn also similarly commanded his armies in Leicester. Ragnar was not exaggerating in the slightest when he stated in his speech that he and his men would be home before the fiscal year ended. Though it was a reference to a corporate promise from his previous life, he entirely meant those words and knew he was fully capable of making them a reality. As such, the war waged on, and Ragnar would soon be the chairman of the board. The Directorate army was on the march, Ragnar leading his 2 divisions through the soot-stained fields of Nottinghamshire. Was currently at the head of his industrial juggernaut. Every contractor who served alongside him was clad in standard-issue gray tunics and blackened breastplates, with the Iron Gear logo stamped proudly on their shoulders. Some wore the new Mark Roman III helmets, while others were equipped with the heavier, rivet-reinforced engineer armor. The middle managers and shift supervisors stood out from the regular contractors. Their armor was trimmed with brass to show off their stock options and to indicate to the individual teams who were directing the workflow, though they might become high-value targets for the enemy. With the protection their benefits package provided them, they seldom had to fear a hostile takeover at range. At the moment, Ragnar and his forces had set up a mobile command center in the field, a series of interconnected tents with telegraph lines running back to the railhead. Ragnar spoke to General Bjorn and several of his high-ranking executives about the current situation in the county of Nottingham. Bjorn was the first to bring new market data to light. "Director, our scouts report that the West Saxons have begun to liquidate their assets. We are not exactly sure of the reasoning, but they may have realized our monopoly is inevitable and are attempting to minimize our ROI. In their hasty retreat, they have begun to sabotage every mine they come across. They flood the shafts, burn the timber, and slaughter the pit ponies. King Ethelwulf is determined to halt our acquisition by any means necessary." Ragnar immediately adjusted his monocle when he heard this report. This was scorched earth tactics, a strategy which Ragnar personally despised as it was inherently inefficient. The principle was simple. As the West Saxons withdrew, they would destroy any possible resource that Ragnar and his forces could leverage, forcing the Directorate army to slow down their advance. An army that could not fuel its engines could not function. Luckily, Ragnar had anticipated this market volatility and had long established logistics trains to follow his army on the newly laid tracks. His security forces protected these trains and would continuously bring much-needed resources such as coal, water, ammunition from City Titan to the front lines. Logistics are the key to market dominance, and Ragnar had no plans of expanding beyond his supply chain. After hearing this report, he gave a command to his executives. "Make sure inventory is being properly audited. I don't want to see any shrinkage of the products that the men consume. As for our expansion into Nottingham, we can only slow down and wait for the logistics trains to catch up. The scout snipers are skilled in risk assessment. Set them to the task of surveying and securing any assets that can still be salvaged." Hearing the director's orders, the executives quickly pounded their breastplates in salute before responding. Efficiency is victory. After saying that, they were set to the task, and the army began to fulfill his orders. As for Ragnar, he stayed at his desk with Bjorn by his side. The man had been a valuable partner and formidable general during the past fiscal year and was once more alongside him. Ragnar valued his consultancy and quickly began to ask the man his opinions on what the West Saxons were planning. "Tell me, General, do you think Ethelwulf is plotting a hostile counter-bid?" Bjorn nodded his head before expressing his opinion. "It is what I would do. By now, the West Saxons should realize that they are facing overwhelming market pressure. Thus, they don't stand a chance competing against us in an open market or within a siege. The best they can do is engage in guerrilla marketing to try to prevent our advance long enough for them to secure more funding from the Franks." Ragnar's face contorted into a worried expression as he began to anticipate the king's next move. "Halt our expansion and make sure our supply chain is properly insured. I fear they will try to cut us off from our capital reserves. In doing so, they will attempt to bankrupt us with attrition. I will not have my men defaulting in the field while cut off from payroll. It is better to invest with caution than to walk into a Ponzi scheme." Bjorn nodded in approval with this line of thinking and began to make his suggestions. "We should split off some grenadier units and set them to the task of auditing the enemy saboteurs and their base of operations. I find it hard to believe the West Saxons are fleeing from the region entirely. They are probably waiting in ambush to disrupt our workflow." Ragnar nodded in agreement before adding to the suggestion. "I want the dragoons and mounted negotiators tasked with protecting the logistics trains. They should have more than enough firepower to deter any potential litigation while still maintaining the mobility necessary to keep up with the trains." Bjorn quickly made a mental note of the memos he had received. He would soon relay these tasks to the necessary departments. The Directorate army was powerful primarily because of its standardized training and equipment, but also the diversification of the troops they employed. With the specialized training that specific units underwent, they could perform these deeds that they would soon be commanded to fulfill with excellent efficiency. Thus Ragnar indeed did not have to be too worried about what liabilities might approach them in this ongoing conflict with the West Saxons. After giving Bjorn his orders, Ragnar parted ways with the general for the night and immediately proceeded to his private carriage, where he slept efficiently. As for the units and their new orders, they quickly began to deploy to fulfill them. During the middle of the night, the grenadiers tasked with aggressive auditing advanced beyond the primary host, determined to find any West Saxon forces waiting for them. In doing so, a battalion was sent out in total and split into 6 individual audit teams where they canvassed the territory ahead of them. If one of the teams were to make contact with the enemy saboteurs, the other teams would be alerted by the sound of signal whistles and advance upon the position, encircling the enemy and terminating their employment. At the moment, one audit team of grenadiers had made the first contact with the enemy. As such, they quietly hid in the slag heaps as they primed their grenades. The West Saxons had not yet noticed that the grenadiers were in range, and they were sitting by a fire enjoying stolen rations. They had seen that the Directorate army had halted their advance, and so they were waiting patiently in the perfect position for an ambush. After the grenades were primed and the fuses cut, the supervisor in charge of the team gave his order loud enough for the men nearby to hear. Liquidation. Immediately the hissing of 20 fuses went off, echoing in the distance. The moment they did so, the iron spheres thrown from their hands found their way into the enemy ranks. Boom, the flash of the explosions instantly lit up the area, and the surviving members of the ambushing troop realized they were surrounded. Several dozen West Saxon huscarls were terminated on the spot, and even more were downsized. Yet when compared to the size of the ambushing troop, this was not much. However, what followed instantly sent fear down the spines of the West Saxon saboteurs, as they heard a corporate motto fill the air around them, as if over 100 voices screamed the powerful words in unison. Efficiency is victory. Shortly afterward, the Directorate Grenadiers converged on the enemy position. They were alerted by the sounds of explosions and the sight of the flashes, where they quickly formed ranks and fired off their repeating crossbows at the West Saxon ambushers. The thwack, thwack, thwack of bolts echoed in the air, and the advancing West Saxon skirmishers were rapidly cut down as they attempted to approach the lines of grenadiers. The scene quickly turned chaotic as more men had their contracts terminated by a single steel bolt piercing through their mail. Others gurgled on their own blood for a period of time before finally retiring from this world. For the West Saxons even got a chance to unleash their axes upon the Directorate forces. More grenades were thrown into the ranks of the enemy, where they quickly exploded, sending shrapnel and dirt flying through the air. Though the grenadiers were outnumbered, the West Saxons began to panic, trying to find a way to break out of the encirclement. However, all they managed to do was run into a wall of boarding pikes that were ready to engage in close-quarters negotiation. The long steel pikes were thrust into the gaps of the huscarls' armor, creating devastating wounds which would be very difficult to patch up assuming they were able to survive the onslaught. Eventually, the West Saxons finally managed to muster a resistance and clashed headfirst with the grenadiers, who had encircled them. Despite this courageous last stand, the damage had already been dealt to the West Saxon saboteurs' ranks, and they found themselves quickly being pushed back. By now, a sea of corpses and ruined equipment had filled the floor, and the Directorate Grenadiers were advancing over the bodies and into the fray. With each thrust of the pike, a West Saxon was either wounded or killed. Slowly but surely, the West Saxon ambushers had dwindled to a few hundred men whose backs were pressed against each other, as over 1,000 pikes pierced at them from all sides. Before long, the surviving West Saxons cast their weapons aside and shouted at the top of their lungs, "We surrender, we accept the terms." With a declaration of surrender, the Directorate Grenadiers ceased their violence and quickly rounded up the survivors for debriefing. With a little over 100 captives, they could easily find out the whereabouts of the remaining ambushes and potentially the plans that King Ethelwulf was resorting to. Thus, the Directorate forces marched their prisoners back to the mobile command center, where they would be interrogated for every piece of intellectual property that they harbored in their minds. While Ragnar slept, his grenadiers had efficiently hunted down the first of the West Saxon ambushes set in place, and captured a few hundred prisoners whose intelligence would be critical in the merger ahead. While Ragnar and his forces were bogged down auditing the scorched assets of Nottingham, General Bjorn had a much easier time restructuring the competition in Leicester. The West Saxons here had not resorted to liquidating their own inventory to defeat him. Thus, at the moment, Bjorn was currently engaged in a field merger with the enemy. Bjorn had deployed Thane Leofric's militia to protect the flanks of his heavy infantry, while they marched in their lines into negotiation distance. As for his cavalry, they were waiting on standby for their orders to execute a hostile takeover of the rear. At the moment, Bjorn's steam-assisted field guns were in position and had just begun their bombardment upon the enemy army, which was between 5,000 and 6,000 men strong. As the cannons hissed and popped, sending high explosive shells pounding into the enemy lines, the West Saxons did not panic. Instead, they formed a shield wall and marched faithfully into the fire, believing their courage would yield high returns. As for Bjorn, he was at the front lines, with his pneumatic hammer in hand, a weapon designed by Elfwin that utilized compressed air to deliver bone-shattering strikes. The weapon hummed with potential energy as he continued to march orderly by his troops. Arrows and javelins fell upon the marching contractors in volleys, but the Directorate forces did not fear their sting, for their blackened plate armor was standardized to resist such outdated projectiles. Because of how resilient their benefits package was, they were undeterred by the minor scratches which accumulated on their gear as they continued to march at an efficient pace. Only when the enemy was at a distance of roughly 300 yards did Bjorn give his command to his line of crossbowmen with the authoritative voice of a regional manager. Bjorn raised his hammer and pointed it at the enemy as he bellowed for all his men to hear. Prepare to audit. The moment he did so, the soldiers who held their loaded Mark Roman II repeating crossbows raised the weapons into a position where Bjorn once more gave a command. The front rank instantly knelt while the rear column leveled their weapons over their shoulders. Acquire targets. After doing so, his words were relayed to the thousands of contractors among his ranks by the various supervisors and shift leads within earshot. When he finally felt that the enemy was within an optimal range for a high-yield return, he gave the final command: liquidation. In doing so, thousands of crossbows clicked in unison. The air was filled with the thwack, thwack, thwack of steel bolts flying downrange. The moment the triggers were pulled, thousands of armor-piercing bolts went downrange. They crashed into their targets, punching through the wooden shields and mail armor in which many of the enemy troops were equipped as. If it were nothing more than a bad investment, wood splintered and iron rings burst as the steel projectiles made their way past the enemy's defenses and into their flesh. Instantly, thousands of men collapsed to the ground, their contracts terminated upon impact. The West Saxon vanguard was shattered in a moment, and the surviving huscarls among their ranks began to panic. Yet this was not the end, as another artillery barrage began to pound the West Saxon ranks, while the Directorate forces pulled the levers on their crossbows to reload. As for the troops from Leofric's militia, they were stunned by the sight of such efficiency. The might which the Directorate possessed was unfathomable, and it was at this moment they remembered that this was merely a third of the assets that Ragnar had under his management. Such an army was more than capable of sweeping across the Midlands and monopolizing the land themselves. They felt as if they were merely present to witness the restructuring. Blood-curdling screams filled the air alongside the hiss of steam, as the Directorate forces finished reloading before the same series of commands were ordered. However, at this point, the West Saxon ealdorman could no longer withstand the sight of his troops routing and thus ordered his cavalry to charge. The mounted thanes of Mercia, alongside heavy cavalry, rushed towards the Directorate infantry with anticipation. Thus far, none of the Viking armies they faced had stood against a heavy charge. They truly believed they could disrupt the market. Bjorn immediately noticed the cavalry beginning their attack and gave another order to his soldiers, which was quickly relayed by the numerous supervisors. Pike square, defensive posture. Upon ordering this command, the soldiers in Bjorn's army quickly began to form ranks in the form of a hollow square. They did so in rapid speed, proving that they had drilled this formation time and again throughout the months of their orientation. After forming into squares with their boarding pikes braced against the ground, the Directorate infantry waited for the cavalry approach until they were within 30 yards. Only then would the inner ranks fire for maximum damage. Despite the superior rate of fire of their crossbows, they still would be the most effective while firing by rank against the approaching cavalry at close distance. While the Directorate formed such ranks, the relatively undisciplined militia quickly fled the oncoming cavalry and ran behind the massive squares that had appeared on the battlefield. Confused by the strange formation, the West Saxons charged straight into the zone of control, where after reaching the 30-yard range, the individual supervisors in charge of each formation began to give orders to fire based upon the nearest rank. The moment they did so, the destructive power of the steel bolts shredded through the mail armor and padding of the thanes and their horses, instantly dropping the cavalry bold enough to attack. Some riders survived as their horses fell before them, yet the Directorate's disciplined ranks were unfazed, never once breaking the terms of their contract. To break ranks was to face immediate termination. These were the words their HR representatives had beaten into their heads throughout the many months of training. As such, the Directorate stood in their ranks, reloading before firing on the next cavalry charge, which was met with equally disastrous results. All the while, Bjorn was within the hollow area of the formation alongside several executives. As a man with a pneumatic hammer, his usefulness in this formation was nothing more than being a commanding voice. Thus he spat out commands as the cavalry continued to charge at the formation, hoping to break through with superior numbers. Sector A, fire. Sector B, fire. Center mass, fire. The veteran general continued to declare his orders, while the men beneath his command followed them to the letter. Before long, the cavalry was eliminated, with those few surviving members having fled the scene during the second attack. They could not believe that their elite thanes were useless in the face of the absurd Directorate technology. Seeing their elite units being broken, the West Saxon forces were filled with market uncertainty. Yet, their worries were far from resolved, as the artillery brigade continued to batter their ranks, no matter how far they fled. However, suddenly, the artillery battery stopped, and for a brief moment they felt reprieve. That is before they noticed the Directorate dragoons dashing down the hillside and towards their broken ranks. Ragnar's rules were simple. So long as an enemy did not sign the surrender forms, they were fair game and were to be given no severance package. Thus, the Directorate dragoons, armed with hand cannons and sabers, rushed down the mountainside and into the routing enemies, showing no mercy to the fleeing West Saxons. The West Saxon ealdorman, who had taken part in the initial cavalry charge, lay on the ground, with his dead horse lying on top of him, slowly crushing his internal organs. He bled from the mouth, yet this was not visible due to the mud obscuring such a scene. The merger was over, and though Bjorn ordered his troops to conduct a post-mortem analysis, he and members of his heavy infantry approached the body trapped beneath the horse and lifted the helm from his head, revealing a horrifically bruised appearance of a man who had seen many feasts. Bjorn gazed at the man with professional courtesy before asking him a question. "Are you the acting CEO?" Struggling to breathe, the ealdorman coughed up blood before answering Bjorn. "I am the ealdorman of Leicester." Bjorn felt pity for the man and the bad investments he had made, and as such decided to expedite the process. Thus, he asked the man the final question on his mind. "Do you wish to file for bankruptcy?" The ealdorman chuckled as he gurgled on his blood before spitting it out of his mouth, and onto the ground. "I wish I had bought stock in your company." With that said, Bjorn raised his pneumatic hammer, primed the pressure valve and brought it down, delivering a swift and efficient end to the man's tenure. Afterward, he spoke the words on his mind aloud for all of his men to hear. "His contract is expired." The first hostile takeover in Leicester was an overwhelming victory for the Directorate, and they had drastically cut down the numbers of the West Saxon forces within the region. It would appear that the acquisition of Leicester would be much smoother than the audit in Nottingham. During the past few days, Ragnar's hostile takeover of Nottinghamshire had been reduced to a slow, methodical crawl. With the constant need to send out audit teams on a series of risk assessment missions for West Saxon saboteurs, the Directorate host was forced to march through the coalfields at a pace that was frankly inefficient. Because of this, Ragnar had become impatient. His quarterly projections were slipping, and it was only due to the constant advice of General Bjorn that he did not make a rash action like marching through the smoky valleys undeterred by the threat of ambush, which would surely result in more asset depreciation than it was worth. Thus, at the moment, Ragnar found himself within the mobile command center that his army had established near defunct rail spur with a significant degree of downtime. His corporate hierarchy was so well implemented that he honestly did not have much to do on the campaign as CEO, as the management tier was more than capable of fulfilling their daily duties without his micromanagement. Ragnar found himself tinkering with a pocket watch for entertainment, and as such, was in the middle of calibrating a gear mechanism which greatly resembled the internal workings of the new steam whistle. Though his watchmaking skills were lacking compared to Elfwin, the crude mechanism kept time with surprising accuracy. It was not a bad prototype, considering his relatively poor dexterity with small parts. It was at this moment that the heavy canvas flaps to his command tent parted, and General Bjorn forcefully entered. Seeing that his director was in the process of fixing a watch instead of reviewing the casualty reports, Bjorn wisely chose not to question it, and instead reported the news that he had received. "Director, I have a memo to file." Ragnar did not bother placing down the watch mechanism that he was still in the process of calibrating. Instead, he continued to do so while listening to Bjorn's words. As such, he nonchalantly approved Bjorn's request to inform him of the matters at hand. Seeing that Ragnar was more interested in his timepiece than the important news he had to share, Bjorn quickly sighed before starting the report with a phrase that would be sure to grab Ragnar's attention. "We have gained some actionable intelligence from the exit interviews." Hearing this news, Ragnar's monocle glinted, and he immediately stopped his activity. Instead, he placed the half-finished watch on the desk next to him, and the tweezers with it before shifting his full attention to Bjorn, where he responded to this news with a great deal of corporate curiosity. "Elaborate." Seeing that Ragnar's interest was fully captured, Bjorn smirked before fulfilling the rest of his report. As such, he placed the map in his hand down onto a nearby drafting table in Ragnar's tent and spread it out where it displayed several red markings on specific positions in the nearby slag heaps and forests. "These are the locations of the West Saxon sabotage cells within the nearby area. Our HR specialists have determined the information to be accurate." Hearing this news, Ragnar quickly got up from his leather chair, where he proceeded to the table where the map was displayed and carefully observed it, with a broad, predatory smile on his face. Now that he knew the competition's positions, he could easily restructure them with the overwhelming firepower of his 140 steam cannons. After seeing this information, Ragnar quickly gave his orders to Bjorn for the army to fulfill. He pointed at the different locations with his cane and ordered a bold liquidation. "Move an artillery brigade to each of these positions, supported by a heavy infantry battalion. I want these Luddite skirmishers sufficiently bombarded before we surround them with our crossbowmen. Only after they have suffered the barrage of our high explosive shells will our infantry move in and finalize their termination." Hearing Ragnar's orders, Bjorn quickly saluted the man by pounding his breastplate with his fist. Efficiency is victory. Afterward, the general left the tent and quickly put the orders into action. Though Ragnar wanted to participate in the operation, he was forced to stay behind to balance the books. As such, he sighed heavily before pouring himself a cup of black coffee, where he quickly drained its contents. As for the operation itself, the Directorate forces who were ordered to partake in the attack quickly moved off to their positions. The amount of firepower Ragnar had ordered to bring down upon the skirmishers was overkill. Yet, Ragnar wanted to put the fear of the market in the West Saxons. What better way than to liquidate their forces which lay in wait for his supply chain? As such, the locations where the skirmishers hid were quickly surrounded by Ragnar's artillery and infantry. At all four areas, there were hundreds if not thousands of West Saxon ambushers gathered, hiding in the smog and waiting for the main Directorate force to pass by so that they could converge on the logistics train and disrupt the Q3 earnings. Unfortunately for the West Saxons, they had been betrayed by their former colleagues, and thus, without realizing it, quickly came under the assault of artillery, whose hisses echoed in the air like the breath of an industrial dragon. The explosive shells landed upon the position of the West Saxon skirmishers, exploding upon impact and sending shrapnel and coal dust throughout the air. The 12-pound iron shell, which was utilized as the host of the explosive charge, contained enough shrapnel to gravely wound or even kill those unfortunate enough to be caught in its range. The shards of cast iron were flying out at such speed that they were fully capable of penetrating through the less solid armor like leather and mail. As for the few thanes in heavy mail, it was partially resistant to the shrapnel. However, the explosive blast itself was more than capable of liquidating the men caught within its lethal range. Most of the huscarls of the West Saxon army were not fully equipped in plate armor. Maybe a helmet and a mail shirt, but there were plenty of gaps in their armor, and as such, the shrapnel easily pierced through those gaps and into the flesh of the men unfortunate enough to be hit by it. The bombardment did not stop with a single volley. The men who had survived the initial onslaught only had roughly half a minute to get their thoughts in order before another volley was fired from the 18 steam guns present at each location. The hiss of steam filled the air, and what immediately followed was depreciation and ruin. The West Saxon warriors wept and wailed as their comrades were blasted apart, and the artillery fire sufficiently injured them. Yet despite their attempts to rally forth and advance on their attackers, 18 shells repeatedly bombarded their location every 30 seconds like clockwork. Corpses littered the forests and slag heaps where the West Saxons had gathered, blood pooled into the mud, and broken axes were scattered across the area. The equipment the West Saxons carried was scrapped and hewn across the land, along with the bodies that wielded it. Shields, spears, and banners were cast aside and mangled by the explosive blast of the shells which bombarded the area. It was as if the Industrial Revolution itself had descended on the land to punish the backwardness of the feudal system. Unfortunately, for those lucky enough to escape the bombardment, they quickly realized they were surrounded as they walked right into the repeating crossbow fire of the Directorate forces. Their brief moment of hope for survival was met with a steel bolt piercing through their mail and leaving a massive hole in their contracts. With the first wave of West Saxons utterly decimated by the artillery bombardment, and the second pinned down by the crossbows, the Directorate troops rapidly reloaded their weapons as more men desperately tried to escape the encirclement. However, their fates were sealed the moment their locations were revealed to Ragnar's auditors. Though the artillery bombardment continued to focus on the center of the encirclement, blasting apart those unfortunate enough to get caught within its shockwave, the majority of the West Saxons had now rushed out of the forests and hills they occupied and into the Directorate infantry, who were well prepared for their attacks. In doing so, another volley was fired from the crossbowmen, which shredded the bodies of the huscarls, equipped chiefly with melee weapons. The few archers in their ranks who were still alive had opted to stay from afar and launch their arrows into the Directorate forces. However, it was far less effective than they had imagined. Only a tiny number of contractors were killed and wounded by the arrows that fell in their direction. The rest unleashed their pikes on the huscarls, who rushed to their positions in a desperate attempt to break through and flee the scene. Yet the Directorate was well prepared for such a reality, and thus the pikes thrust into the gaps in the enemy's armor, piercing the limbs and bodies of the West Saxons and spilling their blood and potential earnings onto the field. This chaotic scene of absolute market correction showed itself throughout the 4 regions that harbored the West Saxon units. No man could escape the encirclement that the Directorate had captured them in. As for the archers, they were quickly picked off by the sharpshooters who stayed in the distance of over 500 yards and expertly shot their foes with their scoped crossbows, piercing through the leather and padding of the West Saxon archers. With this assault, the Directorate had single-handedly brought down the threat that loomed over their supply chain for the past few days, one that had slowed their advance. The course of the war for Nottingham had shifted in a matter of hours, and those who were fortunate enough to survive the carnage found themselves captured and onboarded for interrogation. With the insurgency crushed and his supply lines secured, Ragnar could once more swiftly march onto Nottingham and meet the main West Saxon force. Preparing for his eventual arrival, the war for the county of Nottingham would be decided in a large-scale battle between roughly 20,000 Directorate contractors and 5,000 West Saxon defenders. Ragnar was sure that the conflict would be a one-sided restructuring. Ragnar's army was already of considerable size for the era, far more than a mere director like himself should have. On the other hand, King Ethelwulf had paid a significant expense in raising such a large army of his own to march on the Midlands. It had a fair amount of levies, mercenaries, and huscarls among its ranks. In total, the West Saxons had roughly 50,000 men in the region at the start of the conflict. With Ragnar's and Bjorn's multiple victories, both at the border conflicts and in their ongoing hostile takeovers, the West Saxons now had less than half of that remaining. Nottingham was considered an area of critical economic importance, and thus King Ethelwulf had invested a fair amount of troops into the region. Most of them were now either dead or awaiting processing in the POW camps. Thus the Battle of Nottingham was a fight that Ragnar was greatly anticipating. Or if he could display his overwhelming might in Nottingham, it might intimidate the future West Saxon armies to accept the merger at the site of his forces. At least he hoped for such an outcome, though he recognized the possibility of such a thing was slim. Nevertheless, he intended to wipe the floor with the West Saxon army waiting for him at his destination. With the West Saxon skirmishers liquidated and their contracts forcibly terminated, Ragnar and his directorate host were once more on the march. It did not take them long to arrive at the outskirts of Nottingham City. However, when they arrived, the steam from their engines mixing with the morning fog, they noticed that the West Saxon field army had already fled the scene. There was not a single sight of an ongoing defense of the outer districts, and the blockade they left behind appeared as if it was abandoned mid-shift. Ragnar was quite disappointed at the sight, seeing how he wanted to test the new high-explosive shells on a massed formation and spread market uncertainty among their ranks. However, it would appear that the reputation of the Iron Father had already depreciated their morale. As such, they had fled the city proper to hole up in the castle of Nottingham, leaving the industrial districts in the hands of the Directorate. Though Ragnar had wanted to pursue the retreating West Saxons and serve them their eviction notices immediately, he also had business to discuss with Wulfstan, the younger brother of the guildmaster appointed by the Saxons. The man had stubbornly kept the lower mines running despite the chaos, and such Ragnar approached the city gates with his iron guard. The black and silver banners of the iron gear were flying behind him as the pistons of his chariot hissed in rhythm. When the city militia noticed the massive column of smoke and steel approach their gates, they were filled with trepidation. However, when they noticed the orderly fashion of the troops, their concern rapidly dwindled. As Ragnar approached the gates, they were opened for his arrival, where he was greeted upon entry by the militia captain. "Director Ragnar, we were not expecting your arrival so soon. I now understand why the West Saxons so rapidly abandoned the factories against such overwhelming leverage. It is no surprise that they would flee to protect their own skins." Ragnar adjusted his monocle and smiled as he returned the compliment. "Even if I were not on my way to restructure this region, I feel as if the industrious men of Nottingham would be capable of protecting the inventory. Tell me, is it possible for me to meet with Foreman Wulfstan? I have much to negotiate with the man." Seeing that the director of the Iron Empire was here on urgent business, the captain dared not to hold him any longer. He swiftly led Ragnar through the soot-stained streets to the Guildhall, where Ragnar and his executives entered its heavy oak doors and proceeded to the main ledger room where Wulfstan, the younger brother of the traitorous Alderman Godric, was currently acting as the authority within the district. The man was not expecting Ragnar's arrival. He was covered in coal dust, reviewing a stack of parchment with a frantic expression. However, the moment he saw Ragnar's pristine black tunic and the silver-geared cane, he knew then and there why the Saxons had retreated to the castle. How could such a disorganized feudal levy compare to the standardized might of Ragnar and his directorate? As such, he wiped his hands on a rag and extended a callous palm in greeting to Ragnar as the two leaders quickly approached one another. "Director Ragnar, I must say I am relieved to see your assets. I was beginning to fear that you had decided to stay within City Titan and wait out this market crash." Ragnar smiled as he heard such a remark and responded with a well-crafted statement. "Unfortunately for King Ethelwulf, I decided to use my capital reserves to buy some time so that I could recruit a massive security force, capable of fully auditing the enemy and driving them out of our supply chain." Hearing this, Wulfstan immediately understood why Ragnar had stayed out of the conflict for so many months. In the long term, such an accumulation of capital was bound to yield high returns, though he had no idea how vast of a workforce Ragnar had recruited during this time frame. As such, he immediately questioned Ragnar on the size of his payroll. "Tell me, Director, just how large of a workforce are we talking about here?" Upon hearing this question, Ragnar's lips curved into a smug corporate grin where he proclaimed the size of his army with forced humility. "Oh, not much, only 30,000 contractors." Wulfstan nodded his head and responded to Ragnar while pouring a cup of weak ale. 30,000 contractors, not much indeed." "Wait a second, you have 30,000 men." The burly foreman was quite shocked by this figure. Such a large army was something a kingdom or even an empire could draft, but he had never heard of a private company having such a large payroll before. Maybe the Franks, but that was because they spent a vast fortune acquiring mercenaries. Upon seeing the man's expression, Ragnar of course smiled at him and tapped his cane on the floor before explaining his business plan. "I have sent 10,000 of them with General Bjorn into Leicester, where he, alongside Thane Leofric, will secure the southern rail lines. Afterward, we will march upon Tamworth and Derby, where we will forcefully drive the remaining West Saxons out of the market. Wulfstan could hardly believe Ragnar's words, and then he came to a sudden realization which he was pretty fearful to ask. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage and spoke his mind. "So that means you have 20,000 men sitting outside of my guild hall right now?" Ragnar nodded his head in response to this question, and Wulfstan instantly felt his knees give out from under him. He slowly staggered over to his desk, where he sat down heavily. He was incredibly thankful to the Almighty that Ragnar was on his side, for he could never resist such a hostile takeover. Ragnar, however, wanted to switch the conversation from talks about his military assets to his long-term corporate goals, and as such, immediately altered the course of the conversation. "So, Wulfstan, I have heard about your brother Godric." Wulfstan instantly became enraged at the mention of his brother. His eyes contained the fury of a man who had been left to clean up a mess. He began to grit his teeth in anger. As such, he quietly snarled before putting on a weary facade and asking Ragnar about his assessment of the fool. "Tell me, what is your evaluation of my dearest brother?" Seeing the forced expression on Wulfstan's face, Ragnar struggled to contain his amusement. Ultimately, he decided to limp back and forth in front of the man, the sound of his leg brace clicking rhythmically, before telling him the truth. "Honestly, he is inefficient and a liability. I am much more impressed with your actions to maintain the output quotas. Albeit keeping the mines open during a siege was risky, I know you could not contend with the West Saxon demands, and thus your actions were the best of a bad investment. If you had defied them openly, you would have been liquidated, and the mines would have truly fallen into disrepair." Seeing the analytical expression on Ragnar's face, Wulfstan instantly began to fear the results of his brother's mismanagement, and thus asked Ragnar about what had happened in the outlying districts, while he and the other foremen hid behind their coal heaps. "How bad is the depreciation?" Ragnar clicked his tongue before responding. "Tusk. Most of the pit heads I have come across was sabotaged, and the machinery smashed. Not even the ventilation shafts was spared." Wulfstan immediately felt great remorse for this fact and slammed his fist upon the ledger on his desk while clenching his teeth. He could not believe his brother would be so wasteful as to do such a thing to good machinery. As he cried out at the top of his lungs, "That wasteful bastard!" There was not much the man could do to calm his nerves, but releasing his pent-up anxiety through violent expression was the best he could manage. Seeing the man's twisted guise, Ragnar knew that Wulfstan was a man who cared more about the coal and the workers than Godric did. Thus he was more likely to favor Ragnar's industrial reforms, and as such, Ragnar wanted him as a regional manager. After coming to such a realization, Ragnar quickly proposed a merger that would benefit both of them. "It is not your fault. The majority of the guild's security detail was lost in the initial invasion. Your brother hid with the remainder of the treasury in the castle with the king. You were left with a bunch of pickaxe wielders and apprentices to protect the inventory. You did your best to protect the assets of your guild. If anyone should be held liable for this disaster, it is your brother Godric." Hearing Ragnar shift the liability for the disaster that had befallen Nottingham onto his brother made Wulfstan more amicable to the words that came next. As such, he perked up his ears and listened to Ragnar's pitch. "Go on." Ragnar smiled wickedly when he realized that he had gained the man's attention. Thus he declared his intent. "I have been named trustee of the heir, Eadwig. When we have retaken these assets, I will hold your older brother responsible for the negligence that has transpired here in Nottingham and will proclaim him as having breached his fiduciary duties. I will strip him of his guildmaster status and hand the position to you." Wulfstan was shocked by this information. He was unaware that Eadwig had signed over his rights in City Titan, but hearing it brought him a sense of hope for the future. If he could succeed his traitorous brother, instead of continuing to work under the West Saxon thumb, then maybe he could restore the Nottingham mines to their former output. However, he knew such a promotion would not come without a price, and thus he inquired about Ragnar's commission. "And what, pray tell, do you receive from such a merger?" Ragnar once more smiled as he heard the man take the bait, and thus elaborated further on his plans for the future. "Well, for starters, I get a competent manager, but more importantly, I will need your voting proxy at a later date. In the upcoming fiscal years, I have many reforms in mind to help establish the Directorate as a monopoly, and with that in mind, I will need a man of your position to back them without question. So long as you support my future bylaws, the position of Grand Foreman of Nottingham will be yours." Wulfstan thought deeply on the matter for a few moments, listening to the distant hiss of Ragnar's war machines outside. However, ultimately, he agreed to Ragnar's request and thus shook his hand, sealing the deal. "All right, I will agree to your terms. Whatever you need from me, you shall have it." Hearing the man accept his contract caused Ragnar to grin with anticipation. Soon enough, the Midlands would be his, and he could then focus on unifying the island under one banner. Everything was going according to his projections. "Excellent," Ragnar said, turning to leave. "Now let's go evict your brother. I believe his lease on the castle has expired."